Good morning, good morning. My name is Ronin Vector, here in your timeline again, doing some exploring, mostly in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. I love this timeline. It's like exploring worlds within worlds within worlds. I'm all about it. What's going on, Bravo? How you do, buddy? Get my projector window up here. Here we are. So what's on today's menu? Well, we're going to do some side questing, finish some areas up, and if I get through that, I might do some fishing. Good. Got anything fun going on today? Got any good gaming escapades planned? Now, for anyone that missed yesterday, we are picking up with Red Hood and the Outlaws, that comic book series, which I liked by and large. You get smart Bizarro out of it. You get pissy Wonder Woman. Red Hood, he's just pissed off Batman with guns. It's a good time. Warframe. Man, I haven't heard about Warframe in a while. I remember that came out a while ago. Are people still enjoying it? Does it still have a good player base? Seven more hours, damn.
Be as smart as Red him, but me am not stupid. After throwing the helicopter out of the way, Bizarro turns back to the mountain telling everyone, if mountain am problem, Bizarro will move it. Duh. And then he punches it. Back with Artemis, the two continue to look over Bana Madal, and Artemis asks if she still wants to believe that this is all possible. What is the meaning of gathering these warriors? Aquila holds her glass to the women, telling them that they will reclaim the bow of Ra. The bow was her responsibility. Artemis grabs Aquila's hand, asking, what happened? How are you even alive? And Aquila tells her that it was that man, General Heleni. After recovering the bow, he attempted to use it to no avail. Heleni then researched and looked for someone who could use the bow, and that's when he heard of me. After finding my tomb, he used his technology to bring me back, but I escaped shortly after waking. Artemis turns her head crying, saying that it just tears her up to hear this. And Aquila wipes her tears, telling her, I forgive you no matter what you had to do. Ra is bestowing his blessing on the people of Bana Madal, so it is time for them to put an end to the general. Meanwhile, over at Jason's cell, a few more images of his former self flash by, and then he wakes up tied to a chair thinking, so that's why I had the visions. Concussions! As Jason looks up, Hanelli says that he thought keeping him alive would prove useful, perhaps learn how he survived their attack on his plane. Hanelli then turns back, telling the guards to take the American out and shoot him, but as they undo his ropes, Jason quickly knocks them out, grabs a rifle, and points it at the general's neck, asking, what did you mean by there? Because there would mean that you didn't attack my plane. It also would mean that you're not in possession of the bow. Hanelli then pleads, telling him that he doesn't understand. He has to act like he's the one who did this because he doesn't want to show weakness. Yes, at one point he did have the bow, but Black Mask told him that only one person could use it. Jason's eyes widen, saying his partner told him only a Shimtar could wield the bow. She also said that the last one to use it is dead unless. Back at Bana Madal, Aquila heads back to her chambers and quietly calls her mistress to her. The bow of Ra begins to form in her hand, and Aquila says that in the name of their beloved Ra, soon all will kneel before his power or they will burn. Later, as the night goes on, Jason finds himself standing with Hanelli and his men as Aquila appears before them, shouting that he would soon rather die before surrendering Karak to them. Jason tells him, man, spoken like a true statesman. Aquila calls out to Hanelli and his men, telling them that she is Aquila, Shimtar of Bana Madal, and their reign of terror is finally over. As the Amazons charge down, Artemis grabs Jason, telling him, there you are! Though I never thought you died in the plane crash, I never thought I'd find you on their side. Jason starts fighting back Hanelli's men, telling her, yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, but there's definitely a perfectly good reason. He says that he doesn't have it. She does. Artemis punches another man, asking, how can you believe those words? And Jason tells her, for starters, if Hanelli did have the bow, wouldn't he be using it right about now? Artemis pauses for a moment and says, he must be lying. She runs through the battlefield, grabbing the general, shouting for him to tell her where the bow is before she removes his head from his shoulders. He calls out, asking if she really thinks that he would use something to kill his own people. It might be time for her to ask herself who hates Karak, the current leader or their leader. Artemis tightens her grip, telling him, call off your men. And Haneli tells her that he will not leave the mercy of his citizens to their angry goddess. Aquila pulls back on the bow, telling him, so be it. And Haneli bursts into flames. Aquila then shouts for everyone that in the name of Ra, she commands them all to surrender. Artemis holds out her sword, calling back to Aquila, telling her, you were lying to me. You're the one from the news who killed all of those people. It was you who brought down our plane. As Aquila looks back down, she tells Artemis, I knew I could only deceive you for so long. So once the enemy is destroyed, we will see. Jason says that he's sorry, but they have to do this. People change when they come back from the dead. Trust him. Artemis calls out to her mistress, and her battle axe appears. Before anyone can continue fighting, there's a rumble in the ground, and then an explosion goes off, causing part of the mountain to fall on Aquila. Bizarro walks out of the hole, scratching his head. Reds, me brought new friends to you. Can we go home now? Aquila bursts through the ground, punching into Bizarro, shouting, you can go straight to hell! Bizarro is launched across the battlefield, and Artemis tells the Amazons to take the people to safety. She will handle this. Aquila then releases an arrow towards Artemis and the refugees, stating that these people are only taking up space. Artemis asks herself, how far has Aquila gone, as she braces herself from the hit from the arrow. A fiery blast rips through the land, slamming into Artemis, and once the smoke clears, Aquila walks down, asking if she's. Artemis holds out her battle axe, telling her, of course not. This is her damned mistress, a metal guardian that she does not deserve. Aquila reaches out, telling her that this is her last chance. Join her, please! And just then Jason appears, slashing into Aquila's back with the all blades, telling her that she must be dense. After Aquila turns back and punches Jason down, he says, that must be it for those blades. And then Aquila brings the bow up, shouting, just shut up and die! Jason begins shooting, telling her, not a bow. And then Bizarro punches Aquila, shouting, anyone who hurts Bizarro's friends gets hurt even more. Jason tells Bizarro to remember the thing he said about not hurting people so hard? This is the one time to forget it, man. Aquila starts fighting back, shouting, no science is stronger than the will of Ra. But then Artemis picks up the bow, pulling back 3 arrows, telling Aquila that it wasn't the axe who saved her. She was once told that a warrior doesn't choose her weapon, it chooses her. Aquila looks back, asking if she has any idea of the horrors that fall on those who do not deserve to wield the bow. And Artemis tells her, yes. She's staring right at her, and she releases the arrows. As they shoot off, Artemis thinks back that it should have incinerated her, as it would to anyone not a Shimtar. But it obeys, and it becomes a part of her. If Ra agreed with Aquila's plight, then his flame would do no harm to her. But clearly, as she is burning, Aquila was mistaken. Aquila's beginning to burn, and Bizarro says, Fire Lady getting hotter? Aquila struggles to talk, stating that she can no longer control.
I love
Please,
Outlaw
do whatever
Bizarro.
is right. Artemis says that
Fire
she won't
Lady
fail her
getting
like
hotter?
she once did. Bizarro grabs a hold of Aquila's body, and as Artemis says her final goodbyes, he rockets into the sky, holding Aquila, allowing Aquila to
I gotta say,
explode
Bizarro
into
Outlaw
nowhere.
is easily
Short while
easily
later,
my favorite
Jason asks Artemis if
Bizarro.
she's okay. And she rests her head on his shoulder, telling him, not at all. After finally landing on the ground, Bizarro gets up, telling them both, Me, I'm not feeling so well. Jason then asks,
I prefer
now that she
a
has the bow
stupid
and assumed the role
Superman
of
as
Shimtar, does that mean the
Bizarro than
outlaws just lost her?
the
Artemis tells
Bizarro
him not at
versus
all.
Bizarro.
The people can choose their own Shimtar. The time for her being here has
Just,
passed.
I don't like
Jason
the
asks, what about the bow
OG
of Ra? You're not
Bizarro's
keeping it,
gimmick.
right? And Artemis says, of course she is. Why wouldn't she? Jason tells her, no reason. Suddenly, Olan's voice cuts through the crowd, shouting for someone. Help! It's Bizarro! His heart's not beating! He's dead!
Well, that'll happen when you do some shoddy cloning.
Our story begins in the middle of the Baltic Sea as the captain of the ship says that he's not too comfortable just floating around out here. Dimitri tells the captain that he comes from a wealthy and powerful family, and this is why his humiliation at the hands of the Red Hood cannot stand. They are here to spend as much money as they need to hire the Beast so that he can. The captain stops him. Who? We're here to get the Beast? I'm turning this boat around right now. Dimitri pulls out his gun, telling him, you will do no such thing. And the captain shouts, go ahead and shoot me. It would be a mercy compared to this. Dimitri looks at him again. The Beast worked for my grandfather. We're practically family. All I'm here to do is talk. Suddenly, explosions begin to go off all across the boat, and bullets fly into every standing person. Through the flames, a man walks out, and Dimitri begs the man, please don't kill him. Beast looks down at him and he says, you wanted to talk, so talk. Meanwhile, over in Gotham, Dick Grayson sits in the stands of a circus asking himself, what did Jason get himself into? The ringmaster welcomes everyone to the spectacular show of the World Circus of Russia. With them tonight is the masked marksman with his aim true, and the amazing Amazon as well as the man of might. An hour later, in the tents, Dick Grayson is knocking on a trailer when a voice shouts, "It am unlocked." Dick walks in to find Jason, Artemis, and Bizarro in their trailer making dinner for the night. Jason says that it looks like he got the message, and Bizarro tells everyone, beans am good. Dick says not exactly. He got a text with a longitude and a latitude and a trailer number, so he's here. But sure, they'll go with he got a message. As the boys sit, Bizarro serves Dick a bowl of beans. And Dick then asks, I would really like to know why I'm even here. Artemis asks Jason, did he really just come here without telling him what's going on? And Jason says what? And give him a chance to say no way? No way. But in any case, we're here to deal with the Russians. They're mad for no particular reason, and I can't think of anything else to do other than tell them to get the hell out of Gotham. A week ago, the Russians showed up, but they didn't attack, so I tailed them to the circus, which is why we're here now. And Dick tells him, right. So why am I here exactly? Jason scratches his head, telling himself to just come out with it. Tell him about how Dick Grayson used to be his hero when he was younger, watching him perform, being so free and happy. Jason stutters and instead says, well, since we're at the circus, and Nightwing loves the circus, Dick gets up stretching, telling him, that's my cue. It's great to see you. If the outlaw thing doesn't pan out, maybe you can have a future in the center ring. Jason grumbles, muttering, fine. I can use another set of eyes on this. These are your kind of people, and I figured that I could use some help. Dick looks at him. I can get the Titans to help, so... Artemis steps between them, stating, by the seven beards, I've never had a brother, so I don't understand what you two are doing, but clearly everyone wants to work together. Maybe one or both of you can grow the hell up? Dick asks, is she always this forward? And Jason says, yeah, sometimes too forward. Suddenly there's a knock at the door and the ringmaster shouts that they know the rules, no visitors. Jason tells him that he's not a visitor, they're practically brothers. They worked together before, which is why he thought he would be perfect to headline the circus tomorrow night. Jason pulls out a clown costume and he says that he would like to present Flippy Flop, the acrobatic clown. And Dick sighs, telling him, yeah, that's me, all right. As the night goes on, all of the performers gather to share stories when Dick says that it's probably time for him to get some sleep. Artemis tells him that she's sorry to see him go.
They're on a
so they walk back to the trailer, and Dick bends down, telling her, how could he refuse? As the two walk off, Jason mimics them, stating, maybe you can help me count my muscles. Only if you help me count mine. Could they be more obvious? But as he talks to Bizarro, Bizarro doesn't respond. And Jason sees that he's staring at a woman with a bandana playing the violin. Jason punches Bizarro, telling him, just go over and say hi. You represent the Outlaws. That's an order. Bizarro gets up, but he says, if it's an order. Back with Dick and Artemis, Dick asks her if her and Jason are, together. And she asks, her and Jason? Anyone and Jason? Goddess, that is too funny. She sits down at the step of the trailer, stating that if they really are like brothers, how are they both orphans? And Dick tells her, well, they're not really, they just shared a father. Back at the bonfire, Bizarro sits next to the woman playing, and she asks if he's here to make fun of her too. Do the others put him up to this? And he asks, put me where? And the woman says that she's sorry, even at the circus, people can be cruel if you're different. Bizarro then asks, different and bad? To who? And the woman tells him that that is so sweet. She reaches back to undo the bandana, and she asks if he's gonna promise not to laugh, and Bizarro tells her, promise. She pulls down the bandana and says that her name is Angelique, and yes, she was born with the beard. Bizarro tells her, my name is Bizarro. You are most beautiful woman me am ever seen. And without even saying a word, she grabs Bizarro and kisses him. As Jason watches, another man speaks up and tells Jason that he's a good friend. Angelique is his daughter, and she's had a bit of a difficult life. Jason then says, welcome to the club, right? And the man laughs. He gets up and he tells Jason that he has some extra work for him and the others. Work that doesn't include the big top, so stop by tomorrow while the new guy is performing. The next night, during Dick's performance, Jason and the others head over to where they want to meet, and they see a group of men surrounding a hole filled with water. The man tells them that this is a bigger job than anyone realized, but down there, remember to take a deep breath. The three jump in and they follow the path until they reach a room. And as they get out of the water, Bizarro asks, who am? And Jason tells him that he's a little less concerned about who right now and more about the what. The room is filled with government munitions, and the man standing there tells him that they act as if they've never known a government to hide things near the heart of a city. Jason says that it looks like KG Beast isn't very surprised to see them, and Beast looks back and says, Beast now. Of course I was expecting you. It's much easier to let you come to me than going to look for you to kill. Artemis tells him that doesn't explain what he's doing here among all of these weapons. And Beast says that he took this contract. He learned of a renegade U.S. Army battalion dedicated to destroying Batman. While they were defeated, they apparently left a secret armory behind. He reaches down, picking up a weapon, and he
Whoopsie.
says, take this one for example. It could stop a rampaging rhino, or perhaps even a Bizarro. Bizarro shouts, me am not afraid of! And Beast pulls the trigger with a beam shooting, knocking him away. Artemis calls upon her axe and she slices through the barrel of the gun, and Jason follows up, firing as the Beast pushes her back. The three jump on and struggle with the Beast, but before they can stop him, Beast launches his gun hand, causing it to explode, blasting everyone away. Artemis then jumps back into the fight, asking if he really believes that his training is a match for an Amazon, and he takes out a knife, slashing at the sword, telling her, absolutely. Jason fires again, trying to help Artemis, but as he does, Beast holds back Artemis and steps on Jason's head. And as Beast sees his hand freeze, he then asks if this is the work of their Superman facsimile. He takes his frozen arm and he punches it down on Jason's head, shattering the ice, and then he breaks Artemis's guard, throwing his blade, hitting Bizarro in the head. He walks over, attaching his gun hand back, telling them, it's interesting. You call yourselves the Outlaws, but you're doing good. Fortunate for you, I shall grant you the honor of a quick death. And that's when Dick Grayson jumps on Beast's shoulders, asking, do I get a vote? Because I'm gonna go on the side that there are no deaths, including yours. Beast says, every time I come back to the city, I forget how much I truly hate this place. He then grabs Dick, throwing him, and before hitting the ground, Dick reaches out, grabbing Bizarro's arm, swinging back to allow both him and Jason to land with hard-hitting punches. The Beast stumbles back, and then he starts to get back up, and Jason says, honestly, I was kinda hoping that would take him out. Just as they prepare to attack again, Artemis and Bizarro leap through, beating Beast into the ground, and Dick says, alright, that did it. And Jason tells him, of course, we wore him out for you guys though. Bizarro says, right. And Artemis tells him that even Bizarro is not falling for that one. A short while later, as the police arrive, Dick says that if they want to help, they can go talk to the cops while he speaks with Argus. And Jason tells him, yeah, about that. We're supposed to be outlaws and all. And Dick says, oh, that's right. It's just you do such good things that I forget that you're one of the bad guys. The two shake hands and Dick says, it's really nice to see you, and how you're being a better big brother to Bizarro than I was to you, Jason. Jason tells him, you did okay. You deserve more credit than I could ever give you credit for. Dick then jumps off the ledge, telling him that he's going to assume it's pointless to tell him to stay out of trouble, right? Artemis watches and asks, he didn't even say goodbye? And Jason asks, missing her boyfriend already? Artemis laughs, telling her and Nightwing, goddess you are, a scream. And Bizarro says, Bizarro kissed bearded lady. More than once. Jason tells him, that's good. Did you get her
Even
number?
Bizarro
And
got
Bizarro tells
some.
him, yes.
He made it
8.
with the fucking
Jason
bearded
tells him, "We're
lady.
gonna talk about this
That's
when they
great.
get home."
See, why haven't we gotten a cartoon of this yet? This would be
After
a
having
great
escaped
animated
the events
like,
of Correct, the
series or
Outlaws
short
turned to the
film.
only place that they knew
Just
that
saying.
could keep Bizarro safe. Ma Gun's home.
Bizarro
criminally
getting to bang
infirmed.
the bearded
As
lady.
Artemis wipes the sweat from his
That
forehead,
needs
she
to
says that
happen on
Bizarro is
TV.
going to need to be in a hospital at the very least. And Ma Gun tells her
Once.
they're going to do their best for the circumstances that they have. They are international war criminals now. Artemis, Red Hood, and Bizarro. While Bizarro sleeps with his favorite doll, Pop Pop. Jason holds his hand, telling him, hang in there, buddy. Everything's gonna be fine.
Oops.
Artemis asks, why would you lie to him at a time like this? But Ma Gun tells him that if what they want to do is their banter, take it at least to the living room. She was a surgeon in the MASH unit during the Korean War, so she knows her way around a human body. Though she's no xenobiologist, she can tell one thing, and that's that Bizarro's cells are deteriorating at a rapid rate. So let him rest. A short while later, Jason says Black Mask told him that Bizarro had a shelf life. They knew that he was going to die. And Artemis places her hand on Jason's shoulder, telling him, no, it doesn't. It's never easy to watch a friend pass, no matter the circumstances. But before they could go any further, Ma Gun comes into the room and says that they have a problem. The TV continues its report that the escaped Arkham inmate, Solomon Grundy, is rampaging through the annual street fair in the old G-Town neighborhood of Gotham. Jason cocks his gun, stating that it's only 5 blocks away, and Artemis leans down to give Bizarro a kiss and whispers, may the goddess watch over you, my friend. I'll see you soon. A few moments later in the fair, Solomon grabs a water tank, shouting, Solomon Grundy! Suddenly there's a tap on his back and Artemis jumps in, kicking him, shouting, Artemis. Jason tells Artemis to be careful. Do not underestimate this one, and Artemis says, please. Even his, but before she can finish her sentence, Solomon throws a control unit, hitting Artemis, and he shouts, Solomon Grundy! Jason tells him, I thought you were your brother Wendell. Well, you should probably get a name tag. Solomon then punches into Jason, knocking him through the attractions. Meanwhile, back at the lab, Ma Gun continues reading Bizarro a story. When he wakes up, he groans, stating, Reds need. Ma Gun asks if he can hear them from here, and Bizarro tells her, me hear everything. All the time. Ma Gun places her hand on him, saying that he knows that he's sick. If he's to leave now, he won't make it back. He gets up from the table, grabbing his suit, telling her, yes, me know, but friends more important. Bizarro then flies off, breaking through the wall, and Ma Gun sighs, telling him there was a perfectly good door not 5 feet away. As she sees letters getting scattered to the ground, she notices one for Jason, and she asks, what is Faye doing? Back at the fair, Solomon grabs Jason by the leg and he slams him into the ground. As he gets back up though, Solomon rips a fire hydrant from the ground and holds it above him. This will kill him. Jason has no powers. As Solomon gets ready to swing down, a force shoots by, knocking him back, and Jason yells, Bizarro, stop! Bizarro punches into Solomon as he yells, Solomon Grundy! And Bizarro tells him, yes, me heard. Solomon then grabs a table and cracks it across Bizarro's head, and Jason shouts, stand down, Bizarro!
We're gonna get rid of all these fuckers here.
Of help. As Bizarro looks up, he sees Solomon holding both Jason and Artemis by their throats, and he begins to gather what strength he has left. As he turns his fists into ice blocks, Bizarro rockets forward, punching Solomon, telling him, this is the end of Cinnamon Grumpy.
Execute Order 66 and all these shitty side quests.
Do not hurt Bizarros! And Jason screams for Bizarro to stop, and he's going to die if he doesn't stop it. And Artemis tells him, that's enough. It's time to go home. Bizarro turns back with sadness in his eyes, telling them, me and home.
Look at that guy.
Me here with you.
What do you got there,
and then
buddy?
He falls on his back. Jason and Artemis run over, and Bizarro's
condition
becomes even more visible as he asks, did me do good, Reds?
If that's not a lightsaber,
Jason tells him that he did
then
great. And Artemis says,
I'm just a crazy man in a suit.
As Bizarro's eyes turn black, he says, do favor? And Artemis tells him anything.
How do I get a lightsaber? Says, I bet you that's not a regular weapon in the game because they don't want to get fucking sued.
Before Jason can grab his hand,
so they give it to some random enemy.
And he takes his last breath. Jason gets up, stricken with grief.
I'm jealous.
And he shouts, he can't be gone. A Lazarus pit. Maybe that'll work. We have to do something.
You know what? Maybe if
Artemis
I show a
looks down
co-pilot.
and drapes a cloth over Bizarro's eyes, stating that they can honor the passing of a hero. Let them not shame his sacrifice with tears. Jason stands there telling her, he wasn't just a big lump of Kryptonian DNA. He was my... Artemis reaches down, grabbing Pup-Pup, and the two mourn their loss. As something begins to float down behind them. They turn back and they're shocked and then knocked out. And Lex looks at Bizarro's body, stating, intriguing. But as Bizarro was closing his eyes,
if I can get a damn lightsaber in this game, I will change my class immediately.
His dad was there, and his mother told him to write to them if he ever learns to write. Kara was yelling, you am bestest cousin ever! And Crypto was panting. As Bizarro's crib lifted off to fly around, he thinks, Bizarro family is weird, even by Bizarro standards. When I came to Earth, I made friends. There was Nightlight, Wet, Go-Go, Batman, Rope Lady, and Cyborg. But the more that Bizarro thinks, the more he remembers that those weren't his memories. His memories started somewhere else, here in the womb, where God says that Bizarro should die. That moment Bizarro remembers was the moment that Lex had shut down the cloning project, and he told everyone to kill the clones. In the current times, Jason asks, did he really make the right choice? Putting all of their trust into a lunatic like Lex. Seriously, what the hell is he even doing to the body of Bizarro? And Artemis tells him that they had no choice. He was the one who created Bizarro. If anyone can save him, it's the world's preeminent mad scientist. Lex then steps out, telling them, nice talk. The truth is, that thing that you call Bizarro is wholly owned and trademarked property of LexCorp. Jason gets up shouting for Lex to call the thing again, and Artemis stops him, telling him that nothing that Lex said was incorrect. We should just listen to what he has to say. Lex tells him, well, yes, this man the two of you have clearly bonded with, Bizarro. You'll be glad to know that we got his heart beating yet again. At this point, there is a 0.37% chance that I can save him. For anyone else, that would be the impossible, but for me, that's just Tuesday. Lex walks back into his lab and Jason asks if they can see him, and Lex says, soon. Until then, I will leave it to the lawyers to settle the matter of ownership after I've pulled off yet another miracle. Jason leans back and says that this is all his fault. Bizarro's been pushing himself from the start to try and make him happy. And Artemis tells him that Bizarro is not a pet.
Nothing special.
You can't command him to sit or stay. He is his own person, and if he wants to help, there is nothing that either of them could have done to tell him otherwise. Jason's eyes stating that he can't even imagine what's going on in Bizarro's brain right now at a time like this. And in Bizarro's mind, many images begin to blend together from the time of his beginning. Everything up to the point of when he was in a test tube, wondering if Bizarro is bizarre because he was born this way, or if he would be normal if he had not spent so much time trapped in the womb. He couldn't remember no air and bad, even for Bizarro. There was a panic, and then him. At the time, he didn't know Red yet, and it was the most beautiful thing that he'd ever seen. and then he heard the first words spoken to him. "It'll be okay, big guy. Trust me." Someone tried to make Bizarro into Superman. He didn't know who, besides what he was told. Then there was
I
her,
love this
Red
Bizarro.
Hood. She let Bizarro know that he wasn't alone. Not really alone. She could leave if she wanted, but she chose not to. She taught him letters, and letters became words, and then finally words let thoughts out of Bizarro's head. At this time, he had never seen her, only felt her.
Then he tells the story really
when
well,
asked, Artemis
too.
told him that if she would have to describe herself, it would be like trying to explain the sun to a blind man. But does he see the color of that man's cape? The videos of Superman playing for Bizarro began to roll by, and then Bizarro said, "You call red." But outside, while Jason and Artemis try to comfort each other, Bizarro thinks, "If Bizarro stop, me will miss them, but they will be okay." Back in the real world, Lex looks down at Bizarro's body and he asks if he remembers him. He thinks back to the times that he spent with a clone during Forever Evil, and then he tells Bizarro, "No, you're not him." Lex takes out a syringe of green liquid and says that kryptonite injected into Superman's veins would kill him, but since you're the genetic opposite of him, this could save your life instead. He slams the needle down into Bizarro's chest, telling him that his friend was murdered before he even reached the deteriorative state, so he's going to give him a chance that his friend never had, his Bizarro never had. Do not screw it up. A short while later, Lex leaves the lab, and Jason says that he's not smiling, so it must be bad news. And Lex says that their friend is going to be fine after a brief period of adjustment. Jason says that sounds unnecessarily cryptic.
That's
and
pretty
Lex tells him,
cool. I
"Not
never
at all.
noticed
It
that
will become
before.
very self-evident
Fucking
when you see
Bizarro
it. With
realized
Bizarro
that
no longer
wasn't
being of any use to
the
me,
old
I've signed
Lex
over the
before
paperwork
anyone
giving you,
else.
Jason, total custody of him. Lex reaches out to shake hands, and Jason says, "Out of the kindness of your heart, huh?" Lex tells him, "Nothing I do is out of the kindness of my heart." Jason and Artemis then head back into the labs to see Bizarro whistling while putting something together. And Jason says, "Hey there, big guy. How is everything?"
He turns
A
into
mature,
the Lex
sophisticated
everybody
Bizarro looks
knows,
back and says,
but-
"Jason and Artemis, what an absolute pleasure it is to see you again, compatriots. While I am grateful for Lex's efforts on my behalf, I feel totally at ease returning to my domicile." Artemis blankly stares and Jason asks, what? It's now been several days since Bizarro returned to the Outlaws, and he's been busy providing support to Jason and Artemis in the form of making new tools. The first being a pair of rocket packs, allowing Jason and Artemis to fly, which Jason really likes. As the two rocket onto the scene, Jason tells Pig's gang that he's sorry to inform them, but the truck that they're trying to steal does not belong to them. Like, why would you even need $11 million? Artemis shoots out small discs onto the truck, stating that she really hopes Bizarro is correct about the functionality of these devices. And Pig watches, shouting, "How dare you do this to me?" And Artemis swoops in, asking him if he's never met Red Hood. There isn't much that he won't dare to do. Once the gang is taken down and the car pulls up, Jason asks, "Who does this belong to?" The window rolls down and Penguin tells Jason that he's an odd one. Why go to all the trouble of saving my money? Jason leans down, pushing a button, and as the truck begins to disappear, Jason tells him, "Relax, I just teleported it away. It still exists, but now it's under the ownership of the Outlaws." Penguin shouts, "You're gonna pay for that!" And Jason says, "Well, at least I'll have money now, right?" Soon, the police arrive, telling Jason and Artemis to freeze or they'll shoot. And as the two of them fly off, Jason tells them, "You were already shooting at us, so yeah, we're not gonna stop." Nearby, Bizarro pulls out his earpiece, stating that went well, but he noticed Ma Gunn walking up holding a letter. Gunn says that she would often receive letters while walking over the kids. These ones are from Jason's late father. She would normally hide the letters that the parents would send over because it was easier to keep control of the kids, but Bizarro places his hand on Ma Gunn's shoulder, telling her, "That's all in the past now. We're doing important work." Jason needs to keep his eye on the ball. Gunn tells him, "Of course, you're right. Thank you for your time."
I love the
Bizarro
rise
tells
of
her,
smart
"Not a problem,
Bizarro.
but in my mind, I say, no, not yet." Back with the
From
others,
having a
Jason
really
and Artemis
somber
touch down in
death
Crime
scene
Alley.
to,
And
like,
Artemis comments that she scarcely
being the
believes that he
smartest
grew up
person.
in this concrete toilet that they call Crime Alley. Jason says that if you could even call it growing up. But now with Brain Zorro helping us, it feels like we're actually making a difference now. Artemis says that last week his IQ was 30, now it's 300 and climbing with no end in sight. There is reason for her to be
Does anyone
cautious
really
over
stand
this.
like that?
As the two of them set down, they feel something pull them up, and suddenly a tractor beam appears, sucking them into the sky. Jason shouts to Bizarro, asking if this is his work, and once the two of them land inside of their new base, Bizarro tells them, "Yes, and welcome, friends. This is clearly the new and improved secret headquarters, a labor of love from me and my ever-expanding intellect to you." Jason looks around at the giant facility and tells them, yeah, thank you, and you're welcome, maybe?" Artemis says that this place goes on forever, but how? Why didn't they see this from below? Bizarro explains that it's because of the pan-spatial visual distortion and post-gravity stabilizers. So anyone not inside of the complex sees just another starry night in Gotham. Jason takes off his helmet, telling him, "This is amazing! We have our own invisible bat cave over the city!" Bizarro steps down from his station, telling him, "Please, don't be impressed yet. Allow me the honor of giving you a tour of the facilities." Artemis pauses for a moment and then points back, stating, "Wait, how is what?" And Bizarro says, "Please accept my apologies, Lady Artemis. I should have predicted that this would be a little concerning." Back at the station, another Bizarro sits working on the terminals, and Bizarro explains that this is merely a holographic projection that he leaves behind to operate things. It monitors the parameters of a predictive crime alternate program. Jason tells him, "Predictive? Sounds a little too proactive, no?" And Artemis says, "At least your intent is noble." Bizarro then begins to give a tour of the garage and the war room, but Artemis begins to notice that something is behind a big wooden door. Artemis then asks, "What in the seven beards is that thing? I've seen it everywhere, but where does it lead?" Bizarro happily runs over, stating, "It's not the door that's important, but rather the doorway." He opens it and then walks into Batman's Batcave. Bizarro goes on, stating that this is his quantum translocation system. Next, the group walks through the door again, and now they're in Superman's Fortress of Solitude. And Jason asks, "Do you even know how much trouble we would be in if they found out that we were here?" Bizarro laughs, stating, "I can't even imagine. I'm practically his younger brother. We may as well be family anyway." But before they can go on, Bizarro's hologram then reports that they have a situation. Please report back. Down in the sewers below Arkham Asylum, Victor Zsasz runs through, stating that he's going to get that guard back by making him watch his entire family be slaughtered before him. However, just as he looks at his knife, it begins to freeze, and Artemis looks down, stating, "If you're looking for a new scar, allow her." Later that night, Jason and Bizarro get ready for bed when Bizarro mentions that it seemed that Artemis isn't too thrilled about all of this. Jason tells her that she's a soldier. She likes order and hates change, but she'll come around. As Jason goes to his room, Bizarro says that he'll be coming shortly. He needs to check on something first. Bizarro then sits down at his terminal, and on the screen, the original Bizarro, the dumb Bizarro, tells him, "You'll know this am not forever, right?" And smart Bizarro tells himself, "Yes, I know." Meanwhile, over at the Belfry, which is the base that the characters in Detective Comics use, another one of Batman's teams, Batwing tells Batwoman that they may have a bit of a problem. There has been zero crime for 3 nights in a row. No robberies, assaults, or murders. Not even so much as a cat stuck in a tree. Batwoman asks if that's really a bad thing, and Batwing says that that's not the strange part. He then pushes a button, and on the holo table is an image of the city and something floating above it. Batwing says that there's an invisible building sitting above us right now. Just as Batwoman asks what it could be, the hologram begins to distort and a message begins to play. If you are reading these words, then you are probably a costumed crime fighter or vigilante. Please be advised that your services are no longer required in Gotham City at this time. Yours, the Outlaws. Batwoman stares at the message and she says, Red Hood has a lot of explaining to do. Back at the complex, Jason begins telling Artemis a story about how he once kissed Catwoman and then they flew away on a magical unicorn with dyslexia. Artemis agrees, nodding, and Jason says, "You are not even listening. None of what I just said made any sense. I can only assume that you're still obsessed with Bizarro." And Artemis corrects him, stating that she is concerned. Bizarro has been spending more and more time alone in his lab. Bizarro then looks at an image of the human brain and begins to wonder methods of how he can study the cerebral zebra cereal bowl. He pauses and screams, "No! Me no! Will not! I will not go back there!" Bizarro begins punching the ground in frustration that he's losing his train of thought, and then he notices his hands are covered in mud. A short while later, Jason and Artemis stop by the lab to see Bizarro gone, and the ground is covered in clay. Artemis then asks why would there be clay up here, and Jason tells her there's only one thing that comes to mind. Over in the Belfry, Bizarro sits in a chair stating, "I'm impressed. You thought to adapt a device meant to contain Clayface so that it may restrain me for the time being." Batwoman says the device will hold as long as they need it for answers. He came to them, but he wasn't very subtle about it. Batwing tells him that he built a veritable fortress, but somehow allowed Clayface to slip in. Why? And Bizarro says that it was because he can simply allow him to. Moments later, Jason and Artemis jump through the dimensional doorway into the Belfry, and Jason asks, "This is embarrassing. Did I just burst into a meeting of the Bat Losers Incorporated?" Batwoman tells Jason to be quiet. The adults are talking. She'll be with him in a moment. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and Clayface begins to wrap himself around Jason and Artemis, trapping them where they stand. Batwoman then turns back to Bizarro, asking what he's doing in Gotham, and Bizarro tells her his job, and apparently yours as well. We plan on eradicating crime here in Gotham, so you're either with us or against us. Azrael looks at Clayface Clayface and says that he's
Something.
looking a little bit more pale for being a pile of mud. And suddenly,
What are you, a
everyone hears
fucking
Artemis shout,
reptoid?
"Mistress to
You
me!" And the
reptoided?
giant battle axe tears through the center of Clayface. The axe is thrown into the machine holding Bizarro, and with it weakened, Bizarro breaks free, asking if everyone can call it a day now. He then jumps into the fray, punching right into Batwing, and just as he does, Batwoman pulls out a red pill and tosses it into Bizarro's mouth. Bizarro asks, "Was that a throat lozenge?" And Batwoman tells him that it turns all of the oxygen in his lungs to silicone, just long enough to take him down. Jason looks back as Bizarro falls and shouts, "He's only a month old! So help me God if you people hurt him!" But as he finishes, Batwing tases him, telling him, "Bizarro did start this. That sounded really immature when I said it out loud." Clayface then punches Artemis in the face, knocking her out. And Azrael then asks, what do they do now? And Batwoman says the only thing that they can do, call her. As John Constantine smokes his cigarette in the dark, foggy night of Gotham, he sighs, saying, "Come to Gotham, you say. Now, it's urgent," he says. As Zatanna walks up, she says that she thought she smelled tar in the air. And John tells her, well, well, Stockings, long time, no restraining order? And then a football player shuffles out stating, "Help me." So Zatanna says, "Okay." Suddenly, Deadman jumps out of the back of the football player asking, "How do you like my new ride? Traded in for the old one." A leg had gone green and moldy. Zatanna then asks, why are the three of them here? Why are the Justice League dark here? And then a door opens. Batman tells the group, "I'm glad you came. You should know that I wouldn't have called you together unless I absolutely had to. Unless they absolutely had to." Behind him, Diana struggles with her lasso, telling him, "Not a moment too soon." And John laughs, stating that Zatanna and Wonder Woman are in the same room. Be still my beating libido. Then shouting fills the room, and Deadman asks who's the screamer. And a demonically possessed Red Hood yells, "I hate you! Kill you all! The Bat will pay!"
Yes,
Batman
that's
tells
great.
them, "His name is Red Hood,
Possessed
and once
Jason
long
Todd.
ago, he was Robin."
I don't
Superman
remember
then
this
says
story.
power that has
I don't know
Red
if
Hood
I
has
ever saw
something
this
to do
one.
with a magical pool of pure evil called the Pandora Pit. Jason Blood couldn't control it and almost died trying. Deadman floats close by asking, "What if I was to possess him? Kick out whatever's in there and we can bind it." Red Hood yells, "You will fail!" And Batman says, "Save him. Be careful." Deadman starts to enter into Red Hood's head and he says, "I'm already dead. What's the worst that could happen, Batman?" Soon the room falls silent and everyone stands around Red Hood waiting. Superman asks, "Did it work?" And just as he says that, energy shoots out of Red Hood's eyes and mouth. Deadman tries to escape, shouting, "I can't control it,
Jesus.
it's too powerful!" And as everyone tries to help pull Deadman out, the demons inside of Red Hood pull back, and they take Zatanna with them. Red Hood leans up, stating, "Magic shall rule, the Trinity shall die, and the new age of darkness will come. This cannot be stopped." John gets up, stating, "Sorry, Bats. Shame it didn't work, huh? Guess it's time to be off." As Superman stops him, telling him, "No, you won't. You're going to save them because it's the right thing to
what
do,
a dick.
Constantine." John tells him, "Look, this is kind of outside scope, all right? Whatever's in there is some serious crap." Diana tightens her lasso, stating that he would do best to end this charade. She can see it in his eyes, the lives that he's lived. Beneath the sarcasm, there is some good. The room falls silent and John says, "I really hate action figures." As he starts to draw a circle on the ground, Red Hood shouts, "You will never find the Pandora Pits! There is a map and only she has it!" Once John is gone, he tells Superman that he's going to need some of that brute strength to pull the demon's mouth open. And once John starts to get in, he says, "There's an ancient god-stuff map to these bits. She has it. So I'm going to guess that at least one of you know who she is, and it's probably the only Amazon delivery that I'd like to get." Diana grips the lasso and says, "Circe. Circe is behind this." Suddenly the roof begins to crumble, and the demonically possessed Bizarro and Artemis crash through. And Diana shouts, "They found us!" Superman tells John that he has to hurry, and as John ducks in, Red Hood chomps down, telling him, "You have no idea the power that you're messing with." Bizarro punches into Superman, telling him, "Demon Bizarro, am not eat your soul!" As Artemis lunges for Diana, Batman jumps back in to block the attack, and Artemis tells him, "Kiss Artemis." As Superman fights back, Bizarro hits him one more time, knocking him into Diana, ultimately loosening her grip on Red Hood. She tries to grab the lasso, but Red Hood gets up from the table, stating, "There must be a sacrifice to release the army that is waiting. 3 sacrifices, a trinity to kill a trinity." In the not-so-distant past at the Pandora Pits, Circe, along with Ra's al Ghul, tells Red Hood and the Outlaws that they are friends here. They have great plans together. Red Hood tells her that she better start explaining or he's gonna start shooting. And Circe goes on telling him, "You have no say in this matter. Everything that has come is fated. We've invited you here as a trinity just as you are. Roz then says, I tire of this. An immortal life can only sustain so much annoyance. First Luther walks away from this plan, and now this? Make good on your promise, woman. Suddenly, Annie-Man and League Assassins jump out of the shadows as Cersei tells Roz now. He throws 3 knives, each hitting Red Hood, Artemis, and Bizarro, and their blood spills into the Pandora pits when a massive energy force reaches out, grabbing them. All 3 are pulled down into the Pandora pits, and Cersei tells them, you should all be thanking us. After all, we're giving you your heart's desire. Back in the current times, Red Hood grabs Batman by the throat, telling him he gave into this position willingly. Now he will do what he's always wanted to do. He will finally kill the Batman. While Superman and Diana fight against their counterparts, Batman slips from Red Hood's grasp, escaping into the mansion's basement. He says to come out, let me help. We can get you through this. And Red Hood's voice calls from the shadows, telling him, admit it, you wanted him dead, all because he wasn't like Dick Grayson. Picking him up was a rebound choice. Too angry, not like he was. Batman quietly tells him, shut up. And Red Hood continues to taunt him until he springs from the ceiling down onto Batman. Red Hood pulls Batman's face close and he tells him, you didn't want to save him. You're the true demon here, always have been. Just before Red Hood could twist Batman's neck, an arm shoots through the ceiling, and Superman pulls Red Hood out by his leg, throwing him into the 2nd floor. As Superman helps Batman up, Batman asks, where are Bizarro and Artemis? And Diana tells him, they are gone, along with the tiny demons. And Superman adds that he can hear their screams. While the 3 of them run towards the city, Batman says that this isn't Roz's game. Why would Cersei be doing this? And Diana tells him that Cersei is trying to sacrifice them to gain whatever is inside those Pandora pits. But there is more than that. With Cersei, there is always more. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, John falls from the sky into a snowy mountainside, stating that this is what he gets for jumping through magical portals into demonic superheroes' big mouths. He tries to light a cigarette in the wind, and just as he finally gets it to light up, he shouts it's magic. A giant demon face then appears roaring at him. He asks, came out for a smoke too, huh? And the demon swings an axe that phases through John. The giant demon falls over the ledge, and John tells him, magic's all about misdirection, you know. Now, where were we? Mountains, big snowy mountains, trans-Antarctic range if I'd have to guess. North Victoria land near Cape Roberts. He begins walking into a cave and he looks around the corner when he sees 3 pits. And he says that he's going to guess that those are the Pandora pits. He's nothing if not observant. Down below, Cersei laughs, stating, this is unexpected. It seems the Pandora pits offer us unexpected gifts. From the pits, both Zatanna and Deadman rise, and Roz grabs his knife, shouting, this will not help us. Their sacrifice will not usher in the power of these pits. He swings his knife, and John runs down, shouting, whoa, 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 hang on. I really didn't think things through, huh? Cersei says that he is a magician, a powerful one that has gained access here. And John tells her, you must be Cersei, looking good for an immortal. Roz takes out his knife and he presses it to John's throat, asking, why shouldn't I remove your head right this instant? John tells him, look, you sent demons to get the Trinity here right. One for Soups, one for Batman, and one for the hotness. All for some prophecy or something, right? Well, their prophecy is of 3s, and there's only 2 of them. So I would take a guess and assume that Cersei here is spinning you like a yarn, mate. Cersei says that he is interesting. Stab him in the heart. Roz thrusts his knife into John's chest, and as John kneels down, Cersei tells him, if you must know, I want power. John tells her, that's cliched nonsense. There's something else. I can see your looks changing. Cersei pauses at the remark and then tells Roz to throw the body outside so the Endyman can feed. He starts to twist the knife and John tells him, I can give you the Trinity. Cersei turns back and asks, how? And Roz pulls the knife out as John points at Deadman, stating, that's how. Back in Gotham City, Superman, Batman, and Diana just finished stopping the outlaws when suddenly mist starts coming out of both Red Hood and Bizarro's mouths. Deadman then appears before them, and Batman asks, did Deadman manage to escape? But as Superman takes a closer look, he says, I don't think Deadman escaped. Deadman lunges forward right into Superman's mouth, and as Diana asks if he's okay, Batman tells her, no. Superman looks back, shouting, magic! He was vulnerable to magic and now he is at our command. From Superman's crest, a demonic mouth shoots forward. A dead man comes out of Superman, stating, look at your friends. They look good enough to eat! Superman
somebody
jumps
just
at Batman
teach
so that his
Superman
chest
some
can eat him, and
basic
Diana
magic?
grabs onto Superman from behind, telling him that this is
Like
not
send
him
him to,
right now.
like,
His neck
Hogwarts for a
snaps as he
week?
spins
I
around
don't
to
know.
look at Diana, and he tells her, you're right, this isn't Superman at all. With one powerful headbutt, he launches her across the street, and Bizarro grabs her by the neck before she can get up. Deadman then says that they have Superman and Wonder Woman, 2 of the most powerful of the Trinity. Batman asks, really? You don't have me. And with one swing of kryptonite, Batman stops both Superman and Bizarro. The 2 supers fall, and Batman says that Constantine was supposed to save Deadman, not allow him to possess Superman. Diana tells him Constantine either failed or ran. We need to find the Pandora pit so that we can stop Cersei and restore
Wait a
our
minute.
friends. You're the one.
That doesn't make sense.
Batman stops both Superman and Bizarro. You don't have me. When Batman says that
Okay, well, here's a big problem with this story. It was just one story ago. Bizarro was saved, not only saved from death with kryptonite, but it made him smarter. So why would the kryptonite, boomerang, batarang matter now? Doesn't make no sense to me.
Woman, two of the most powerful of the Trinity. Batman asks, really? You don't have me. With one swing of kryptonite, Batman stops Trinity.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the question in the comments. Well... already established. Okay. Hope I spelled that right. Stick. Yeah, I got it right.
Batman asks, really? You don't have me. With one swing
maybe
of
somebody
kryptonite,
can
Batman
explain
stops
it to
both
me.
Superman and Bizarro.
So
the two supers fall, and
I'm
Batman
not
says
gonna
that
pretend like
Constantine
I'm
was
paying
supposed to
attention
save
every second
Deadman,
to
not
every
allow
part
him
of
to
the video,
possess
so I
Superman.
could have missed something.
Diana tells him Constantine either failed or ran. We need to find the Pandora pit so that we can stop Cersei and restore our friends. You're the world's greatest detective. Solve this. Batman says that magic isn't his, but Diana stops him, telling him that it's his IQ against magic. She knows where her money is. He tells her that he needs
shit, look at
science for this.
that.
They need to get back to
Man,
the Batcave.
I've
And
been
she
on a
points her
roll
sword at Red Hood,
these
telling him to
lately.
use him. She will stand to protect Gotham herself. Superman and Bizarro start to
I think
get
I
back
got 3
up,
or
and
4
as they do,
done
she takes her sword,
yesterday,
carving a line in the
so-
streets, telling them, "You will not cross this line." So swears Diana of Themyscira. Batman grabs onto the
excited.
lasso and begins running to the Batmobile, throwing
Oh
Red
no,
Hood
this
into it
isn't
and
the right
taking
one.
off.
I needed
Red Hood
extreme.
asks, "It's any wonder that you dress like a
This is
demon.
like the second
Why would you
time
want
I've
to
done
scare
this.
People? It's because you belong to the dark side. You are carrying it hard if you know it."
Can't
Batman
hurt.
doesn't say a word, and then he takes
Be
out
like
a
a
small knife,
practice
stabbing
run.
it into Red Hood. He cuts off a small part of his jacket, and he places it in the scanner. He tells the computer to scan for any residue, and then run the results through the computer back at the Batcave according to location. Meanwhile, at the cave in the trans-Antarctic, John Koss telling Zatanna that he's in a bit of a spot here. He's going to bleed out, and any help would be appreciated. Cersei calls out that he told her that Deadman would bring them the Trinity, and advised to keep this other magician alive as a potential weapon. She's beginning to think that he lied. John then asks, "What about Raz? Where did he go? Maybe he's finally seeing through your lies?" Cersei thrusts her hand into the wound on John's chest, telling him that his agony will be over soon. But as she pulls her hand back out, she notices that John's blood is subsiding. She shouts that this is impossible, and he laughs. "Nay, just a bit of magic. It's what she does, puts things in reverse." Cersei looks back at Zatanna and asks, "So it would seem that she has some influence to try and save you. She must really care for you." Cersei then creates a small dagger and begins to stab Zatanna in the gut with it. John watches, not being able to do anything, and Cersei tells him, "Abracadabra," and now she's gone. Zatanna's blood drips into the pool, and the mist begins to reach out, grabbing and pulling her down. Back in Gotham, Superman tosses Diana into a building, asking, "Are you tired yet? We only need the Dark Knight now, and then the three of us can eat this world." But just then there's a flash of light, and the demonic Zatanna steps out, shouting, The pits commanded. As Superman is being sucked back down, Deadman is being ripped out of Superman's body without the demonic possession. He shouts, "No! She's going to take them back to the Pandora pits. If they do that, the world's gonna fall." Diana grabs onto what she can, and as the force of the portal is too strong, soon all three of them are sucked in. At that time, over in the Batcave, Red Hood asks, "What is science going to do to help you?" Batman turns around holding a syringe, and Red Hood asks, "What are you gonna do with that?" Batman begins to walk towards him, telling him, "I'm gonna kill you." Just then, Bizarro punches through the wall, shouting, "Demon Bizarro, am not here, and your shall soul not to be eaten." Batman then takes out a gun and fires a blast into Bizarro, knocking him out, and then looks back at Red Hood, asking, "Where were we?" Back at the trans-Antarctic cave, Roz looks down at one of the pits, stating that this prophecy is all nonsense. The Bat remains at large. Luthor refuses to help, and this sacrifice falls apart. Ra's al Ghul has had enough, and he will have the truth. Cersei asks, "Do you want to know the truth? Long ago, I traded my soul to a dimension of hell. No matter how I've tried over a millennia, I've never been able to break through the barrier. The pits are that barrier, and the power shall breach it." She walks over to Roz and with a push shoves Roz into the pit, telling him, "I am alone and soon will be whole. This world will be my sacrifice." Just then, the League Assassins jump out, and with one swipe of Cersei's magic hand, she dumps them all into the pit. Her eyes begin to flicker, and she says that that's it. The more that go in, the more power that she gains. Soon, the ultimate sacrifice of the Trinity will be complete. Back from the pit, the bodies of Zatanna, Superman, Deadman, and Diana all rise, and as Cersei looks at them, she says, "Maybe just 2 of them will be enough." John leans up from behind, asking, "That's the plan then? Sacrifice them all to the pits to regain your soul?" Cersei looks back, telling John that he offers nothing. His soul is as vacant as her, but these heroes, they are the most selfless of souls. She will honor them as she consumes them. Nothing will stop her. John weakly says, "Actually, Batman can. And just like your prophecy said, you need all 3. Unless you're just starting to make this whole thing up like a cheap con artist like me." Just then there's a rumbling from the cave's roof, and that's when Red Hood and the Outlaws, along with the Batplane, crash in. Red Hood asks Cersei if she missed him, and from the cockpit, Batman shouts, "Get away from my friends or I'll be forced to blow you back to hell." Cersei shouts, asking, "How? Nothing can break the control of the Pandora pits." And as Red Hood and the others tear into the Ant-Man, he says, "It's simple. Batman killed us." And Batman adds, "Temporarily. He used a potassium chloride injection to stop our hearts. The possession left when we died. So this is your last warning. Release our friends." Cersei yells, "It doesn't matter. You're too late. Magic rules here." Batman fires a blast at the 4 held captives, stating, "Actually, I prefer science." He goes on to state that the heart vibrates at a certain frequency. Basically, that blast killed his friends for 1 second. Sorry. And then Superman tells Batman, "You're forgiven." And he grabs Cersei. As Superman holds up Cersei, she casts a spell to free herself and shouts for her Ant-Man to gather. As everyone stares, Deadman says, "Ah, they grow up so fast, don't they?" Cersei, now in a giant body constructed of Ant-Man, shouts that Cersei will have her soul. Diana, Superman, Bizarro, and Artemis all jump onto the Ant-Man to hold Cersei in place, and from behind, Batman hits her with another blast. While she's stunned, Zatanna shouts,
Alright, let's
and all of
fix
the Ant-Men
my
begin to be pulled
bug
apart.
out.
Artemis hands Diana her lasso, and as Diana asks Superman if he would, he shoots by, grabbing and tying it around Cersei. She tightens the lasso and tells Cersei that there will be no sacrifice today, and Cersei begins to laugh. Cersei yells that this is where you were wrong. There was a sacrifice, just not one that you expected. And everyone looks over to see John Constantine. Cersei goes on stating that he tried to save them all, and even gave his life for Zatanna. Seems he was really a hero. Zatanna quickly runs over and says, "Let's see it, do it." And John begins coughing up, stating, "Blimey, I've died and gone to heaven." Zatanna kneels down, telling him no, you haven't yet. And John tells her, "I'm not so sure. You look like an angel to me." As Superman and Diana begin to walk Cersei away, something starts to creep out of the pit. As Cersei shouts that she can feel it, death is coming. The figure from the pit lunges at her, and as Ra's stabs his knives into her back, he tells her, "You're right. There is no hope when you cross Ra's al Ghul, only retribution." He pulls her body back and throws it into the pit before suddenly vanishing. Inside the pit, Cersei begins to sink, thinking that there is no hope for any of them. No redemption. Nothing lies beyond. She's scared. She doesn't want to die. There is no hope. And as she looks up, she sees Diana swimming down, reaching out to grab her. Back up top, Superman begins to pull Diana out, and he says that the magic is weakening him. And Batman tells him, "It's okay, we have help." And with that, the Outlaws and the Trinity pull out Cersei, cause no one dies on this night.
What am I supposed to be doing over here?
As Jason Todd sits chained to a chair, a voice tells him, "I have it on word that you become the scourge of Gotham. Came out of nowhere one night and started lobbing heads into duffel bags. Suppose I should be shaking in my boots. But when I look at you, I don't see an outlaw. All I see is a punk." The interrogator begins to write and says, "Please, Mr. Boomerang." Boomerang stops him and tells him, "It's Captain!" And the interrogator says, "Okay, please, Captain Mr. Boomerang, you are here to just observe." Boomerang doesn't listen to the man and picks up Jason's costume, asking, "Are you a crime boss? Why in hell keep the bat symbol on your chest?" Jason smiles and says, "Cuz." And Boomerang shouts,
Making
"Cuz
him sound like
why?"
such a hillbilly.
Just then, the costume releases an electrical charge, shocking
Right.
Boomerang and the two guards
Or
that are
that's
with him.
supposed
And
to be
Jason
his
tells
Australian
them, "Just
accent.
cuz." The other guards ask him, "What do we do now?" And the interrogator shouts,
Sorry,
"Kill
I'm-
him, kill him
I'm not good
now!"
at
Two
accents
shots
either.
go off, and a second later, the interrogator struggles not to swallow. Jason, still wrapped in his chains, holds the interrogator's pen to his throat, telling him, "Be a bud and get the keys to get these things off." The interrogator tells him, "Of course, right away. But I should point out that this place is the most secure facility in the world." Jason pushes the pen against his throat even harder, asking, "Do I look very secure to you?" Over in another cell, the sirens begin to go off and Harley Quinn says, "Whoop whoop! I hate the whoop whoop! Whoop whoop!" roughly translates into someone is trying to escape. Where were we? Oh, Harley goes back to her clipboard stating that they should really just concentrate on the task at hand. They were really close to a breakthrough. Now, where were we? We were just starting to talk about your mother and how she was never there for you while you were growing up. Artemis sighs, telling her, "By the 7 beards, I said no such thing." Harley then yawns, telling her, "This is boring. You don't cry, you don't beg. All Amanda wants to know is what Jason is up to. But if you're not going to respond to my Jungarian psychoanalytic exploration, then I'm just going to have to find out in a less subtle way to examine what's inside of your head." Harley reaches under her pillow and slams the giant mallet onto the ground. And that's when she hears Artemis tell her, "To me, mistress." The ropes holding Artemis rip off, and as Artemis stands there, her axe is suddenly with her. And she says, "I need to find my teammates, so are we gonna do this?" Harley shouts, "That's fine with me! I don't get paid either way!" Back down the
would
hallway,
Harley
Jason makes his way
even
through the facility
last
when he
2
suddenly
seconds
stopped by
up
4
against a
armed
literal
guards. The guards
demigod?
begin to yell
I'm
to throw
sorry,
down his
it's
weapons,
great
or
that
they're
she
going
can
to
do
be
a
forced to
backflip,
terminate
but
him with extreme prejudice.
That's-
And Jason tells them, "Jinkies! I was just gonna say the same thing, but fine, I guess I'll throw my guns down." As he
Don't make
holds
no
his
damn
arms up,
sense
there
to
are
me.
several smacks, and when Jason looks back, he sees Artemis standing there over the guards. He asks, "How did you escape?" And Artemis tells him, "Pfft, how did you escape?" Jason tells her, "That's
Well,
a fair
looks like
question, but
she
seriously, how
whooped
did
her
you
ass,
escape?"
at least.
She asks him, You're kidding, right? If you could escape, why do you believe that I wouldn't be able to escape from Harley Quinn?" The two begin running, and Jason says, "Wait, you just took on Harley? By yourself? And she's fine?" Artemis says that she's just a lunatic with a hammer. Why on Mother Earth would she not be
Thank you.
fine?
Okay.
Once the two reach the sickbay, Jason kicks in the door, and both him and Artemis ask, "Bizarro?" And he looks back up from his chair,
gonna
telling
say,
them,
if
"Well
that
met,
was
my
even,
compatriots.
like,
Director
a
Waller and I
question,
were just discussing
whether
our
she was gonna
relationship over
win.
tea and this delicious mayo and cucumber sandwich. Amanda, you know Red Hood and Artemis." And Amanda sips her tea, telling Bizarro that she knows of them. Jason pulls out his gun, asking to give him one good reason he shouldn't put a bullet through Waller's head. Bizarro puts the gun down, telling him, "That Red Hood, always joking." Bizarro goes on stating that as an act of good faith, he shared with Amanda an interesting observation while he scanned the facility with his microvision. He couldn't help but notice the subatomic tremors, most often associated with long theorized precursors to the apocalyptic shifting of the Earth's tectonic plates. An image projects from Bizarro's suit, and he says that after running a planet-wide diagnostic through the onboard computer that he built into his suit this morning, he has found 4 underground installations built into the Earth's crust with futuristic technology that is
See, I love
currently
it. I
not
love
existing
Smart
in this
Bizarro.
time period. That alone would be alarming, but one of these, which contains the power source of all 3, has
Yes,
fallen into a state of neglect. Miss Waller was kind enough to confirm that these bases are called colonies,
Why is
and
he
they were a
wearing
communion of a
glasses?
hateful
Like,
creature known
is
as
that-
Harvest.
is that
Harvest
also
has
part of
dedicated
his
its time
suit
traveling
upgrade?
resources to establish an organization called Nowhere, which was designed to capture the next generation of metahumans and force them into servitude. Jason says, "So he's turning kids into soldiers." Waller knew that, so what? She's planning on letting Harvest do the recruiting and training first before she comes to shut them down? Bizarro tells Jason, "You need to focus. If we don't shut down the unstable core, and soon, the Earth will be no more." Amanda then says that she'll be sending them along with the members of her team to this colony to shut it down. They need to come back dead or alive. Either way, she's fine. As the outlaws begin to suit up, Jason then asks, "How does this help us with our undercover war on crime in Gotham City?" Bizarro finishes fitting Artemis's harness and says, "On the contrary, we can't very well accomplish our worthwhile goal if the outlaws are incarcerated and forced to work for the authorities." "Why? You do trust me, right?" Jason tells him, "Of course." And Artemis says that she does. for the moment. As Bizarro sets up his quantum doorway, everyone begins to walk through it, and Bizarro tells Amanda that he must thank her for this opportunity. They will prove that they are more valuable as free agents than members of Task Force X. Amanda then asks, "Is that what you think this is? We'll talk about it if you come back." As she goes to slam the door shut, everyone walks out into the Arctic snow. Harley shivers, stating that if she knew where they were going, she would have worn her insulated bloomers. Not even 5 steps in, Boomerang shouts that the doorway could have taken them anywhere, and it decided that freezing them to death was a good way to go. Bizarro tells him, "Please relax, we are exactly where we need to be." His eyes begin to glow and he releases a blast of heat, melting parts of the ice away to reveal the entrance to the colony that he was talking about before. Boomerang then says, "Look, the Suicide Squad is mostly about overthrowing governments and assassinating peeps, but this..." Artemis tells him that if he'd like, he can wait outside. And Harley grabs Jason from behind, shouting, "Dibs on body heat!" To which Jason gently yells, "Don't even." Croc begins to open up the hatch, telling everyone, "Crocs aren't known for their warm blood, so if nobody minds, we're taking this inside." As everyone gets in, Bizarro begins to display a hologram of the facility's map, breaking the group into 3 teams. Red Hood and Croc will search for the resources left behind by the previous owner, Harvest. Artemis and Harley will perform a cursory search for any of the teenage survivors, and the remaining Suicide Squad members and himself will deal with shutting down the facility. Before everyone breaks off, Deadshot points his gun at Bizarro, telling him, "There's only one problem with that plan. We don't work for you, and we sure as hell ain't gonna take orders from you." Bizarro tells him, "Fine. Who is your field commander then?" Harley says that'd be her. But what does she know about all this brain talk? Sounds good to her! A short while later, as Jason and Croc search the facility, they come across 2 steel doors, which Croc easily pries open. They both look up to a cross that someone is tied to, and Croc says, "Ain't that Harvest, the guy that runs the place?" Jason tells him, past tense, apparently he pissed someone off, huh? Croc tells him that that ain't their rodeo to find out. They should just grab the booty and get out of here before something goes boom. Over with Artemis and Harley, they begin searching through the residential wards, but soon they touch down into the lower levels, and Harley begins to run off on her own. Artemis quickly grabs her, telling her not to move. This place is sacrosanct. Death has happened here. As Artemis looks around the ruined housing area, Harley takes a deep breath, telling her, "Finally, just when I was starting to hate this place." Artemis silently tells herself that there is something very wrong with this girl. Over at the colony's core, which is covered in defense lasers, Bizarro asks, "So, what do you think?" Boomerang says, "Actually, I was wondering why you needed me here at all." And Deadshot says, "Actually, I agree with that. Why are we even here?" Bizarro explains that Harvest built this core with the idea of defending it against a Kryptonian clone. If he tried to enter, he would have been killed. Boomerang looks up and says, "Talk about a suicide mission." And Bizarro pats the 2 of them, telling them, "Nonsense, gentlemen. I will tell you exactly what to do. It will be fine." Back with Jason and Croc, they begin loading up the weapons cache when Jason says this tech is incredible. "Just think of the damage that I could do." And Croc asks, "Is that really what you want from life, to do a lot of damage?" Jason tells him, "Absolutely. I want to crush the other criminals in Gotham. If these weapons can help me do it, fine." Croc then goes on telling him, "Right now you're just a good kid trying to be bad. Take it from me. Roll around in the sewer long enough, the stench won't watch off. You got friends. Keep on the path you're going, and you'll find yourself in a cell next to mine for
I like
good.
Wise
Is that what
Croc.
you want for your friends? For yourself?" The 2 stop what they're doing to reflect on what Croc said, and Jason then asks, "Want to go halvesies?" Croc then picks up another crate, telling him, "Halvesies is fine." Back with Artemis and Harley, Artemis grabs Harley by the throat, asking, "Is nothing sacred to you? Do you believe in anything?" And Harley says that she believes that right now her head is going to explode at a whim. Some people have their freedom, so don't judge those who don't. As she tightens her grip, she says, "I don't know you that well, but from what I do know, the entire world would be better off if I just snapped your neck." Artemis throws Harley aside and sits down, telling her to be quiet while she prays to the fallen here. Harley gets up, telling her, "Quiet as a mouse. Got it." And then she pulls out her mallet. She inches closer and closer to Artemis, and Artemis says, "I swear to Goddess, if you hit me with that thing, I will shove it up your bottom." Harley puts the mallet down and sighs, "Promises, promises." Over at the core, Boomerang and Deadshot duck and dodge the defense lasers, and Boomerang asks, "Any last instructions?" And Deadshot tells him, "You know that Bizarro left like 5 minutes ago, right?" As the 2 get to the core, Deadshot says, "All right, we have to strike the core receptor at the same time." And they both attack, and as they hit their mark, the core explodes. Boomerang then shouts, asking, "Where is that freak? I'm gonna wring his blatant neck!" Bizarro then appears behind them, patting their shoulders, telling them, "Please forgive me. I forgot to mention that I had to leave so that it wouldn't be exposed to the kryptonite wavelengths." Boomerang says, not a problem, mate." Bizarro walks the 2 of them out, stating that he's confident that they've accomplished everything that they need to do for the day. Shall we go back to the others? A short while later, as everyone is heading back through the quantum doorway, just before Jason and the others can get through, Amanda blocks their path. She tells them that Task Force X is enough of a handful. She doesn't need to spend time babysitting the outlaws. They helped stop the complex from blowing up, and she got some weapons. Someday, if he's not dead, he'll be convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Then she won't have to make any deals with him. He'll be hers forever. She can wait. Amanda slams the door shut, telling them to leave, and Jason shouts, "Forget to call!" Back in the floating hideout of the Outlaws, Jason begins checking off the weapons that he secured, and he says, "Neurosplatter? I almost don't want to know what that does." Artemis walks up asking if he's not concerned, and Jason asks her, "What, about Bizarro? I'm beginning to think that you're having trouble getting over the fact that he doesn't need us anymore, not like he used to." And Artemis says, "No, that is the only part that makes her happy at all." Jason tells her, "You might say that, but I don't think you've accepted that our Bizarro is all grown up now." As some of the upper class of Burnside gather for a party, a man named Ben attending the party checks his Henchmates app looking for some good news. Just as he gets a notification about a possible job, his girlfriend Emma walks over asking what is he doing. And just as she starts to pull Ben over, she notices the app open on his phone asking, "What the hell is this? I thought you gave up this life." Ben tries to tell her that he was, but this job. And Emma says just forget it, and she leaves. Meanwhile, over at the Gotham Empire Hotel, a man wakes up from his sleep and Jason looks up from his book, stating, "Oh, I hope I didn't wake you." The man shouts that he doesn't know who the hell he thinks he is, and Jason tells him, "I'm wearing a red hood. I'm in Gotham City. Who do you think I am?" The man yells, "You have no idea who I am." Jason says, "Actually, I do. Jacoby Frum, the so-called avocado king of Belgium. I also know that your produce empire is a cover for an international munitions dealing empire." Jacoby gets up and swings at Jason, and as Jason leans back to avoid the first hit, he says, "You know, that would have hurt if it had connected." Jason then lets Jacoby pass by and hits him in the back of the head with his gun, telling him, "Consider your visa revoked. You came to kiss Cobblepot's ring, but you're leaving tonight." Jacoby yells, "The Penguin will be very disappointed if I leave," and Jason points his gun, telling him, "If you don't, you're going to be perforated." Later, over at the 50s diner, Artemis and Bizarro sit down for a cup of coffee, when Artemis says that things have gotten rather boring ever since they started the predictive analysis. As she goes on, Artemis says that there's something that's been bothering her. She can tell that he's been manipulating them. She would like to know why their friend Bizarro is messing with them. Bizarro looks her dead in the eye and he tells her, "If I told you, I'd have to kill you." After a few moments of silence, he bursts out laughing. "You should have seen the look on your face. Too funny." Artemis sarcastically tells him, "Oh yes, a riot." As Bizarro's laughter dies down, Jason walks and stated that he likes what he sees. His two favorite people getting along again. A short while later, as the sun begins to rise, the three step out and Jason asks, "Is it me, or is this the first time in a long time that we've all felt normal?" Bizarro tells him yes, it was fun. But now we must go get supplies for a new static cling force that I am creating. Jason tells him that's cool, he needs to get some ammo anyway. And Artemis tells the two of them that she'll see them later. Bizarro heads off into the crowds. Jason suits up and he keeps a close eye on Bizarro. Once Bizarro walks into the hotel, Jason activates the invisibility on his suit and he jumps down. Inside, the young man, Ben, arrives to the meeting that he was supposed to attend, and the hotel staff directs him into the ballroom. As Ben passes through the doors, he sees the entire room filled with many of Gotham's two-bit henchmen. After seeing the competition, Ben decides that he should just pass on this, but suddenly the room begins to fill with purple gas. All the henchmen begin to cough as they choke, and through the gas, Bizarro tells them that he came here today to cut off the supply of henchmen who work for the crime lords. It's believed that they are diseased limbs that do the handiwork for Gotham's unending parade of bad men. Jason, standing behind Bizarro, silently says to himself, "Don't do this, B." And then Bizarro
pretty
says,
badass
"After
like
seeing
that,
you
too.
like this, it makes me wonder, what is the difference between a good guy and a bad guy? If I'm good and doing bad things for a good reason, am I a bad guy?" The men continue to struggle for air, and he closes off the gasway, telling them, "This is your last chance. Do better in life." Jason then steps in front of Bizarro, stating, "I have to ask, did you stop because you knew I was there?" And Bizarro turns back, telling him, "No. The truth is, I shouldn't have done this in the first place. I am ashamed of what I've almost done, Jason." Jason turns to him, telling him, "I would be the last person to judge you, but we should be thankful that you didn't do anything that you're going to regret later." As Jason and Bizarro head back, Artemis begins to go through Bizarro's room, still feeling that something is off, that he is lying to them. She looks at Pup Pup, the little doll that Bizarro has had since he was born, and then she sets him down, noticing a green light coming from the cracks in the floor. She calls her axe to herself and pries open the hidden door, and then walks down into the glowing green light. What she finds are tanks of synthetic kryptonite, the same stuff that Lex gave Bizarro to make him a genius. She says to herself,
okay, so I'm not crazy.
What has he done? And then she hears footsteps. She looks back to see Bizarro holding
but
her
it's
axe,
synthetic
telling her,
kryptonite,
"I
so
really
maybe
wish
it's
you hadn't
different.
done that
I don't
to
know.
Lady Artemis." Artemis turns away, telling him that he has 10 seconds to put her
Maybe
axe
pure
down and
kryptonite
explain himself.
hurts him.
Bizarro tells her,
Synthetic kryptonite
"Please,
doesn't.
I know
I
the
don't-
sight in here is bad, but you've known me
Trying to
my
make it
entire
work.
life, which admittedly is not a very long time, but I'm asking you to trust me." She asks him, "Trust? There's a secret chamber chamber underneath your bedroom filled to the brim with liquid kryptonite, something that increases your mental capacity each time you use it or abuse it, apparently. Bizarro sighs and tells her that he understands why she would be mad, but he just doesn't know anymore. He falls to his knees yelling that he doesn't know what he's supposed to do anymore. What is he supposed to feel? By Rao, he can barely remember how to think. He can't go back to the dark and lonely place.
Now he's bringing up Kryptonian
He
gods.
reaches for her hand
That's
and
hilarious.
Artemis tells him, of course, friend, she'll help him with anything. Meanwhile, a mile away at Penguin's Iceberg Lounge, a disguised Jason Todd with a fake mustache is sitting at a poker table yelling,
All right.
"Oh, that's
That does it
another
for
one! I love this place."
Aletheia's
The dealer pushes a
spine.
pile of chips over, stating that these are his winnings, and Jason shouts, "You're losing, hey-oh!" Just as Jason gets up, a beautiful woman taps him on the shoulder, telling him that she can think of another way to have an amazing night. Jason gets up and follows her, stating that he
think
likes
there's
the way
anything
she
left
thinks,
in
but just as they
Jam
step into the
about
woman's
but
room,
it can't
there's a
hurt to check.
what? And Jason asks, "What in the name of all Petunia?" On the bed, Penguin claps, telling the woman that she did a good job. "Remind me not to kill your father for this." Jason then asks, "Ain't you the Penguin?"
All right,
Penguin
let's do some
says,
housekeeping.
"The very same, but that won't concern you much longer, Red Hood." Back in the floating hideout,
do some
Artemis and
side
Bizarro sit along
quests.
the ledge, and Bizarro says that he is so peaceful up here. But to be honest, I really don't get humanity. Artemis tells him that she fears that she cannot help him with that. These people mean a lot to Jason. He came from them. And Bizarro looks down and says, "The two of you, though. You're better than them, all of them." Artemis says that that's enough. She's tired of the speeches. He let his mask skip downstairs. She cares too much for him to put it back in place. Bizarro smiles, telling her that even when he was dumb, she would never let him get away with anything. But ever since Lex injected him with kryptonite, he's been regressing back to his old self. Artemis asks if it's really a bad thing, being your true self. And Bizarro stares off, stating, "When I didn't know any better, it was fine. But now it scares the living hell out of me. Imagine one day that you can barely put two words together, and then the next there's nothing between your mind and anything. You could go anywhere, do anything. There isn't a thought you couldn't explore, but now it's all slipping away. Did I steal the kryptonite from the colony? Absolutely. Anyone would have, right?" Artemis places her hand on Bizarro, telling him that this isn't about her. She can't imagine what he's going through. She can't believe being an addict is better. Bizarro turns and leans in to kiss her, and she stops him, stating that it would be a mistake that they can never unmake. But come, walk with her. Back over at the Iceberg Lounge, Penguin laughs as he pours a cup of wine, asking, "Did you really think that you could launder money that
Wouldn't that
you
be like
stole
trying to
from
kiss
my
your mom
casino?"
at that point?
Jason laughs, asking, "Haha, too much, right? I thought the same thing 10 minutes ago." Penguin hands Jason a glass, telling him that there is no scenario in
look
which
at
he gets
that.
out of this alive. And Jason says, "Actually, I can think of like a dozen." Just then the lights go out, and Jason says, "That was number 7. As the security guards run in to report everyone is getting
bad I
out of
can't
control,
color
Jason
it.
runs, jumps out of the window, stating, "Looks like you got your hands full. Perhaps another time, Penguin." Over at the hideout in Bizarro's secret room, Artemis tells him that he can do this. Bizarro returns and begins smashing the kryptonite tanks. And as Bizarro does that, Jason goes back to the diner to enjoy a burger when a young woman walks up. She says that she's sorry for being so mysterious, but she asked
more like a
her to
witch's
make sure
hat
that he
than
was
a
alone before she came to say hello. Jason looks at the woman, asking,
bard
"Who is
hat."
she?" She extends her arm, stating her grandmother, the one that she is named after, Faye Gunn. Jason tells her that he mercifully doesn't see a resemblance, and he's glad to hear that she's resurfaced again. Faye says that she hasn't. Last week, she told her that if she ever went missing, she was supposed to deliver this package to Jason. Back in the hideout, Bizarro stares at himself in the mirror as he brushes his teeth, and a voice asks, "Doesn't that feel better?" The hallucination of Pup Pup says that all you had to do was reach out to her, or me. You gotta get over yourself, and now here we are. I'm so proud of you. Bizarro opens the cabinet, pulling out a small green inhaler of kryptonite, and Pup Pup smacks his head, yelling, "For the love of Rao! Are you kidding me?" But the next day at the LexCorp Tower, the secretary at the desk welcomes the person who walked in, asking if she can help him. Artemis tells him to inform Lex that he has a guest. Out on the streets, the man at the hot dog stand asks if there'll be anything else, and Bizarro takes the hot dog, telling him, "No thank you." As he walks and begins to eat, he thinks that it's not all about the quantum mechanics or finding the square root of pi. It's about the little things. The taste of a hot dog, the heat of the sun on his face, the small things that he will miss. As Bizarro looks up at the floating hideout, an older man taps, asking, "Would you mind helping me across the street?" Bizarro tells him of course, and the man tells him thank you. Thank you for saying sir and not old timer. Bizarro helps the man across, stating that he likes to try and be helpful. He's not sure how much time he has left. The old man tells him, "None of us do." As the two reach the other side, the older man says that he is a fine man, and Bizarro responds, "Meow?" And the man laughs, asking, "Am." Bizarro watches the man leave, and he says that he's going to miss it all. But he made a promise to Artemis. Whatever his fate is, he'll face it, surrounded by... What? Bizarro begins to get frustrated at losing his train of thought, and he says that he just needs to go to back over at LexCorp. Lex says the synthetic kryptonite pilfer from the future. It certainly sounds like a recipe for disaster. The boy isn't giving this up without a fight. Artemis tells him that he will give him more credit than that. He created him and then pretended to fix him, and now he'll help him. Lex snaps back. I will do no such thing. I gave him life twice. My obligation to that creature is complete. Artemis tries to ask nicely. Please, I know you care about him or you wouldn't have given him back to us. Lex bursts out laughing. That is rich. I didn't return him to you out of ridiculous sense of altruism. I did it because I simply wanted to observe him at an uncontrolled habitat. Screens of the outlaws begin to appear, and Lex goes on stating that the three of them are nothing more than a lab experiment. You are a control group. The three of you playing house, it has shown me more potential in my creation than I ever imagined. At the end of the day, though, you are nothing more than rats in a cage. As the images begin to fade, Artemis tells him that that's the thing about lies. After a while, you start to believe them. As she leaves, Lex stares at one image of Bizarro, and he says, like father, like son. As the moon comes out, Bizarro sits out in a field, and Jason calls out to him. Bizarro says that he came, and Jason says he always will. What's up? Bizarro says the sky, orbit, the sun, the moon, all up. And just then he hangs his head and says, not what I meant. Me called because forgot how to get home. Me even forgot word home. Bizarro looks away and he says, me tried. I'm trying so hard to be the person you want me to be. Jason tells him that he was always the person that he wants him to be. You big goof. Bizarro notices the envelope from Ma Gun's granddaughter, Faye, and he asks, what's that? And Jason asks, who cares? Could worry about it tomorrow. The two lay down on the grass and Bizarro says, Jason, me, I'm scared. And Jason says, it'll be fine, buddy. Trust me on that. But in the back of Bizarro's mind, he thinks, he am lying, but it am okay. It has to be. As the rain comes down on Potter's Field Cemetery, Jason looks back holding his shovel, telling a group of armed men that tonight is not the night. One of the men calls out that they aren't sure who he's looking for, but Penguin said that he may as well be digging his own grave. Without saying a word, Jason spins around, hitting the man's knee, and he proceeds to beat the men with the shovel, thinking to himself, yeah, not a good night. However, this all started 1 hour earlier at Ma Gun's School for Wayward Boys. Jason sits by a fire reading through several letters left for him by his own father. The first was left by Ma Gun herself, though, and she explained how much regret she was filled with by holding back these letters that his father had sent to him while he was growing up. She did this so that she would have more control over the boys, but for Jason, these letters could have changed his entire life. With that, hopefully one day he could forgive her, because she knows in her heart she can never forgive herself. Jason tears open the first letter from his father that he had written while in prison. He wrote that it looked like the judge threw the book at him, keeping him locked up for a very long time. But while sitting in prison, it has given him time to reflect on the things that were important to him. And one of those things was his son. How much he doesn't want him to be like him. It all started when he was younger and became a self-employed dealer working for the big pharma. He would deal to kids, bums, junkies, it didn't matter who. Business is business, that is, until it wasn't. The day that he met the girl who later would become Jason's mother and she walked into his life, he knew that he should not have sold to her. He should have told her to walk away, and even a bum deserved a chance at happiness. To the surprise of no one, his mother's parents weren't thrilled that their daughter was dating a drug dealer, even a retired one. But his mother did something that no one else had ever done before, and she chose to stay with him. While they were dating, though, they had nothing, but it was their nothing. They adjusted to living, and one day he found that his mother passed out on the floor. He thought the worst, but as it turned out, Jason's mother was pregnant with him. After that, he swore that he would do his best for his child and get an honest job washing cars, of all things. They even went to classes on how to become parents, but apparently the teacher frowned that his mother would bring beer to the class. They couldn't really afford to go to the doctor's office, so they ended up having Jason in their own apartment. The day that he was born, he was brought up to the roof of their building and shown his new home, Gotham. He was going to be a prince of Gotham one day and have a dad that he could look up to. But looking back on things, Jason can guess how it all turned out, can't he? They were doing fine for a while, however, having a kid is expensive. Maybe it was the drugs that his mother never stopped taking, or maybe it was just their bad genes, but the doctor saved him that night. But even after being stabilized, he was going to need medicine therapy, things that a job at a car wash wasn't enough to pay for. He was thinking about dealing again, but being a dad, dealing was just too dangerous, so he manned up and nailed the first interview with one of Gotham's villains. After that, he bounced around henching for whoever needed it. But the problem with that is you needed to learn how to take a punch from a guy who likes to punch. It wasn't a glamorous lifestyle, but it put food on the table. He even gave a little bit extra to sometimes go out to the fair. They used to have lots of fun there. But the next job that he would take would turn out to be his last job. It was a job for Cobblepot. And Cobblepot didn't need a hench, he needed a fall guy. So while Penguin was out there living the high life, he was serving 20 to life. He also learned what happened to his mother while he was locked up, and he's so sorry for that, Jason. You won't get it now, but one day you'll see that love alone doesn't fix everything. This letter may be my last for a while, maybe even ever. I made a deal today. I agreed to be a scientific pincushion. They agreed to let me out early if I lived through it. Crazy. Absolutely. But I'm what your mom used to call wily. Trust me on that. I'll see you soon. Love, Dad. Jason folds the letter back up and he begins to cry. And then he notices something else inside of the envelope. He picks it up and sees a photo strip from his father and him from one of the times they went to the fair. Now, back in the current times in Pottersfield Cemetery, Jason goes back to digging the grave, and off in the distance, Penguin tells his gunman to keep a close eye on that boy. The gunman says that it's kind of creepy killing somebody already in a cemetery, you know? Jason tosses the shovel and he lifts the coffin out of the ground, the coffin that holds his father's body, and he tells himself that he never once visited his father in prison or even at this grave. He knew where it was, he just never had anything to tell him. The gunman looks over asking Penguin, "Should I shoot?" Penguin looks through his binoculars telling him, "No, not yet." Jason flips open the cover of the coffin to find nothing. No body. Not anything. He was thrilled when he heard that his father had died. He wasn't around to stop his mother from doing so, but the problem is he didn't die. Quietly, he said. Penguin gets up tapping the rifle, telling the gunman to go wait in the car. "I've seen a lot of pain in my life and caused a lot too. I don't know who or what Red Hood was expecting to find, but it looks like it ripped his heart out." The Penguin laughs and Jason tells himself, "You can't make me care about what happened to you back then. Not after everything you did to my mom and me." Jason screams out, "I don't care!" The next night, Jason sets out with a new group of outlaws, adding to his ranks not only Artemis and Bizarro, but Arsenal, Starfire, Pop-Pop, and Creeper. They would fight against Gotham's greatest villains, even ones not originating in the city. And after taking down every single one of those enemies, Jason held the gun to Joker's head, getting ready to pull the trigger. But before he could, Bizarro grabs the gun, telling Jason, "No, we have won the day. As of today, we are moving forward. So as you would so crazily put it, outlaws, onward!" However, as Bizarro is watching the What Could Be video, he smiles, stating, "Me love you guys." Meanwhile, at the Ice Patch Fair opening, Penguin steps out onto the stage telling everyone that looking at all of these people gathered here today, it reminds me of my late father. He would always say never underestimate the power of a free meal. A long time ago, this place used to be a sanctuary for the small, socially awkward boy. But look at what it's become, a majestic playground. As an adult, I have entrusted the people of this city with the hopes and dreams of the child that I once was. Because we can all agree, it's more than they deserve. While the crowd claps, a button is pressed and an explosion goes off, destroying one of the ice sculptures right behind the Penguin. Through the smoke grenades, Jason walks through, thinking to himself that he did promise Batman that he would never kill anyone in Gotham again. But promise is a strong word. Penguin's guards jump in front of him, but Jason shocks them and Penguin begins to laugh, telling Jason, "You are so dead." Just as Penguin finishes speaking, Jason jumps towards him, kicking him to the ground. Penguin grabs his face and Jason tells him, "You better stand up before I kill you where you kneel." Penguin asks, "What the hell is this all about?" And Jason tells him, "I'm here about Willis Todd." But several blocks away, high above Gotham, Artemis finds herself in a fight against their base's own defense systems. She thinks to herself that like the rest of the technology that Bizarro has created, this has gone askew. As Artemis gets closer to the base, the Bizarro projection calls out, "Please be aware, any attempt of entry to the facility will be met with immediate death. This base will self-destruct in 8 minutes and counting." Artemis asks, "It's going to self-destruct over the city? Thousands of people will be killed." And the Bizarro projection says, "Tens of thousands to be exact." She shouts to shut down the self-destruct, but the Bizarro projection tells her that is impossible. The facility and everything else came from the mind of Bizarro and can no longer exist now that his intellectual capacity has regressed. Have a nice day. As the projection fades, Artemis yells for Bizarro to wait, and once it leaves, she throws her axe into the base of it, telling it, "Bring it back!" Back on the fairground, Penguin says, "Okay, fine, I'll bite. Who in God's name is Willis Todd? Was it the chump that you were looking for in the empty grave last night?"
Jason pulls off his mask, stating, Willis Todd was my father. You hired him to work the game. Yeah, he sucked as a dad, but he didn't have to go away to prison taking the fall for something that you did. I've lost everything. Penguin laughs. This is too rich. You threw your identity away and probably Batman's for a nobody? In fact, less than
the tombstones. I have
Jason
to spend
grits
my
his teeth,
tombstones.
grabbing Penguin, telling him,
completely
I'm sick of this little merry-go-round that we
forgot
have.
about that.
The whole catch and release thing. Penguin asks, so what? I should apologize? Jason puts back on his mask, telling him, I didn't come to hear you say you're sorry or beg for your life. I'm not going to arrest you just so you can find a corrupted judge to bail you out. I'm here to end this tonight. Jason pulls out his gun, pointing it at the penguin, and the penguin laughs. Put it away. No one here believes you're gonna shoot me, kid. You can play it being one of the bad guys, but we all know deep down you're a kid playing dress up. Seconds later, the police surround Jason, telling him to put the gun down, and Penguin says, don't worry, the kid is harmless. Just another bad brat. Jason takes it, pushing it into Penguin's monocle, telling him, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I am my father's son. Penguin tells him, good for you, kid. And then, bang. Blood splatters across the Red Hood mask, and Penguin's shattered monocle hits the ground. Jason thinks that when he was born, his father told him that he'd be a prince of Gotham, and now he is. Back in the Outlaws base, Bizarro sits in the theater room watching his movie, and suddenly the picture begins to melt away. Bizarro begins to shout, what happened to me movie? Want to know what happens? How does Bizarro's story end? And Pup Pup says, the same as everyone else, big guy. Bizarro then says, Bizarro am sad. And Pup Pup flies down hugging him, telling him, try never be sad. We'll be friends forever and ever. Moments later, Artemis bursts through the door shouting for Bizarro, and as she takes off her jetpack, Bizarro walks out asking,
I'm so confused. What's
Artemis
going on in
pauses
this
asking,
story?
are you gone or back? And he tells her, Red her. Artemis reaches out stating that she's going to need him to come with her, and Bizarro takes her hand stating, anywhere, always. But as Jason begins to lose the police, he heads back to Crime Alley so he can be brought up to the base. He radios up to Artemis and Bizarro, telling him, if you can hear me, I screwed up big time. However, as he looks around, he sees the base is on fire. It is coming down in flames. Also, at this time at the Batcave, the video of Penguin's execution is played, and Bruce watches it on loop over and over again, with all of the local news outlets playing it. Alfred tells him, Master Dix and Timothy are on the phone, sir. Others as well. Bruce pulls the cowl down, standing up, telling them, well, they need to stand down. I'm gonna bring them in. Alfred then says with all of his heart, I'm sorry that it has come to this. Many years ago, there was a time when Jason, back as Robin, found himself at the bottom of the lake. Alfred was yelling in his earpiece to wake up, and when Jason came to, he realized what had happened. The Batmobile had flipped and it fell into the water, and Bruce was trapped inside. Alfred told him repeatedly that he needs to go up to the surface for air, but Jason swam to that car. He risked his life, and he pulled Batman out. As he finally managed to get him and Bruce out of the water, Alfred continued to tell him that he was going to need to, but Jason stops him, telling him, with all due respect, shut the hell up. Jason lays Bruce on the ground, and he starts to perform CPR, hitting Bruce in the chest, yelling for him to wake up. And after a few hits, Bruce begins to cough, and Jason laughs. You thought you could get rid of me that easily? Ha! Bruce leans up, placing his hand on Jason's shoulder, telling him, if you ever leave, it's gonna be by your own choice. Back in our current time, Jason stands in the middle of a group of police who are looking for him after shooting Penguin. One of the officers yells to spread out and find him. He couldn't have gone far. Jason thinks to himself that he really hasn't gone anywhere. He's just invisible, just like his outlaw's secret headquarters floating above the city. Or at least, it was floating. Another officer tells him that it's over and don't bother trying to deny it, and Jason reaches for his gun. Just then, Jason's suit shorts out and his body becomes visible to everyone. All of the officers stop what they're doing and they point their guns at him. One of them tells him that it's over, don't bother trying to deny it, so Jason reaches for his gun. And that's when something from the sky hits the officer in the shoulder. He screams out in pain, and everyone looks back, and they see the Outlaw's headquarters crashing into a nearby building, dropping debris all over the place. While all of the officers begin to run for their lives, Jason follows suit, stating, I'm really hoping that Artemis is up there doing something. Up in the facility, the ground shifts, and Artemis grabs onto the wall, stating, by the seven beards, I am ordering you to stop this madness. The Bizarro hologram says, unfortunately, this entire building, myself included, is wired directly into Bizarro's brain. This building and everything in it, including myself, will now disappear. Artemis shouts, fine, go! And she throws her axe into the hologram's chair. Bizarro then says, if you were mad at that, Bizarro, you were mad at this Bizarro too. Me am sorry for whatever me did. Artemis sighs, stating, oh, Bizarro, no, you didn't do anything.
You're just trying to help. If anything, it was my fault for not trusting my instincts. Suddenly there's an explosion, and as the building shifts again, Artemis tells Bizarro, you need to think there must be some way to stabilize
got a
this.
bunch of us
Bizarro
that
begins
time.
to concentrate and then says, me have no
Tragic.
idea what you am talking about, Red Her. Me, I'm sorry. Back on the
we
ground,
still have
Jason
most of our
charges through a
viewers.
door onto a rooftop, and he jumps off the edge stating, please be there, please be there, please be there. But that's it, he feels something tug at his leg. He quickly realizes that falling face first is the last thing that he should be worrying about. Batman pulls on the battering wrapped around Jason's legs, throwing him onto the roof. Jason gets back up asking, are we really gonna do this again, old man? Without saying a word, Batman kicks him across the face, shattering the Red Hood. He then grabs him, lifting him, stating, I was a fool for ever believing in you. Jason laughs, you're a real character. I've never seen you hit the Joker that hard. You hate me. Batman backhands Jason, breaking more of the mask off. Shut up! We had a deal. You could operate in Gotham. You could stay free if you didn't kill anyone. You shot the Penguin point blank. Unlike Batwoman, you did it as the world watched. Batman picks Jason up, and as he tightens his grip around his throat, Jason asks, so what? After the stuff Penguin did over the years? All the people he's hurt, killed? Or are you just sad about losing another play date? Batman pulls Jason to him, headbutting him to the ground, stating, no more jokes, Jason, no more excuses, no more Red Hood. As he pulls his fist back, suddenly he disappears into a hole, and Bizarro floats there, stating, no more him talking. Batman make Bizarro's head hurt. Jason says, what? How? And Bizarro tells him, Red Her said find you. She said I'm important. And you okay, Red Him? As Bizarro
Oh my
flies
God,
off,
not
Jason
again with
says, yeah,
this.
bud, I'm good. Back in the
we go.
facility, Artemis tries to go through the controls to stop the building from falling, and she asks herself, what could they have done? What have they done to this city? As Bizarro holds Jason up, he tells her, you don't need to be asking yourselves that. We need to figure out how to stop it. Artemis runs over hugging Jason, and Jason takes a look at the controls, and he asks, maybe we could steer it off and land it in the bay? Artemis asks, really? You don't think I tried that? And Jason says, I'm not saying you didn't, but you know, it's not like you have a lot of cars over at Amazonia. While the two go back and forth, Bizarro comes up with an idea. Jason and Artemis stop arguing when they hear the sound of metal being ripped apart, and when they look over, they see Bizarro pulling a giant cable out of the ground. Jason tells him, actually, we're thinking less damage more than more damage, big guy. And Artemis asks, what is he doing? And Bizarro says, me am told you. Me go anywhere, anytime. Me meant that. But before the two of them could ask another question, he takes the cable and he flies through the quantum door. The quantum door that allows him to go anywhere, created by the super intelligent Bizarro. Suddenly the facility begins to pull itself inside out through the doorway, sucking everything inside. Jason yells to Artemis that they need to go after him, and she tells him, no, we don't. I will. She picks up Jason, stating, someday you'll understand how much I owe you. The mistakes that I've made, how much you suffered because of me. Jason tells her, don't do this. It doesn't matter what you think you've done. We can. She pulls him close, giving him a kiss. And Jason says, finally! So what do you think, princess? Artemis tells him it's okay. For a boy, just don't ever call her princess. Artemis then throws Jason out of the facility back onto the roof. Jason screams for her not to do it, but without any way of getting back up, all Jason can do is watch the facility implode upon itself. But before he can even mourn, he gets up asking, you're behind me, aren't you? He quickly spins back, kicking at Batman, and Batman catches his leg, lifting him up and throwing him onto his back. As Jason lays there, Batman reaches down, ripping the bat signal from his chest, and he begins to throw him away. Batman then tells him, I told you once before, if you ever left, it'd be by your own choice, not mine. Just then, he begins to hear something hissing, and red smoke begins to spread across that rooftop. Batman reaches for his belt, but an electrical arrow is shot into his hand, shocking him and knocking him out. Through the smoke, Roy Harper begins to pick up Jason, stating, easy does it. I got you now, bud. A few weeks go by, and Jason's standing on the beach aiming his gun, still bruised and broken from his fight with Bruce, stating that he was beaten to death with a crowbar once before, but that didn't hurt nearly as bad as he does right now. He struggles to pull the trigger, and as he focuses on the coconut in front of him, the gun goes off. The recoil from it throws Jason off balance and onto his back, and when he looks up, he sees that he missed the coconut. Roy then kneels down asking, really? When you said you needed to lay down, I thought you meant in bed. Jason says, be a doll and hand me my gun. Roy then tells him, absolutely not. You know how many stitches you just ripped with that stunt? Roy holds out his arm to help Jason up, and as Jason grabs it, he tells him, I'm fine. I appreciate the help, but I don't need it. Roy puts Jason's arm over his shoulder, telling him that he's lucky that Batman did knock his head clean off the way that he was hitting him. Anyway, here we are, home sweet home. Jason looks up to see the crashed Tamaranian Star Cruiser and says that he can't believe that this thing is still standing. This is the base that he had at the beginning of the New 52 with Arsenal and Starfire. Roy tells him that he needs to quit being so stubborn. This ship still has alien tech that can help with his recovery process. Didn't their mutual princess patch him up before? Jason grabs onto the railing, telling him that he'll do it one step at a time. If he doesn't like that, he can fluff off. Roy tells him, oh, so sensitive yet G-rated. If you don't mind, it's time I got back to my super secret project that I can't even tell you about. Oh no, I said too much already. Jason tells him next time that he's left for dead, leave him for the dead. Roy waves, yelling, off to save the world by myself with nobody. And then he slams the door shut with the words, super top secret project, no Jasons allowed. Jason laughs to himself, stating, you're an idiot, sure, but your heart's in the right place. It's been almost a month since I've been able to stand and walk, and this ship doesn't remember anything. As Jason stands by the door, it opens up and a voice says, Jason Todd, enter. Jason looks up to see Princess Corey, Starfire, First Lady of the Outlaws. Corey says, I'll be praised. It's been too long. Jason smiles and says that he didn't think that she'd be here. And Corey tells him that she's not. This is a holographic interaction pre-recorded, triggered by your signature biorhythmics. I'm sorry that I'm not able to help you with whatever problems have brought you home, but you should always feel like you're among family here. Jason sighs, taking a seat, stating, yeah, right, because I'm so good at being a part of a family. Meanwhile, in Roy's super secret project room, he sits in front of a hologram of Croc, stating that he needs to shoot Amanda a thank you letter for allowing this. Croc tells him that she'll get her pound of flesh, is what she does. Roy goes on telling him that he just wants to be able to help his friend. He just can't figure out the outlaws. Croc tells him, I hear you. I got a friend who can't pull his own head out of his butt either. But really, are you in any position to help when your own life is crap? Roy looks down, telling him, truth bombs. Haha. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. Croc tells him, sure you do. Maybe it's time to go back to rehab. And Roy says, I might know a place. Croc then tells him, great, give him a call. Roy
Croc
says,
is
right
like
now isn't good. I'm in
everybody's
the middle of something, but let me
uncle
finish
in
here and I'll go.
this,
I promise.
run.
Croc tells him,
It's gonna help
first
Roy
live
get
an
into
addict's
rehab,
kid.
though.
Life always
He
starts
went from
tomorrow.
eating
Roy
people
laughs, telling him,
to
you're
taking
not such
people
bad
to
guy. How did I
rehab.
get so lucky to have a sponsor like
It's a
you?
good
Croc
evolution.
thinks back, telling him, I don't really recall luck having much to do with it. It's who made the change. But I need to go in the meantime work the program. Back over with Jason, the computer tells him analysis complete, no sign of. But Jason hits the table, shouting, again! The computer runs the scan again, repeating, analysis complete, no sign of Artemis or Bizarro anywhere in the known multiverse. No known life forms exist. A few weeks go by again, and Roy wakes up knocking on Jason's door to wake him up, and when he opens the door, he finds Jason not there. Roy laughs, telling himself, that can't be good. Over in the training room, Jason hangs upside down, telling himself that he doesn't care what the computer says. He knows that they're out there and they will be together again. A few moments go by, and Roy walks in telling Jason, welcome back to the land of the living. And Jason tells him, you're a few years late to that particular salutation. Jason then swings around into a flip, landing on the ground, and Roy asks, does that mean you're ready to get back to work? And Jason laughs, telling him, I thought you'd never ask. Again. The next day, Jason and Roy fly out, and while on the plane, Jason says that he's sorry. And Roy asks for what? And Jason tells him he's got things pretty wrapped up. He hasn't had a best friend like him in a while, and he hasn't asked how he's doing. Roy looks at the window, telling him honestly, he face-planted off the wagon more than once since they broke up the little Red Hood Arsenal thing. There was a few times that he wanted to call him, but he just didn't feel like he could let him down. Jason tells him that's not even possible. He's the bravest guy that he's ever known. Anyone can get knocked down, but he keeps getting back up. Roy taps his bottle onto Jason's soda, telling him, getting back up, and Jason tells him, every time. Later, after the plane lands at the hospital, Jason asks why are they in Beijing, and Roy explains that he did a lot of research on something called the Underlife. It's sort of like an umbrella consortium of sorts. The Yakuza Mafia cartels, pretty much anybody going by anything large scale, they work together under a certain set of rules. Jason says, using a word like consortium, it's impressive all on its own, but why them? Roy says because he tracked down the bad opiate shipment that caused 300 people in the States to become hospitalized. And guess who's responsible? Jason says that he's going to assume it's Susie Sue, seeing how she's currently still recovering from whatever. The two look at her in the hospital bed, and she's laying there with several medical devices hooked up to her. Roy says that it's got to be a cover. Her charts state that she has had catastrophic liver failure, and she's been in critical condition for a month. If she was behind the drugs, she would have needed help. Jason says that Susie was never about delegating things, though. She's always been on the outs with her family, blood and crime. The two step into an elevator, and while they talk, a nurse asks if they can hold the door for a second. Jason whispers, asking if that bag has his hood. He's probably gonna need it. Roy starts to pull down his glasses, telling him, sure thing, but anyone else smelling gun oil, or is it just me? The elevator dings as it reaches the roof, and when it opens, 4 women inside begin to attack Jason and Roy, and the doctor with the blue hair shouts, "We are the sisters of Susie Sue!" Everyone stumbles out, and the doctor goes on stating that the woman with the mask is Knight. She's Blanc. The blonde is Candy, and the other is Anastasia. But as the Sue sisters try to attack, Jason uses their numbers to attack each other. And while Roy takes care of Knight, the two look at Candy, telling her that she can walk away. Roy then asks, "Wait, you look like you're 14. Candy shouts, "I am 16 and I won't back down. I'm a Sue." Jason then tries deflecting Candy's attack, asking why are they here. Every time that he's talked to Susie, she said that her family hated her. Candy manages to get a kick in, asking, "Seriously? We're sisters. And even if we're mad at each other, we'll fight to the death for each other." She jumps over Jason, punching Roy, and as the two are knocked down, Roy grabs an arrow, telling him, "It's time." And Jason yells, "Don't," as in, "do not." Seconds later, the roof explodes as the girls are knocked down to the lower level, with Roy holding Jason as they float on his propeller arrow. Jason sighs, stating, "Have I told you recently how much I hate this thing?" And Roy tells him, "Sure, next time I'll carry the shovel Red Hood off the sidewalk arrow." As the two land, Jason tells him, "We just want to know who sent the bad shipment. We're not going to ask again." Candy tells him that they'll compromise. They can tell them by carving it into their corpses. Just then a voice shouts, "Enough," and from the stairway, Susie shouts that if there's anybody that's going to beat the crap out of her worthless siblings, it's going to be her. Susie turns to the boys, stating that she heard about the stupid shipment. The whole thing was a setup. Someone in the underlife, an American, which sucks because the whole point of being in the underlife is carving out territories and respecting boundaries. Jason tells her, "Well, all right then. Don't do it again." And Roy says, "Yeah, what he said." While everyone walks Susie back to her room, Candy turns around, sticking her tongue out at Jason. Later back in the States, Jason and Roy drive down the road, with Roy pulling over and Jason asking what's up. Roy says actually there's a place that he's heard about. Rehab for capes. Sort of. He's gonna go and he's gonna give that a shot. Jason gets out grabbing his bag, telling him, "No problem. I'll track down these leads so we can catch up later." Roy gets out telling him, "You call me brave, but the truth is, I drink because I'm scared. Sometimes I'm scared because I think I'm gonna die. More times I'm scared I will wake up and have a whole new day to prove to the world how much of a failure I am. You said you're going through stuff too, so maybe you want to come?" Jason tells him that he knows what he thinks about rehab. It's for quitters. And Roy stares, and then a second later the two burst out laughing. And Roy says, "You're such an ass. If you ever wonder why people hate you, don't." Jason wipes the tear from his face, stating that his family at least had to put up with him. But he's the idiot who chose Roy to be his best friend. Roy tells him, "See? You need therapy." The two hug, and Roy says, "I'll be seeing you, Jaybird." And Jason, in his mind, says, "Count on it. Godspeed, Roy." Moments before the Outlaws' headquarters imploded on itself, though, the quantum door opened up, and as Artemis told Jason to never call her princess again, she was thrown out onto the ground. Time passed, and Artemis felt a hand tapping on her face. She woke up to see Bizarro, and Bizarro told her, "Do not be mad at her. But me looked through your body for broken bones. You're going to be fine." Artemis tells him, "Thanks. How long was I out?" Bizarro says, "Out where? Me stopped counting moons. Me wanted to wake you and say sorry. Me did not want to pull you into Big Door. Bizarro did not want Ship to smash Gotham, so me." Artemis grabs him and hugs him, telling him to hush, they're together. Everything else will just get better. And Bizarro smiles, telling her, "You am smart." Artemis then looks around, asking, "Do you know where we are? This place is all destroyed." And Bizarro tells her, "Someplace not nice, but good news. Doorway can still take us back to." But as he begins to speak, the quantum doorway begins to splinter and it falls on Bizarro's head and breaks. He sighs, and then as they look up, he asks, "Red Her, what am me looking at?" And Artemis tells him that she can't say for sure, but she very much is hoping that this is an alternate reality. Bizarro tells her, "Me agree, me guess." And before the two of them, we see the Justice League Hall of Justice, but here it reads, Hall of Punishment. And another full story is complete right here at the Comicstorian channel. Now this concluded the Rebirth storyline, and we've done some of the storylines that have come after this. It's the one where he goes to the Midwest, and Roy Harper ended up dying and stuff like that. A lot of stuff has happened overall. So if you want to know what's next going on with the Red Hood, we'll put the playlist down below, and you can follow it down there, or you can subscribe to the channel to get up-to-date news. Welcome to Comicstorian, where we take the lore behind your favorite video games, movies, and comic books, and we break them down into an audio drama, allowing you to get caught up in your favorite storylines while getting on with your busy day. Today, we're going to be doing the storyline of Hush. Now, for old viewers, you know how this works. Basically, we have old videos that are in a playlist, and they're kind of difficult to find. Since they're older videos, we put them together into a full story, making the search just that much easier for you. And today, we're going to be doing the Batman Hush storyline. Originally, originally this was 3 videos, now it's going to be a single video right here on the channel, since there's a movie out called Batman Hush that doesn't follow this at all. Either way, I hope you guys enjoyed today's full story.
Batman wasn't always Batman. He started his life as a young boy named Bruce Wayne. He had a wonderful childhood until the day that he lost his parents in a mugging down Crime Alley.
Oh, Batman Hush.
That day, he made it his life's goal to prevent
Yeah,
any
mixed
more
feelings
death
on
by
Hush.
any means that he could. The family butler, Alfred, tried his best to raise Bruce like he was his own son, but eventually, Bruce vanished. And he trained with the greatest minds in criminology, martial arts, and the craft of detecting, only to return and try his best to clear out all crime in Gotham. But he quickly discovered that he needed to strike fear into the hearts of the villains, so he therefore set off as Batman. While this did aid him in preventing much of the crime in Gotham now, and he did have Alfred and his wards, he was lacking in one area of his life due to his choice profession. He was lacking in love. Our tale begins with Batman swinging onto the deck of a tanker. There's a young boy being held captive there, and he has 2 minutes to get in and get him out before the kidnapper returns and finds him. They've demanded $1 million in cash, but Batman is here to ensure that they don't get it. The power is quickly cut to the tanker due to the FBI trying to make their own move, but Batman cuts through the guards and finds the location of the young boy. He blows out the door to the boy's cell, and the little one looks up at him. "You're Batman!" "Yes," he tells him as he grabs him and they launch out of the holding cell. Everything is going according to plan, except that once Batman gets back to the deck of the ship, the kidnapper has caught up. Killer Croc comes running and swiping at Batman, holding the briefcase that contains the ransom. "You shouldn't have come here! This doesn't involve you!" But Batman dodges and moves faster than Croc. While he has strength and sheer power, Batman has his agility. "I was off by 11 seconds, Batman thinks to himself as he ducks underneath Croc, coming in for a bite, and then he headbutts him before kicking him back. While the two of them are facing off, a grappling hook comes in out of nowhere and grabs the briefcase that contains the money. Batman quickly grabs a nearby chain from the boat. He wraps it around Croc's mouth and then he strings him up just before the FBI arrive. It's then that he notices the money is missing. So using his infrared goggles, he looks around and sees Catwoman fleeing the scene. Another bat rope goes off and he begins to chase Catwoman, shouting, "Stop!" But this is a game that they've played many times before, and she looks back at him. "What took you so long?" This isn't like her, he thinks. She steals jewels, museum pieces, and things from private homes, but stealing someone else's take? That's not her style. Just like kidnapping isn't Croc's style. Someone else is behind all of this. They race through the city, leaping over alleyways and streets filled with traffic, but she's always one step ahead of him. "Like the view is the only thing that you're gonna catch tonight," she yells back, enjoying their little game. But Batman replies with, "Don't be so sure," just as someone cuts the bat rope. He begins to fall into the alleyway beneath them, and once Catwoman realizes that he isn't chasing her anymore, she looks back asking, "Batman?" But he's busy because there's nothing to grab onto, nothing to stop his fall, and no way to prevent what's about to happen. He falls headfirst into Crime Alley. Oracle comes over the comms quickly. "Batman, are you okay?" But he doesn't reply. She realizes that this is not good, as she can see heat signatures moving towards him, so she puts out an all-points bulletin to the friends of the Bat family. And the woman that answers is the Huntress. She comes racing in on her motorcycle and she kicks the teeth out of the thugs that are there. She then uses her bow staff and slick moves as she quickly dispatches every random thug that tries to approach Batman. She then calls into Oracle. "I'm done, everyone's down." So Oracle moves the Batmobile in, and Huntress loads him up as Oracle closes the doors and tells Huntress, "I'm sure he'll want to thank you himself." But Huntress loads up onto her bike and tells Oracle, "This is me holding my breath." High above everything, a man in a trench coat and bandaged face watches over the whole event. Meanwhile, Catwoman makes her way to Poison Ivy's garden high atop of one of Gotham's rooftops. She slowly walks in and hands her the money. That's it. Not a man or a woman can resist Poison Ivy. Ivy says with a smile as she looks back at Catwoman. She then brings the money to her mysterious benefactor. Batman is brought back to the Batcave where Alfred realizes Batman has a fractured skull. Somehow, Bruce manages to tap his finger in Morse code, and he tells Alfred the name, Thomas Elliot. The Bat family quickly stages a car crash, and Bruce is admitted to the local hospital where the world-famous surgeon Thomas Elliot arrives to perform brain surgery on our fallen knight. But the question is, who is Thomas Elliot? Well, Bruce had a life before his parents died, and one of his friends, well, really his only friend, was Thomas Elliot. He was a young boy from the Elliot family, and Bruce and him would spend hours playing games and messing with each other. Until one night, Thomas's parents were in a car crash, and it was up to Bruce's father to save them. Bruce swore to Thomas that his father was the best, and he could save both of Thomas's parents. But when he came back, he told them that he was only able to save Thomas's mother. He was furious with Bruce for lying to him, and he punched him across the jaw. Back in the modern day, Bruce recovers from his head injury, and within days of being released from the hospital, he's back on the trail of whatever was going on that night. His first stop is to go by Killer Croc's cell and see if he can get any information out of whoever hired him. But Croc says nothing, and instead, he breaks the glass around his cell. He pushes Batman aside and he makes his way to the sewer exit, yelling, "I'm gonna get out of here and get my money!" Luckily, when they brought him in, Batman had a homing device placed into his spine. So he takes off with the Batmobile to catch him, asking Oracle where the signal is moving to. But before Batman can converge on Croc's signal, someone shoots out the front left bat tire. The Batmobile spins out of control and flips over a building, landing into an alleyway. He quickly knocks out the glass and looks around. This shouldn't have happened, he thinks to himself. Those tires are reinforced Kevlar and they're filled with petroleum jelly. You would have to know exactly where to blow one out to do so. Oracle begins to ask him if he's okay, but he tells her, whatever you do, don't lose Croc's signal. Croc, meanwhile, is scaling the building where Ivy's garden is located, and at the top he finds Catwoman sneaking around looking for something. Hello, kitty. He steps in with the rain pouring around him. I want my money! And then he swipes at Catwoman, forcing her to fall back. It was Poison Ivy, Catwoman tries to tell him. Wrong answer. Poison Ivy contacted me in Arkham to tell me that you had it, and you'd be here tonight. He then grabs Catwoman, lifting her off the ground and licking the side of her head. Catwoman tries to defend herself. We've been set up. Ivy was supposed to meet me here, and she used me to get that money. She then reels back, trying to get out of the range of Croc's mouth, and screams, I don't have the money! So he tells her that there's no reason not to kill you. But Batman's hurt enough as he throws a bat rope around Croc's mouth again, and then he launches a grappling hook into the nearby wall, throwing Croc out of the building. The only way out of this, Croc, is to talk to me. Someone is playing all of us. You, me, Catwoman, and maybe even Ivy. You have to trust me, Croc. So Croc looks up at him. Look at me! Look at what I've become! The money was to fix me! But before Batman can get any more information out of him, the FBI arrives shooting at both Batman and Croc. Batman says under his breath, idiots, and he takes cover, but Croc jumps up at their helicopter, only to find himself trapped in a net. As they leave with Croc, Batman stares into the night wondering, who is behind all of this? Very few people have the power and knowledge to manipulate Croc, Ivy, and Catwoman. And while he's standing there thinking, the man in the trench coat and bandaged face is watching the whole thing from a distance. 6 nights pass and Batman can't find any trace of Ivy, nor can he find anything on Croc. He thinks to himself that he will find it eventually. But Catwoman then arrives and tells Batman, I found Ivy, she's in Metropolis, and I want to go there with you. He stands there silently. So she leans in and she places her hands on his chest. Listen, you saved me. You have more than once throughout the years, and I don't think I've ever properly thanked you. But Batman stands his ground. Don't. So she leans in for the kiss. Aren't you curious at all? Batman grabs her by the shoulders and holds her close as they kiss by the moonlight. At long last, Batman feels the love that he's been missing in his life, and it's with the woman that he was probably always meant to be with. Catwoman pulls back, preparing to leave. Play your cards right and there will be more of that. But Batman grabs her shoulder. Hey now, I'm not one of your toy wonders. But he instead hands her a ring. Is this a promise ring or something? Press it when you find Ivy if you find her before me. I'll see you in Metropolis. The next day, Bruce Wayne flies into Metropolis. There isn't much use for Batman in that city, but Bruce Wayne owns the Daily Planet. Why can't he come by for a visit? At the airport, Thomas Elliot sees his old friend and he calls out to him, Bruce! And they share a car together while Thomas asks Bruce how he's holding up from the surgery. Bruce thanks him and tells him how grateful he really is for saving him. But Thomas tells him that he doesn't care about that. He wants to make sure that Bruce is taking care of himself. You aren't Superman, you know. He then gets off at the Daily Planet to say hello to his favorite reporter, Lois Lane, before heading off to see the current CEO of LexCorp, Talia al Ghul. He asks her to find whoever is dealing with a chemical known as ethylene, and she agrees, but she also comments on how different he seems, and she isn't sure she likes it. But their meeting is cut short by Catwoman buzzing his bat belt. She's found Ivy. Catwoman called Batman to the top of a moving train where she comments on the Chanel 5 odor that Batman has on him. I wanted you to know why I wanted to see Poison Ivy before you. She took control of my mind and made me do things that I may have been prone to, but it wasn't my decision to do those things for her. She violated me, and no one treats me like that, understood? Batman agrees with his silence because he doesn't know what to say or do. He kissed her. He kissed Catwoman. At her greenhouse, Catwoman tries to pretend that she's under Ivy's spell still, but Ivy doesn't fall for it, and they begin to fight it out. Catwoman gains the upper hand only to have Ivy's vines wrap around her throat and begin to strangle her. Batman decides to step in at that moment with a batarang, setting Catwoman free, and Ivy sees him. You brought your champion, I see. Well, so did I. The entire building begins to lift off the ground, and just before the entire thing is thrown into the harbor, Batman sees him. No, not here, not now, not him! As Batman runs over to check on Catwoman, Superman is floating overhead. What hit us, Catwoman asks, and Batman replies with, he did. Tell me you have a plan, she asks, worried. I know him, I do. I know what his next move will be, Batman thinks to himself. But he doesn't know what mine is. So Batman grabs Catwoman and leaps into the harbor as Superman fires his heat vision, destroying everything around the area. Batman throws a mouthpiece onto both Catwoman and himself, but he sees her struggling. Cats and water don't mix, but she'll have to trust him. They make their way to the lead-lined sewers of Metropolis that LexCorp had installed, and they begin to run down them. We can't outrun him. He's faster than well, you know, Catwoman says as they push themselves. But they aren't running. Batman stops right where he wants to, and he pulls out the kryptonite ring, and then he turns to Catwoman. You know your part. Grab any three of them. It'll be the gal, Catwoman tells him. I know his type, and it'll get the best reaction. She then jumps on him and kisses him. Why did you? Because later tonight, you might not be able to do that. And on that note, she turns to run as they hear somebody punching down the walls. That's my cue, Catwoman yells as she runs away. Crash! The wall behind Batman comes down as Superman has arrived. In response to his arrival, Batman uses everything he has to haymaker Superman with the ring. He then continues to lay it on thick. Over and over, he punches Superman in the head. Listen to me, I've opened the gas main, so if you create a spark with your heat vision, you'll destroy the entire block, and you know what building we're under. Then, before Superman can respond, Batman hits his hypersonics, forcing Superman back. And then Superman responds by freezing the gadget, and Batman blinds it with a flash grenade. He then launches a grappling hook at Superman. It's all about timing, he thinks to himself, and that's not easy with a man faster than a speeding, well, you know. Clark, about that gas main, I lied. And Batman leaps out of the hole that Superman made, allowing him to punch the voltage box that Batman was blocking. As Batman gets his bearings on the street, Superman breaks through the ground. You hurt me. This ends now. And with that, Superman grabs a car. Batman stops him. Look up. You can save her or you can fight me. It's your choice, not Poison Ivy's. So Superman looks up to see the Daily Planet in front of him, and Catwoman holding Lois Lane over the ledge. Then, Catwoman drops her. She screams as Superman is instantly back to his former self. He rockets in to catch her as he always does. With the whole ordeal behind them, Batman and Superman head to the rooftop of the Daily Planet for a talk.
Hit the bathroom. Be back in 1 minute. Alright, I'm back.
Ivy had help. I don't know who gave her the green K lipstick so that she could control you, but she didn't make that. We need to find her, Batman tells Soups, and Soups tells him, I don't think that either of us can find her in time, but I do know someone who can, and I need a new uniform for my fortress anyway. So they get the one superhero that Poison Ivy wasn't expecting, and they use Crypto, the super dog, to track her down. Catwoman ends up knocking out Poison Ivy, and Superman looks to
Crypto
her.
for the
Was that
save
really
again.
necessary? But both Catwoman and Batman tell him, yes. Catwoman gets to watch the dog while Batman and Superman have a chat. Superman tells Batman that he made the right choice by giving him the ring, because he's always the detective, and you're ever the Boy Scout. They shake hands and they part ways, but during this entire little adventure in Metropolis, one individual with a trench coat and a bandaged face has been watching. Batman returned to Gotham, where he decided to take a night off from the whole investigation to go to the opera, with his friend Thomas Elliot, Leslie Tompkins, and Selina Kyle. While Bruce Wayne may know that Selina is actually Catwoman, she doesn't know that Bruce Wayne is Batman, and they begin to enjoy a nice relaxing night as friends. That is, until the clown on stage begins to bend over, tearing open her costume and laughing. Opera schmopera, Harley Quinn shouts as she stands there and the quartet puts on masks as Harley Quinn's gang. She begins to jump around the opera using spring boots while her gang is robbing the rich and the famous, until she sees Bruce Wayne. She jumps up there onto the balcony, she looks at him. Ain't you zillionaire Bruce Wayne? And then she glances over at Selina. Hey, you look awfully familiar, sister. Have you ever spent time in Arkham? No, Selina tells her coldly. Harley shrugs it off and looks at Thomas Elliot. Then she holds her gun to Tommy's face and takes the necklace from around his neck. Bruce looks and remembers that that is the necklace that Tommy's mother used to wear, and it's the last thing that Tommy owns that was hers. Harley jumps back using her spring boots, and then she begins to shoot wildly into the audience. Both Selina and Leslie take cover, and Selina looks around. Bruce! Only to realize that billionaire Bruce Wayne has fled in fear. Men, she says to herself as she realizes that she needs to save Leslie herself. Meanwhile, on stage, Batman has mysteriously appeared. He makes quick work of Harley's goons, and then he begins to make his move on her herself. And as he goes in to apprehend her, she drops the sandbag on his head, knocking the wind out of him as he was still recovering from his head injury in our last adventure. Harley presses her gun against Batman's head. Ivy and I had a sweet thing going before this whole thing got started. Maybe I should just go off book and blow your brains out and end it right now. But before she can shoot Batman, Catwoman leaps in to save him. Badly conceived, badly acted, badly staged. The audience wants their money back. And as Harley falls over, she just says, everybody's a critic. Catwoman begins to wail on Harley, so Harley uses her spring boots to make a fast getaway with Catwoman chasing her. The stage begins to fall apart due to all of the fighting, and Catwoman begins to fall to her death because she doesn't have spring boots to get away. But instead of chasing Harley, Batman stops and catches Catwoman. The audience goes wild! This is the most amazing show that they've ever seen! And then Catwoman looks up at her White Knight. Don't you ever save me over going for that villain again. I'm not some kid that you took in. And then she passes out before she can finish. Harley begins to run behind the stage looking for the exit, but Thomas Elliot is standing there waiting for her. Give me back what you stole, he shouts at her, and she kicks him in the stomach and keeps on running, with him getting up to chase her as fast as he can. Batman kicks out the back exit and he finds himself in an alley with rain pouring around him. And as he begins to chase Harley, he hears a gunshot go off. He turns around and he sees Thomas Elliot shot through the chest and the Joker standing there laughing. Now that's how you make an entrance, he tells Batman. Batman doesn't care anymore as he throws the Joker into a wall and he begins to punch him over and over. This is the Joker. He shot Barbara Gordon. He shot Jim Gordon's wife. He killed Jason Todd. And now he's killed Thomas Elliot, one of Bruce Wayne's only friends. Batman just doesn't care anymore. This ends now. And he continues to beat on the Joker over and over. And the Joker tries his best to get it out through all the blood. Stop! It wasn't me! I know it looks bad, but it wasn't me, Bats! But Batman doesn't believe him. He begins to knock the Joker's teeth out, and he puts him down to the ground, and then he begins to strangle him. Even Harley can't save him as Batman just throws her aside. He's done with this! So Catwoman tries to stop him. She takes her whip and she throws it around Batman's neck. I don't want to fight you, but I will keep you from doing something that you regret. But once again, Batman just yanks on the whip, pulling her towards him, and he knocks her out. Then he pauses from strangling the Joker long enough to pick her up and gently put her down in the back of the alley. He then jumps on the Joker to finish off what he was doing as the Joker yells, "Help! Wildman! Madman! Batman!" No one can stop Batman. He will end this. At least until Gordon shoots the ear off of his cowl. "Stand up and put your hands in the air," he shouts at Batman. But Batman ignores him, and he continues. "Think about what you're doing, Batman. You don't want to go down this path." And Batman keeps strangling the Joker. My God, you have thought this through. Batman, I can only appeal to you through our friendship. I wouldn't let you do this when he shot my daughter or he killed my wife. I don't know how I can stop you, but I won't let you throw your life away. And finally, Batman stops, and he turns to Gordon. Jim. Gordon tells him that if he goes through with this, he'll be no different than the Joker himself, and he will bring the full force of the police down on Batman and have him arrested. Batman looks down at his bloodied gloves, while the Joker struggles to say one more time, "I'm innocent." As Gordon walks Batman out of the alley as friends, up above them is a man with a bandaged face looking down. He sees what's going on. He sees it all. He then flips a coin, and on one side we can see a scratched up surface as he says to himself, "He is innocent. Don't you get the joke?" After another funeral in his life, one of far too many, Batman goes back to the Batcave where he begins to try and put together this whole thing. The Joker was holding a smoking gun, and Tommy's body was just lying there. He saw what he was supposed to see. He bounces a few ideas off of Nightwing and he asks him for his opinion on Catwoman, when Oracle phones in that the Riddler has hijacked an armored car. Since the whole Riddler thing doesn't appear to be attached to whatever else is going on, Nightwing and Batman take this time to discuss what's going on with him and Catwoman. And after a long talk, Nightwing tells Batman, "Look, as Bruce or Batman, all of your relationships have fallen apart because you refuse to tell the woman you're with the truth. Tell her, Bruce. You don't want to screw this one up." Batman and Nightwing stop the Riddler and they take back the money. But something is odd. Whoever's been manipulating the villains of Gotham has apparently overlooked the Riddler. Why? All of the other villains that have been involved were given tasks outside of their normal jobs to do, but the Riddler, he's just robbing a bank. He's always robbed banks. And just as Batman is prepared to write the Riddler off as having just chosen a bad night to commit this crime, he hits his ultraviolet lights and he sees something odd. Ash from the Lazarus Pit is scattered all over the armored truck. Was the Riddler involved and he didn't even know it? Two major things happen next. The bandaged man arrives at Arkham to talk to the Joker, while Batman sets up a meeting with Catwoman. In Arkham, the bandaged man tells Joker that he is free to go on bail. That he in fact handled it for the Joker. But the Joker is skeptical. "Call me crazy, but I'm not going anywhere with a bandaged man." Meanwhile, Batman explains to Catwoman that his life has always been ruined because he's had two separate lives, and he's tired of that happening. So the bandaged man begins to remove his bandages, while Batman is removing his cowl. And we discover that this bandaged man is Harvey Dent. And someone has corrected his face for him. He's no longer Two-Face. Meanwhile, Catwoman looks in shock as she realizes Batman is actually Bruce Wayne. Back on the case, Batman decides that he's going to pay Ra's al Ghul a visit to discover why there was Lazarus Pit ash in that armored car. And he kidnaps Talia al Ghul and he leaves her under Catwoman's protection while traveling halfway around the world to battle Ra's and get answers. He learns a few interesting things. Someone has been messing with the Lazarus Pit, and this has infuriated the great Ra's. But he does in fact have no idea who did it. So, as with most of Batman's leads, this has gone nowhere. While he's busy with that, a man breaks into the home of Commissioner Gordon. Jim, being the shrewd cop that he is, pulls his gun out and demands that the person put their hands in the air, which they do. "Put the gun down, Jimbo. I just want to talk." Shocked, Jim looks at him. "Two-Face? No, it's me, Harvey Dent. We need to help Batman, Jim. I had my licenses reinstated by the state, and the Bat is going to need us. The Joker was innocent, and you know it, Jim. I was the one that called you, and I had you in that alley that night. How can you know that, Jim demands. It's all a part of a game, Jim. Like it or not, we're two pieces in a massive game against the Batman. How much longer do you want to play? Batman and Catwoman are trying to figure out what their next move is to solve this mystery when Tim Drake jumps in to fight against Catwoman. You shouldn't be here, he tells her. You must have seduced him or something. They go back and forth until Batman himself steps in and tells them, enough. You can't trust her, Batman. But Batman takes off his cowl. Bringing her here and telling her my identity was my choice. Tim Drake just looks at him. You told her? Frustrated over all of this, Catwoman walks away and takes one of the bat bikes and rides off. And then Tim turns to Batman. You think she bought it? There's only one way to find out, Batman tells him, and they follow Catwoman. She rides off angry. This whole thing is a big mess. For a guy that's a loner, Batman sure has a lot of strings. But then something gets her attention. Huntress races up to her on her own motorcycle, talking gibberish. And then she begins to fight with Catwoman. The two of them are going at it, and Catwoman doesn't understand why Huntress is fighting her. But Batman and Robin are looking on. They followed her all the way to this point, and they've been watching the two of them fight it out. Stay here, Robin, and watch. I need you to see what we can't see. And then he leaps in to separate Huntress and Catwoman. Batman throws Catwoman a vial and says, use this on Huntress, it'll put her to sleep. And Catwoman looks up in surprise. You were following me? But back up top, Robin is looking down on the entire situation. He's supposed to be looking around to see who's behind all of this. And since he's not paying attention, he gets sucker punched by our bandaged man. Without realizing what's going on, Batman turns to Catwoman. Be ready to move. And just then, Scarecrow comes riding in on Huntress's motorcycle. Batman sees him, and it all starts to come together. He grabs Scarecrow and he pins him against the wall. You did the profile work. You're the one that set up the Joker, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, Killer Croc, Catwoman, me, and the Huntress. It's your toxin right now that's affecting her so that she fights against Catwoman. But the Scarecrow looks up at him. My gas should be affecting you! But before any more answers can come out of the Scarecrow, a batarang nicks him in the head, knocking him out. Batman turns to see our bandaged man in a trench coat. The same man that's been watching everything that's been going on since the beginning, and is supposedly in charge of all of this. He's standing there holding Tim Drake. Do you even care about this imposter? This pretender? Batman stares him down. Let the boy go. Who are you? The bandages begin to peel back, and they fall off of his face, revealing Jason Todd. The Robin that Batman lost. He was murdered by the Joker years ago, and Tim Drake is the replacement Robin. It is not, in fact, Harvey Dent like we've been led to believe. Before Jason can do any harm to Tim Drake, Catwoman leaps in, throwing Jason off balance and getting Tim out of there. Batman jumps in and begins to swing at Jason, yelling back at Catwoman, I told you to stay with Huntress. And Robin looks at her. Aw, I didn't know you cared. I don't, but if anything happened to you, he'd be hell to live with, Catwoman tells him. With no one in harm's way, Batman doesn't hold back anymore, and neither does Jason Todd. You always saw me as second rate, never as good as your other Robins. And as he takes Batman to the ground because Batman has stopped fighting, he shouts, How could you let me die? Come on, fight me, you owe me that, show me some respect, Batman. You know, you'd be amazed at the number of people that wanted to get involved. So many people wanted revenge against you. But Batman sees an opening, and he stabs Jason in the leg with a batarang, and then he begins to punch him. If you are who you say you are, then you'd know that thinking that this was a game is what got Robin killed. And realizing that this isn't Jason, Batman begins to swing over and over until our imposter flees from the scene. Batman shoots his grappling hook, and he follows with Catwoman trying to follow behind him, but Tim holds her back. He needs to do this. Even if that isn't Jason, Jason's death still haunts him. Why do you think he has a memorial to Jason in the Batcave? On the rooftop of the nearby building, the Jason imposter begins to get the upper hand on Batman. I have to admit, I'm a tad disappointed. You were distracted by Catwoman, and then the death of Thomas Elliot sent you over. You even chased the Joker and Ra's al Ghul, but you never figured out who it was, and it was in front of you the entire time. Batman thinks back and he realizes that the Jason imposter is slightly right. Batman falling into Crime Alley because his grappling hook was cut at the start of our story, and the front left tire of the Batmobile blowing out was the exact same tire that Jason was stealing when they met. It was all designed to make Batman think that this was Jason Todd from the start. But Batman doesn't buy it, and he grabs the imposter. You are not the Robin who died! There was one defining fact that proved to Batman that this Robin couldn't be Jason Todd. He never called him Bruce. Then the Jason Todd imposter melts away into a pile of clay. It was Clayface the entire time. Catwoman and Tim arrive on the scene and they inform Batman that the Huntress has left taking the motorcycle, and then they clear up this whole does Batman trust Catwoman thing. He explains that he does trust her. She's one of the few individuals that he does, but he needed to find this person. But Batman is still frustrated because if this wasn't orchestrated by Jason Todd, then there is still a mastermind behind all of this, and all of the clues pointed to Jason Todd. So who else could it be? Batman decides to head over to the clock tower because Oracle is sitting in there trying to make sense out of all of this. None of this is making sense. It's all been arranged to mess with Batman's mind. His villains are all acting differently and under someone else's orders. Killer Croc was kidnapping and demanding a ransom. Poison Ivy was using Catwoman, one of her friends, to steal that money. The Joker was set up to look like he had killed somebody. And Harley Quinn, well, she was just being Harley Quinn, but she was with the Joker. Then whoever was behind this was trying to make him think that Jason Todd was revived by the Lazarus Pit and is back to haunt him. And now it would appear that Scarecrow arranged this entire plan. What the heck is going on? But then Oracle asks Batman a rather peculiar question. When you hurt your head, what made you think of Thomas Elliot as your surgeon? Why did you request him? And Batman turns to her. Why? She shows him an electronic relay that was patched into their computers, one that would flash a single image of Thomas Elliot in between their communications, implanting the idea of Thomas Elliot into Batman's mind. And there's only one person that could have rigged that up: Harold. Harold was a mute hunchback man that Batman gave a job to a long time ago, and he had a remarkable ability with computers. So Batman took him in and allowed him to help with the Bat computers. So Batman has Oracle set up a meeting on the Gotham Bridge on a stormy night, and he approaches it to see Harold there. What did he give you to get you to betray me, Harold? And Harold turns around. Happiness. You could speak! He offered to fix me if I would just put in that relay. He knew who you were behind that mask, and he knew about the cave. Harold, I can forgive you. The desire for happiness is a very powerful one. Just tell me who's behind all of this. But before Harold can reply, 2 bullets go through his throat and his head. Batman turns around to see our bandaged man in the trench coat once again. It wasn't Harvey Dent. It wasn't Jason Todd. Who is this man? Oh, was that a friend of yours, Bruce? And he opens fire on Batman, forcing him to jump onto the support beams of the bridge. He then jumps back down, kicking our masked man. The game ends tonight. And that's when Batman sees it. Thomas Elliot's necklace around the man's neck. As they fight, Batman begins to think to himself, he knows my name. He wears Thomas Elliot's necklace. He mentions things that only Thomas Elliot would know. But Thomas Elliot is dead. Who are you? Batman shouts at him. Don't you think that it's an odd coincidence that we are on this bridge tonight of all nights? Batman thinks back and he remembers. This is the bridge that Thomas Elliot's parents died on. Your father ruined my life, Bruce. He saved my mother. She was supposed to die, allowing me to inherit all of my family's money. Before Batman can even get his footing, though, an explosion goes off behind him, throwing him at Thomas Elliot's mercy. Thomas Elliot holds a gun down to Batman, ready to kill him, ready to end this. He's won, finally. Put your hands in the air and get on your knees, Gordon shouts as he arrives on the scene with his friend, Harvey Dent. Thomas Elliot looks up and he sees Harvey Dent. What are you doing here? You know the arrangement. But Harvey looks at him. Yeah, well, any good lawyer knows that agreements are meant to be broken. And he shoots Thomas Elliot in the chest, throwing him off of the bridge. Batman gets up and he jumps into the river
shit.
under those bandages.
I don't
he needs to know the
understand these
truth.
fucking
He needs to
rules.
see it for himself that this is Thomas Elliot. He swims around and he finds nothing, and then he goes back up to the bridge where Harvey Dent and Jim Gordon are. Harvey, explain. I did what I needed to do. Be there for Bats when he needed it most. Thomas Elliot
Every
fixed
time
my
they get the
face in
better end
exchange
of
for
the
my
deal.
help. If you search his
Just one
grave, I'm sure
time.
you'll find nothing
It'd be
more
great
than
if I could
clay
get the better
residue.
end.
So that was the master plan. This was all Thomas Elliot's scheme to get back at Bruce Wayne for his father allowing Thomas's mother to live. But he still doesn't buy it. So after a few days pass, Batman finally puts together who's actually behind all of this. Batman arrives at Arkham Asylum to accuse the one person smart enough to assemble all of this. Killer Croc, the Joker, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy, even getting Superman involved under Poison Ivy's influence, and Thomas Elliot included. The Riddler. He was dying of cancer, which is when he first met Thomas Elliot while getting his treatments in one of the local hospitals. But a Lazarus pit is what they used to cure him, and as they got to know each other, they realized that they had a common enemy. So the Riddler invented the Bandaged Man, the villain that he calls Hush. But the Riddler isn't through. He looks up. Riddle me this. Who is that under Batman's mask? And now, the world is my oyster.
I wish I understood
right,
how that fucking
The Batman just
worked.
stares him down.
I feel nothing
what time
when
is
I
it
win,
when an
'cause I
elephant
don't
sits on a
understand
fence?
it. Not at all.
Time to get a new fence. Everyone knows that one. It's worthless. And that's why I fear nothing from you.
finally got a good
You
trade.
had to tell Elliot, but no one else. Not even Clayface knew my name when he was playing Robin. I know you, Edward Nygma. Riddles are your addiction, and a riddle that everyone knows the answer to is worthless. The Riddler holds his finger up to stop Batman, but he realizes that Batman is right. Besides, if you ever did anything with my identity, I know Roz is very unhappy that someone used his Lazarus pits, and he might have a few words with you if I ever told him who
I
did it.
just don't get it.
Things are still not complete though, as Batman meets up with Catwoman to discuss their situation. He asks her, what if they were manipulated by the Riddler with everyone else? What if this love is just another one of the Riddler's schemes? But she tells him this isn't. This is real. He turns concerned though. I'm not good at this. Friends, partners, lovers, it all ends in betrayal and death. Tell that to Nightwing, Robin, Oracle. Do I need to go on? But what if something was affecting my mind? Batman says. And Catwoman leans in close. Hush. He grabs her by the hands. Why would you say that? You're hurting me, Bruce, Catwoman says to him. His mind begins to race. Is she a part of this? Can't he take that chance? And she looks at him. Bruce? So it's over. Listen, I don't need to know if this started as a spell or not. Forget about being a detective for once and remember that we are who we are. That's why this works. Maybe someday you'll come to trust that. And until then, as she leaves, Batman looks down, sad, because he can't trust anyone. And there you have it, the original Hush storyline. Now, here's the question. Did you enjoy the different version in the actual movie, or did you enjoy this one better?
Yeah,
I'm not going to
sucked.
say what changes there were. We're going to make a video about that later, because some people may or may not have these spoilers in front of them or have seen the movie yet. But I am going to say there were some pretty massive changes in the actual movie. So did you like those better, or did you like the original storyline more? Let me know in the comments down below, and I will talk to you next time right here at
One more from
Comicstorian.
this asshole.
Welcome to the Full Story series, where we go through our older videos and combine them into one massive movie, epic, awesome experience. You see, here at Comicstorian, we like to make individual videos where we dramatically narrate your favorite comic books, giving you kind of like a different tier on your comic book, so you can go read it yourself and get that experience, and you can go to ours where we cut out some of the filler and I pretend I know how to voice act. It's a really fun experience for us, and a lot of you guys seem to enjoy it. Well, recently we did a storyline known as Avengers No Surrender, and it's so long, I think it's 16 issues
That
off
is
the top of my
such
head,
shit.
we had to break it down into multiple videos. So today, you're gonna get the full Avengers No Surrender experience. I hope you enjoy. Over in Texas, the not-so-known Avenger Miguel Santos sits undercover on a sting trying to pick up on some chop shop mechanics and decides he's gonna play a game of cards. As the next hand is dealt, the shop owner looks around the corner asking, "What the hell are you doing?" And the mechanics tell him that they're just playing cards with the new client. But the shop owner shouts, "You idiots! This isn't our client. It's a damn superhero. It's the living lightning." Miguel sighs as he pulls his glasses down, thinking that this was just supposed to be an easy undercover job. But since they know who he is, maybe he'll give them an autograph. A few seconds later, there's a loud boom and the entire garage explodes when lightning strikes down upon it. Once the smoke clears, the FBI agents move in to clear up the area, and Miguel fixes his suit and he gets ready to head out. Miguel tells his friend Dan that maybe they should go get some dinner, and Dan asks, "Just dinner?" Miguel laughs, saying that his poker face is bad, huh? And just as Dan tells him it's the worst, there's another explosion, but this time, not just in Texas, but also in New York. Across the globe, many costumed heroes are witnessing the earthquakes in what appears to be an alien invasion. With all of the chaos happening, Vision contacts Alpha Flight Station requesting a status report. Is there anything that they are seeing from space? Carol Danvers sits in space staring, and Puck says that Earth is gone. No Earth.
no moon. Carol tells him to launch probes and implement long-range scans. Something has stolen their planet, and she wants to know what. Back on Earth, many of the heroes' communications begin to fail as they try to work out the details as to what is even happening. But as the heroes work to try and stop the disaster from claiming the lives of civilians, there's another shift in the ground. Along the fissure, Nadia Van Dyne and Edwin Jarvis are thrown off balance, and Nadia quickly suits up into her wasp costume. Jarvis tells Nadia that she needs to help who she can. He'll try to get to a safe place until all of this settles. She does just that, but as Jarvis begins to escape, he sees a young boy standing in the way of some of the falling debris. He rushes over to push the boy out of the way, and as the debris falls, it lands right on top of Jarvis. Over in San Diego, Rogue is working with her team to try and stop a massive tidal wave that is threatening to crash down on the beachfront and flood the surrounding areas. Janet Van Dyne asks if there's anything that they can do, and Johnny Storm tells her that he can try. As the wave starts to tower over everyone, Johnny focuses a blast of fire at the center of the wave to try and vaporize it. But as the water begins to part, Johnny exerts all of his energy, causing Janet to catch him by the leg, yelling that these wings are not meant for two people. However, the destruction is not just limited to these areas. New Mexico and Mount Vesuvius are also seeing their share of madness. While Citizen V, Roberto da Costa, and his team work on containing
what
the
am I
erupting
supposed to say to
Tony
that?
Ho finishes the calibrations on her device and flips the switch. A giant bubble forms around the volcano, and she yells, "There you go, one handy force field plug. That should hold."
Makes
For
no
now.
fucking
Roberto
sense.
tells everyone good work. Now they just need to
One
figure out where
tutorial.
their
Would it
satellites
fucking
went
kill
so that
them
they can contact.
for the
But
stupid
Squirrel
rules
Girl,
that make no
Doreen Green
sense?
says, we may have another problem that we need to deal with first. If there aren't supposed to be any satellites, what's burning in the sky?
give me a tutorial on how to
flaming
lay a
object
card
begins to
down
fly
on a
over Rome, and as
square,
it flies
but not
over the
for the fucking
Coliseum,
rules
it
that make
stops
no-
shooting down into the ground. Over
Just
in
nothing.
Washington, D.C.,
I mean,
T'Challa
nothing
contacts
really.
Steve Rogers, telling him that things are just as bad in Wakanda as everywhere else. This is starting to look like something cosmic. Steve tells him, "Cosmic really isn't in my wheelhouse. However, whatever's happening to Earth, all I can do is contain the damage. Hang on while Steve throws his shield to break a pillar from falling on a fleeing couple, and as he does, he stops. Not only him, all of the other heroes across the world, they all just stop in place. As everyone tries to understand what's going on, all of the remaining Avengers hear a call. Attention, all Avengers, active and reserve. This is a priority 1 message. Wherever you are, if you are receiving this, you are hereby called to assemble. All of the heroes begin to make their way towards New York, carrying what frozen in place heroes that they can. But before anyone can even discuss the situation, Nadia runs up screaming, "Jarvis!" She tells everyone that he was helping someone and there was an accident. He's badly hurt. He's at the hospital now. They have to do something. Rogue tells her that they will do everything that they can for him, but right now, that means doing everything that they can for everyone else in the world. Jarvis would understand. Nadia asks, "Understand? After everything that he's done for us, he's not your priority?" "Well, I understand very well," and Nadia storms off. Beast follows behind her, stating that he'll go with her. With his medical training, he's sure that she'll let him come along. Quicksilver, Pietro, scoffs, telling Rogue that he's glad to see that she hasn't lost her leadership skills. And Rogue tells him, "Don't push it." Pietro asks, "Or what? You'll fire me again? Why did you even include me on the alerts?" That's when a light shines and a voice says, "Rogue didn't call everyone here. I did, and I'm sorry for being late." Everyone looks up gasping, asking if it could really be. The woman before them tells them yes. After all, you know what they say. Once an Avenger, and then Valerie Vector. Voyager, founding Avenger member, flies down. Meanwhile, over in Midtown Manhattan, Nadia and Beast begin to have scans on Jarvis. Nadia says that they can't let Jarvis die. He's been like a father to her. And Beast says that they will make sure that they take good care of him. But that's when Beast stops and says that these scans show something very, very wrong. Back in the Avengers mansion,
of a
Sam
bitch.
asks Valerie what their next move
Why
is
do I
going to
even
be. And
try?
she says that yes, she
Fuck's
is the one who
sake.
called them together, but she isn't just going to take over the operation. There are many of them who may not even know who she is. Sam then asks, "Seriously? How couldn't any of us know who you are? You've been there since the beginning. Without you, there wouldn't have even been an Avengers team." Several of the members all begin to go over their favorite stories of Voyager, and that's when Hercules mentions that they haven't forgotten what happened. Voyager says that that's right. When she fought Victory, her powers to generate portals clashed with Victory's powers of electromagnetism, and she was thrown into the void of space. She was trapped, and years began to pass, and when the Earth was stolen, somehow it jolted her to phase back into reality. The only thing that she knew is that the world needed the Avengers. She then goes on to state that she's been gone for a decade. decade. But when it comes to good leadership, they already have what they need. Everyone looks over at Sam, Rogue, and Roberto, and Pedro sighs, stating that he guesses so. But while the team figures out what the next course of action is going to be, over in Egypt, there's a storm that begins to form over the lands. Nearby, people run for shelter, and there's a loud crack-oom as lightning strikes down twice right next to itself. As the smoke clears, two groups appear at each of the spots where the lightning struck. On one side is the Black Order, and the other is the Lethal Legion. Without a word spoken to each other, they begin to charge to attack. But before each of them can even hit each other, there's a small explosion that throws everyone aside. A loud voice calls out that that will be enough.
Sure,
The rules of engagement must be followed. Another loud voice says that what his opponent speaks is true. Combatants may not engage until the pyramid is activated. Use this time to gather yourself and survey the battleground. Prepare for the trials ahead. Corvus Glaive looks at Captain Glory and tells him, next time that we meet, I will bring you death. And Glory tells him, you are welcome to try and prove it on the battlefields. As the two groups separate, they begin to scout the area. With
So
Ebony
sick
Maw
of these
asking
shitty
what shall be
swaps.
their plan.
Like, that's what
Corvus says
fucking
the
kills
rules
me
are
more
clear.
than
They cannot slay
anything.
the other
I
team until
just-
the match begins, but that does not mean that they're going to stand
Stupid
by and do
fucking
nothing.
rules.
This planet was chosen as the battleground because of its unique defensive properties. These designed obstacles were selected to make the game more interesting. So the Black Order will take the initiative and clear them off the board. Back in the mansion, Rogue and Roberto begin to argue over what team formations they should be sending out, whether they should
Wow,
work
feel
solo
so
or in
lucky.
teams. Valerie says that everyone needs to stop bickering and work together. Right now, they need to create small teams to maximize their resources. Communication is going to be their biggest problem. No one's comms are working, and as she talks, there's a slight squeeze sound. Pietro runs over to the computer to try and figure out what the cause of the noise was. And as Sam looks back, he sees an image of Corvus and his wife, Proxima Midnight, and he says that he's pretty sure
Fuck
that
me.
noise is coming from them. Miguel asks who they are, and Roberto tells him the Black Order. Used to work for Thanos, they are as powerful and pleasant as that implies. Proxima calls out the Avengers, telling them that there is much that needs to be done, and you will only be on the way, so this is farewell. Sam uses Red Wing to see the surrounding area and then shouts, they're on top of us. They're directly above the mansion. Seconds later, the entire Avengers mansion explodes, with all of the Avengers inside. As the building begins to burn to nothing, Proxima says that in the tick of a second, the Avengers are no more. She assumed that this would be thrilling, not anticlimactic.
No
Black Door
goddamn
says so
sense
much for the playing field
whatsoever.
defenses, but are they really dead? And Supergiant says, without a doubt, a telepathic sweep of the area reveals no signs of life. Meanwhile, at another location, Valerie teleports the entire room of the Avengers to the auxiliary Avengers headquarters, and Valerie falls to her knees. Wanda asks if she's okay, and she says that she's never moved such a large group before. She's going to be fine, but she needs a minute to recharge. Quicksilver shouts that the Black Order struck against them. Now it's time for them to strike back. They cannot afford a moment's hesitation. Sam tells them that they are miles away now and Valerie needs to recharge. So unless he plans on bringing everyone back to Manhattan one by one, Roberto then says that Sam is right. As much as they want to attack, they need a few minutes to strategize. Elsewhere in the cosmos, a man recites a saying, for when the great scorer comes to write against your name, he writes, not that you've won or lost, but
I
how
really just
you
would
played the
love
game.
one explanation.
Grandmaster then gets up from the game table,
isn't
continuing to
fucking
state that he shall miss the
convoluted.
people of Earth. In some way, they almost understand. Another voice then scoffs, telling them, they understand nothing. Even I understand nothing. Come, let us begin our game. The Grandmaster steps up before 5 pyramid-like objects and says, fine, challenger, each to his element. The Grandmaster reaches out grabbing one of the pyramids and says, I have chosen Earth. And the challenger reaches out grabbing fire, stating, a weakling to the end. Back at the Avengers Auxiliary Headquarters, Tony speaks to Beast to inform him that they still don't have comms, but her people at AIM are going to be dropping off supplies soon. If they can use the fiber optics and hack the TV towers, they should have something working. As she says that, though, a siren goes off and it tells Beast that there's a global alert. She's gonna have to keep in touch. Roberto covers his ears, shouting, we already know that we're in a global crisis.
trade.
And Tony says that it's not regarding that. This is something new. 10 minutes ago, something crashed down in the Rome Coliseum and Peru. Both locations are suffering from rapid environmental effects with a side order of alien invaders. Roberto then says that they should organize 2 teams and 1 reserve unit. With Valerie, they can attack both fronts and still keep members as backup. Sam calls
Amen.
out, all right, he'll lead a squad to Peru. Given the surrounding area, he's gonna take Torch, Red Hulk, Synapse, and Wonder Man. Rogue then says
Or,
that she'll take
why not?
Rome. She'll need to take some heavy hitters. So she's gonna take Thor, Hercules, Lightning, and finally, Cannonball. Quicksilver looks around and asks, Cannonball? a heavy hitter. Why am I being left behind? Rogue tells him that it's pretty simple. She needs to know that she can count on these people. She can't count on him. Quicksilver turns to leave, and as Synapse calls out to him, Quicksilver says, just don't. I don't want any pity. Valerie then takes Rogue's group to Rome, where the Lethal Legion is already making an attempt at claiming the object that has fallen to Earth. Once it's done, Valerie returns to headquarters to bring Sam and his team right to the middle of the fight between the Black Order and the Lethal Legion. But a short while later, while Dr. Voodoo and Scarlet Witch try to figure out if they can use their magic to revert the Avengers who have been placed into stasis, Quicksilver's brooding. He says that he can't just sit here and do nothing while the others run around
my ass with
fighting.
this.
It's shameful. Wanda
Make
tells him that
sense.
they all have their roles
Make
to play.
fucking
Scarlet made it
sense.
clear that
Be
she
a
can't trust
coherent
him, so she
game.
suggests that he follows orders to try and win back
Let's
that
see. Let's see if I'm
respect.
fucking
But Quicksilver
crazy
doesn't respond
again.
and ends up running
When a
past her
card
to the
is
outside.
played,
He
if
runs out
two
through the
or
city and
more
the
of the
ocean,
sides
thinking
are
after years
touching
of
other
loyalty, it's
cards,
all been
and the
wiped
sum
away
of the
by one
rings on the
mistake. A
touching
mistake
sides
that,
are
yes,
identical
nearly
to the
cost
sums
Synapse
of the
her
other.
life, but it weighs on him
No,
every
get
single
fucked.
day.
That makes
And
no
just as he
sense.
arrives in Rome, he sees the
Can
Lethal
eat my
Legion has
asshole
already
with
made
that fucking
short work
description
of
of a
Rogue and
rule.
her team. He quickly slams the psychic user Manticle to the ground, and then he moves to the Metal Master. But also, at this time, back in the HQ, Scarlet Witch is focusing her magic, and then Vision wakes, and Quicksilver stops. The Blood Brothers laugh, stating that it looks like the Zipster has run out of zip, and they begin to beat on Quicksilver. Seeing what happened to Quicksilver, Hercules shouts, "Rest assured, we will avenge him." As Jane gets up, she calls for her hammer, Mjolnir. But the Metal Master asks, "You named your hammer? How amusing." As she reaches for it, Metal Master pulls it away from her and sends it rocketing back towards Rogue. Cannonball yells, "I got this!" And then there's a loud thoom. Mjolnir shoots by, cracking Cannonball in the head, and Manticle grabs onto Hercules' mind. While everyone is trying to recover, one of the Blood Brothers grabs Quicksilver and begins to crush his head. But just then there's a loud explosion going off, throwing the Blood Brothers to the side, and Black Swan and Black Dwarf fly down. Swan says, "So easily distracted." Metal Master takes Mjolnir and aims it right towards Swan. And then there's a thundering crack as the hammer hits Swan's shield, as he says that this is sad. She had hoped that they would be worthy. With Metal Master focusing forward, Supergiant phases through him, rendering him useless.
I just
Dwarf
want
then
that
takes a
last
swing
card.
at Jane,
I don't
yelling,
even care
"Let
what
the
it is, I
Black
just
Order
want
show
it."
you how the game is played." Rogue shouts, "Game? All of this pain and destruction for a game? Who the hell is behind this?" Meanwhile, over in Peru, Sam calls out to Synapse, asking if she can get a read on any of the villains here. She does a quick scan, but as she tries, she's mentally shocked and says that these three new people here are the new Lethal Legion. Their names are Captain Glory, Drawl, and Farine. Don't ask her any more than that, please. The one thing that she did see is that they're fighting over some alien artifact. Johnny yells, asking, "Are they ready to throw down now?" And Sam tells him that he needs to slow his
Every
roll.
fiber
These
of my
guys haven't
fucking
noticed him
being.
yet, so they should just let them take each other out. And Wonder
hate
Man then
it.
yells, "Avengers, observe!" Back in Rome, Voyager teleports
these
Rogue,
fucking
asking
rules.
what happened here. Rogue tells her that she needs to take Quicksilver and Cannonball back to the base. Voyager picks up Quicksilver's frozen body and says that she is running on fumes here. If she leaves, she may not be able to take it back, and Rogue says that Quicksilver
story
can't
is
wait.
nothing.
So that's just how it's gonna have to be. The rest of them will be fine, she hopes. Back at the base, Vision begins to speak to Wanda, and that's when they hear a sound and see Voyager teleport in holding Quicksilver.
Oh, fuck
Vision looks
you.
over asking, "Who is that?" And that's when his body is placed back into stasis and Quicksilver begins to groan in pain. Wanda says, "Oh no. We did this." Over in
want it to
Rome,
be
the fight
over.
between the three groups rages on, with Swan stating that she shall shield the Black Dwarf, and this will allow him to take the pyramid, if he dares. Dwarf lets out a loud laugh, asking, "You think I won't make sacrifices? Just keep the others busy while I show you." Dwarf charges to the center of the Colosseum, where the
Sick.
pyramid is, and as it's surrounded by a whirlwind of rocks and boulders, he reaches out through it all and he touches the pyramid, and that's when there's a blinding light and he screams out in pain. Dwarf and the pyramid both fade away, and a large one appears in the sky. Swan says the first point goes to them. Supergiant, we are done here. While the members of the Black Order teleport away, Jane shouts they have to go after them, but Rogue says they have to wait. They were going to grab that thing
Yippee.
before Black Dwarf did. It completely disintegrated him. What's going to happen when the team in Peru tries the same thing? Without a second to spare, Miguel flies into the air, shouting that he'll be able to get there the fastest. Let's hope it's fast enough. Back in Peru, while the Black Order engages the Lethal Legion, Red Hulk Robert Maverick runs in, throwing Corvus to the ground just before killing Farine. The rest of the team follows behind him to take on the two teams, but in the middle of it, Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, sees the pyramid floating in the sky surrounded by fire. He begins to rocket off towards it, and Robert says, "Oh, now I get it. We have to grab the doohickey thing. Might as well be me."
So Hulk it away! As Robert jumps up to try and grab it, Miguel gets
Hate
closer
these
to
rolls.
everyone, screaming for everyone not to
Fucking hate
touch
him
the
so
pyramid.
much.
But it's too late as Johnny Storm's hand reaches out, grabbing the pyramid. At this time, back in the cosmos, Grandmaster watches as Johnny grabs the next pyramid, and he sighs. Challenger, who is also watching, grinds his teeth in rage, and Grandmaster says that they may have to consult the rulebook on this one. There has been a development. Back in Peru, Johnny's body begins to disintegrate just as Black Dwarf's did, and Captain Glory salutes him, telling him, "Well fought." Just as Sam asks what does he mean, Fareen says that this was an unexpected outcome. It seems the point goes to the humans. Wonder Man asks, "Point? What are you even talking
Just
about?"
suck
And
my
Corvus tells
asshole.
Proxima that it is time for them to leave and regroup. And Proxima says, "Just look at the humans. We could end them while they ponder their fleeting mortality." But as both the Black Order and Lethal Legion leave, Synapse says that she thinks that thing just killed Johnny. We have to follow them for Johnny. Sam yells no, they need to make sure the people are safe. That's what they do. And Simon says that he's on it. Robert begins to tell Miguel that he didn't know, but Miguel says don't. We saw it do the same thing to the Black Dwarf in Rome. I just wasn't fast enough. As Sam lands beside them, he starts to state that he knows this hurts, but Miguel stops him, telling him Johnny and Rogue are close. I need to head back and let her know. Sam tries to stop him, telling him that he doesn't have to do this alone, but Miguel changes into his lightning form and tells him, I wasn't
Never gonna
asking
get
for
that
permission.
card.
Also at this time, back in Manhattan, Nadia is looking over Jarvis and mentions that it could be possible, with everything that they've seen in the scans that Jarvis has been exposed to over the years of cheating the Avengers from whatever they had. He could have contracted toxins or some kind of weird radiation. Beast tells her that what they seem to be detecting is an Avengers fever. Nadia hugs Beast, asking, what happens if it doesn't break? Back in Rome, Rogue and her team finish rescuing the civilians that they can, and Rogue says that they need to stop playing defense against these creeps. Jane tells her agreed, these villains must be stopped. Let them gather their allies, and Rogue stops her, asking, and what, have another board meeting? Roberto, Sam, and me have been trying to lead this team and save the world, but it isn't working. I'm not much of a leader. I've always gone with my gut, and my gut is stating that we need to go now and kick these galactic. But that's when they hear a thundering krakow as lightning strikes. Miguel walks up, telling her, it's all my fault. I tried, but he grabbed it. Rogue asks who, and Miguel tells her, the torch. He's gone. Over in the cosmic game room, Challenger says, it's almost funny. I had an opportunity to even the score. Instead, I let the obstacles get in the way. Grandmaster tells him that if he wanted an easy game, he would have picked easy terrain. Instead, he wanted a place that created more of a challenge. The Avengers Earth. The world that tamed the Phoenix, that bested the mad Thanos, that altered the mighty Galactus' very nature. This is the ultimate contest. Now, being called the Challenger, don't tell me that you're afraid of the challenge. Challenger grinds his teeth and he walks up, grabbing Grandmaster by the throat, telling him, I am the Challenger because you stole my name. You! We were friends once, survivors of the first sentient race, inheritors of the power primordial. We were the elders. But while the other elders focused on their immortality, the two of us chose to play games. But as each of us chose our names, I picked Grandmaster. But you wanted that title. There can only be one Grandmaster, so we played a game for the title where the loser was banished, removed from existence, a place where there was no time or space, and all I could do was wait in the darkness. I wanted everything to die, and one day, everything did, and that's when I made my journey back. I came back to challenge you to a rematch. As the Challenger holds Grandmaster up, Grandmaster tells him, indeed, but the rules apply. There are penalties for cheating. Twisting off my head would count as cheating, wouldn't it? Challenger throws Grandmaster to the ground, telling him, the head will stay on, only because I'm winning. Grandmaster then says, now that the first round is over, let us pick up our elements. The Challenger reaches out, grabbing the yellow pyramid, and says, I will take air, and that will leave you with water. Grandmaster reaches out, grabbing the blue pyramid, telling him, not water, ice. As the Grandmaster gets up, he goes on stating, keep in mind, you're one player short, and the Challenger begins to laugh. Oh my dear friend, you have grown old. I was never short a player. I have one in reserve, a very special ace in the hole, one who understands rage. Over in the ruins in Arizona, something calls out for help, and there's a faint flicker of green light. Back in Rome, as Rogue begins to process what Miguel said, she begins to cry, trying to keep herself together. But before long, Voyager appears before the group and says that they are back on the clock.
Tony spotted 2 more beacons, and that
God,
means the
it's
Black
like
Order
even
and the Lethal
winning
Legion
is
won't be
not
far behind.
just
Hercules
until
tells
I get the
Voyager that they're
card, I
going to
could give a
need a
shit
moment.
about
Losing an
winning.
ally like Johnny Storm has affected her. And Miguel explains what happened. Voyager looks at Rogue and tells her that there's nothing that she can say, and Rogue tells her that's true, so don't say anything, because I'm done talking. I don't give a damn about this game or who the players are or who's winning. I want to beat them baddies black and blue. Is that clear? Jane Foster then asks where the villains are supposed to gather, and Voyager tells her that the beacons were spots in New Mexico and Antarctica. Roberto wanted to bring everyone, but Rogue tells her no, she's going now. It's time for the Avengers to live up to their name. Tony radios to Sam the location of the next beacons, and just as Sam says that they're going to regroup now that they are down a member, Robert tells him to hang on. It feels like he's about to, but before he can say another word, he groans as his body reverts back to normal human form. He grunts and says, ever since Hydra screwed with my Hulk genetic plugin, the dang hour of power has been getting shorter. Plus, I got some heart damage now. Synapse asks if he could just stop hulking out, and Robert says, would you? Hey, I could still carry a gun. Sam tells him no, you're benched, and then radios to Voyager that they have to get them all back to base. Voyager says no, she has her limits. She's bringing Rogue's team to the Antarctic now, and after that, she's gonna have to rest. Sam then radios to Roberto stating that they're going to need a transport, and Roberto tells him that he has an AIM Quinjet en route, ETA 2 minutes. As for your manpower shortage, electricity begins to spark off of Robert, and he asks, what's the ding-dong heck? And suddenly, he vanishes in a purple light. From that light, Voodoo, Roberto, and Wanda appear, and Voodoo says the spell of bodily substitution is in order. Just don't ask me to do it again. The spells
this really is just for the
difficult
cards.
to source. Sam tells him good, they just doubled their numbers, and Wanda tells him, look up, the odds are better than you think. Janet flies down and she says, the original Wondrous Wasp to your service. Sam asks, how? Weren't you on pause? And Janet says, yeah, I guess that whoever is running this wants a specific number of heroes on the field. Simon said that Johnny died. And Janet says, yeah, that's when I snapped out of it. As the Quinjet begins to descend, Sam says that they can mourn later. Their ride is here. And Simon tells him with his speed, he can catch up with them. There's someone he wants to check on first. Seconds later in Manhattan, Beast tells Nadia that Jarvis is stable for now. Perhaps that's the best that they can hope for.
God, I'm gonna blow my fucking brains out if I don't get this done
As Beast
soon.
runs over, picking Simon up, shouting, oh my stars and garters, Beast and Wonder Man together again. What's the news? Simon says that there's nothing to make light of. Turns out that those pyramids that they were after, well, they destroy whoever touched them, and we lost Johnny Storm. Beast says that he needs to be out there then. And Simon tells him no. I don't have time, and I wanted to tell you that you need to be here. This isn't about saving the world, it's about saving the people that we love. Simon then sees Jarvis and asks, all of this from a concussion? And Nadia explains that there is a lot more to it. They think that he may have been exposed to different types of toxins that he accidentally picked up. But then she realizes, wait, if this is a sort of radiation, no matter the frequency, and Beast agrees, yes! Simon tells them both, I'm kind of lost. And Nadia says, you're exactly where you need to be.
I think that was the last one for this area,
the ionic energy.
Alright, now let's come here and do the thing I wanted to do to begin with.
So, if there's a radiation, you're asking me to pull radiation out of the air. Nadia looks at Jarvis and says, not just the air, him. Now power up. He begins to focus his energy on Jarvis, and as he reaches towards him, he stops, pulling his hand back, telling them, I'm sorry. I wish there was something there, but there's no radiation, alien or otherwise. Whatever you think is causing Jarvis's coma, you're headed in the wrong direction. Over in the Antarctic, Corvus and his team get ready to move into position when Ebony Maw is suddenly struck with a flying hammer. They look back to see Rogue and her team jumping out of Voyager's portal, and Rogue goes straight for Corvus' glaive. While everyone takes their respective villains, Rogue begins to battle Corvus alone, and after being knocked away with a knee in the face, Rogue gets back up, taking off one of her gloves. She jumps up from the ground towards Corvus as he swings his spear, cutting her neck, but pushing through the attack, Rogue reaches out, grabbing Corvus by the face and begins to absorb his power. Just as she's had enough, she punches through his chest. Proxima screams that they're going to pay for that, and just then Mjolnir shoots by, throwing her off balance, and Swan rushes in to tell her that they need to retreat before all is lost. Proxima yells, no! We stay and we finish them! And Rogue stands over Corvus's lifeless body. As the supergiant sends the Black Order away, she watches Rogue's group and thinks that she could take the Asgardians' mind and kill them all. But from behind her, Farine appears and slashes through Supergiant, whispering, shh, the prize is close at hand, and this victory belongs to the Lethal Legion. Meanwhile, back in Arizona, challengers Ace in the Hole begins to stir. A voice calls out asking for help. I'm still down here with him. He won't stop. Don't you understand? No matter what, he won't die. Oh God, what if he can't? And then a large set of teeth appear, and they roar. As the fight in New Mexico continues, Captain Glory takes a moment to reflect on how he came to this point. He was once a proud captain in the Kree Armada, which were the benefactors of countless ungrateful lesser civilizations. His squadron was slain in battle, and just as he was about to be put to rest, he was ripped away. The one who removed him from his time was the Grand Master, and along with it, there were 6 others that were taken. The Grand Master tasked them to be the pawns in his competition, forming his so-called Lethal Legion. Their goal was simple: claim these strange, world-shaking devices, and if they were victorious, they would be allowed to live, and if not, they would be returned to the moment just before their deaths. The Black Order would prove to be a worthy fight. However, these Avengers, they will be dealt with swiftly. But while the Avengers try to fight off the Lethal Legion, Metal Master mentions to the Grand Master that he ordered them to capture the pyramids, but there was nothing about encasing it in iron. As Metal Master begins to wrap the pyramid to avoid anyone else from touching it, Wanda grips down on his mind, asking if the Grand Master is the one behind this. What sort of sick game does he want us to play? What is our part in any of this, and what are we doing? Wanda throws Metal Master against a building, and Metal Master pulls himself out, asking, "You haven't been told? Oh, this will be delicious." Back at the Antarctic, Rogue stands over Corvus Glaive's body, still having his powers absorbed into her mutant ability. She says that she's not going to say that she's sorry. Not after what happened to Johnny. Jane tells her that she knows that look well. Revenge won't heal the wound that she wears. Voyager tries to reach out and comfort Rogue, telling her that his skin is cracked but Rogue tells her it's fine, this is what she does, and in doing so, she'll be able to see some of Corvus's thoughts. A being returned him to life for a game. They were here to collect these pyramids and win a battle against the Grand Master. The Grand Master and the Challenger, the Lethal Legion and the Black Order, both trying to score points with Earth as their arena. It really is a damn game to them. Farine then calls out to them that it is true. They are all pawns in this grand cosmic contest. Nevertheless, our Legion will emerge victorious no matter the cost. Before anyone even has a chance to react, Farine then reaches out, touching the pyramid, disintegrating just as all of the others before have. Now with the 3rd relic claimed, Voyager says that she's too drained to teleport them and the knocked out villains all at once. She's going to return to recharge and then go where she is needed. As Voyager teleports away, Rogue picks up Corvus's glaive and says, "Here's to hoping the others are having more luck playing goalie than we are." A short while later, back at the Avengers Auxiliary Headquarters, Tony Ho asks Voyager if there's anything that they can do for her. She's looking white as a sheet. Voyager sits down, telling them no, she'll be okay. She can only travel so far with her powers, and after moving so many people, she needs to recharge a bit. Tony then laughs a bit, stating that Voyager is the perfect name for her, huh? She's had some theories about teleportation herself. There were papers by a man named Arthur Vector. Voyager then tells her, "Wait, do you do my father's work? My father was one of the first scientists to devote his attention to the quantum entanglement. When I was younger, my father and mother would often fight over me and how they rarely paid any attention to me. So when my mother went to my father's lab to state that she wanted a divorce, that's when things changed. As a little girl, I got upset and shouted that they couldn't have a divorce, and I ended up running through my father's machine. After that, I gained these powers, and I worked with my father to further refine my abilities to teleport anywhere on Earth, carrying whomever I pleased. Using these new abilities, I discovered that there were others like me, and that's when I formed the Avengers. This trip down memory lane has given me enough time to recover, though.
All the
it's time for me to get back
music
into the
is
field. And over in New Mexico, Sam and Roberta's teams try to keep the Lethal Legion away from the pyramid, but Synapse begins to notice something about Captain Glory. She can predict his attacks, and after she avoids him and goes in for a strike, Glory briefly disappears, causing Synapse to miss her attack. Glory asks if she's not beginning to see everything, and Synapse stops, telling her, "Oh no." Sam flies down asking what's wrong, and Synapse tells them that it's the secret that they've been holding. We really are just obstacles in their contest. Sam then asks, "What do you mean by contest?" And Synapse goes on telling him, "I'm not sure what the stakes are, but the Grandmaster, he pulled together the Lethal Legion." Metal Master then calls out that that's right, and the Challenger summoned the Black Order to do the same. Grandmaster moved your entire planet to liven up the game board with chaos. But while everyone is focusing on their opponents, Glory then tells Mentacle that this is the perfect time to do what they discussed, send him in. Mentacle begins to concentrate, and suddenly one of the Blood Brothers begins to feel something push him. Using her telepathic abilities, Mentacle begins to launch the Blood Brother towards the pyramid, forcing him to reach out and touch it. But the twang of several arrows being launched can be heard, and then there's an explosion just before the Blood Brother can grab the pyramid. Everyone looks back to see Hawkeye and Red Wolf standing there, and Clint tells everyone to fill him in on what's going on. However, what everyone doesn't know is that the Challenger's ace in the hole is starting to come
we got a whole new area
and he's
here.
as angry as ever. While the fighting continues back in Manhattan, Beast looks at a
Do it, but
telescope
to
and he
do
sees
it.
a small black mass stating that he's finally found it. They've ruled out radiation and alien energies, but what they did not rule out alien pathogens on a quantum level. The key word here is alien, meaning that it's not limited in the ways that terror and diseases are, which is
thing is
why they didn't
horrifying.
spot it earlier. Right now, some or even all of the Avengers who have traveled off-world may be carrying it, and it would seem that Jarvis's concussion rewired his diseased defenses, making him vulnerable. Beast then looks at Nadia and asks if he may have her assistance in helping Jarvis. And just as she says yes, Beast sticks her with a syringe. He explains that they have to concoct a vaccine against something that they've never seen before, and in order to do that, they're going to need to see if she is fighting it off as well. Within seconds, he starts to see a solution to fighting off the pathogen, and Nadia says that they need to hurry. Jarvis's vitals are plummeting. Over in New Mexico, Roberto, Sam, and the others
work?
continue battling against Captain Glory and his legion, and as everyone fights, Red Wolf watches. He studies the battlefield and tells Clint, "Give me some cover fire." Clint lets go another arrow and he asks what he's thinking, and Red Wolf tells him that he's going to collect the artifact.
yeah,
Clint yells,
what it
"No,
thinks it
no way!
is."
You know what happened to the torch. If you touch it, you're gonna die." Wolf smiles and tells him, "No, if I vanish from this place, I will find a way back. You've known me longer than anyone else. Trust me on this." Clint tries to come up with a reason, but he sighs and simply says, "Damn it." As he grabs an arrow, he tells Wolf that there's an opening coming up, and when he gives the word, break right. Wolf begins running forward as Clint readies himself, and just before the Blood Brothers can grab Wolf, an explosive arrow hits one, allowing Wolf to easily
Not gonna
dodge
lie,
another.
this
As Wolf
story
runs,
does
Sam looks
not-
around asking what he's
it's
doing,
not
and Clint
grabbing
tells
me.
him, "Trust me on this." Once Wolf's fingers touch the pyramid, his body disintegrates,
Made a
and
good
Sam
run.
shouts, "We
Some
could've
good
stopped the
stories,
Legion
though.
without." But Clint stops him and tells him that Wolf didn't want to take the chance. He's right. Now with his pyramid out of play, Sam asks, "When did you get so callous? First killing Banner and now this? That man was your friend." Clint fires off another arrow, telling him, "No, he wasn't my friend. He was my brother and he gave me his word." Red Wolf is not dead. Meanwhile, in the Cosmic Game Room, both
See.
Grandmaster and Challenger look up at the scoreboard, with the Challenger grunting. He says that he's starting to
Maybe I
think
oughta
that these
knock those
obstacles are
out.
more trouble than they're worth, and the Grandmaster tells him, "It's all right. The final pyramid will be the decider." Back in Manhattan, Beast studies the charts and Nadia shouts that the cure is working. Jarvis's vitals are growing stronger. Then, Beast hears screaming coming from behind.
Suppose I
He
could
looks
save
at the
him for a
hallways to see
lower
the
class,
fifth and
though.
final artifact appear,
Just
and
had
with
a
it a
ton of
horde of
XP.
dead spirits begin to terrorize everyone. Over in the Cosmic Game Room, both Grandmaster and Challenger smile, and the Challenger says, "Such a location for the Soul Pyramid will summon obstacles in force. They may try to claim it, and this will be an amusing strategy. Don't forget, I have my own strategy in play. The reserve player is just waiting to come out." Back in the hospital, Jarvis slowly begins to blink, and the first thing that he thinks is, it's a lie. While Jarvis tries to tell Nadia that it's all been a lie, he ends up passing out from pain, and at this time, Challenger has mentally reached out to his reserve player, telling him, "Let your inner anger rage. Rage is silent, cold, and it cannot be stopped. In some rage, it never, ever dies." The Challenger's final player, the Hulk, steps out of what was once his grave, ready to fight. Over in the Avengers Auxiliary Base, Miguel flies in just as Robert grabs his gun, shouting, "Jumpin' Jehoshaphat!" Miguel tells him to lay the finger off the trigger, please, it's just him. And Enigma asks if that's Miguel Santos, the Living Lightning. She follows him on Facebook. Miguel says that he just goes by Lightning now. And wait, Enigma, weren't you in stasis? Enigma says, yeah, I was. And Robert tells him that she snapped out of it once Red Wolf was lost. Hopefully, he has some good news. Miguel tells them that Rogue's team is alive, best he has to offer at the moment, and they're gonna need Voyager so that they can get a transport from the Antarctic. Tony stops him, stating that she just left, and they all thought that she was going with them, which is weird, but they have other problems to worry about at the moment. She begins to pull up images of Jarvis's hospital, and just as Miguel asks what they're looking at, Tony says the 5th doohickey just landed, and it's in the worst place. Back at the hospital, Beast and Nadia Pym watch as the Wraiths are flying through the building, but Nadia looks back and says that they are losing Jarvis again. Beast tells himself that he can't hesitate. Does he help Nadia fight the alien pathogen inside of Jarvis's brain, or fight to rescue everyone else? The needs of many versus the needs of few. This isn't even a decision to think about. He yells to Nadia to fill the injector with the antidote and get ready to shrink down. He'll be right back. And as Beast tries to save a patient, one of the Wraiths grabs him and begins to fly off. Beast knows now that he can't directly fight the Wraiths, so it's time for Plan B. Eliminate the threat the only way that they know how to. Make contact with the Pyramid game piece. Beast runs back into Jarvis's room, and then Nadia tells him that she has everything ready to go. Jarvis should be fine if he injects him with. Beast stops her, telling her, no, you have to inject him. Before the two of them can even argue, though, Nadia begins to shrink Beast, stating that she can give him about 15 minutes. He has to be quick. As Nadia sets Beast down, she tells him that he is too important to the team. Besides, there are already 2 wasps. They don't need 2 of them. After dropping Beast into Jarvis's mouth, she says that she can't choose Jarvis over the team. He taught her better than that. Beast tries to shout for her to stop, and once he's gone, Nadia wipes the tears from her face, putting the helmet back on. Beast thinks she can't go. She's just a child. I've already had my time as a hero. She hasn't. But Godspeed, little one. For the short time that he's known her, there's never been anyone as smart and as full of hope or as brave as Nadia Pym. And once Nadia is ready, she begins to fly towards the pyramid with one outstretched arm as she says goodbye. And just as her fingers touch it, something shocks her, pushing her away. She says, okay, that's not in the rulebook. Maybe I can just shrink down? And even as she tries to use her Pym particles, nothing happens. She begins to ask if she can't touch it or shrink it, what is she supposed to do? And just then, one of the wraiths shoots towards the people in the waiting room, with Nadia quickly shrinking down and grabbing them, telling them not to panic or fight on this. She states that she knows that shrinking feels a bit odd, but she's got it under control. She then jumps out the window before the wraith can detonate and explode, and Nadia tells herself maybe if she says she has it under control enough, she'll actually believe it. Meanwhile, inside of Jarvis's head, Beast reaches the brain, and as he lands, he begins to witness all of Jarvis's memories. Jarvis has been through everything with the Avengers, all of the changes and the adventures.
Liquid
He
hot
has been
magma.
there since the beginning, and that's when Beast notices something that he's looking for, the alien pathogen. The pathogen reaches out to grab Beast, and as it does, Beast drops the injector with the antidote. He tells himself that he must outsmart this, outfight it. However, as much as Beast struggles, the pathogen brings him closer and closer to its mouth. Beast says that he's sorry that he failed, and just before the pathogen can actually ingest Beast, Nadia flies through, sticking it with the antidote. She grabs Beast to take him out, and he asks how. She tells him that she couldn't get to the pyramid, but she did clear the way. She cleared the way, but she couldn't just sit and wait around for Jarvis. As the two of them begin to fly out, Jarvis begins to wake up again as a heavy pulse from the pyramid is pushing away. He leans up coughing, stating that there's something terribly wrong. Someone! But before he can finish, Voyager appears, telling him not to worry. Let her handle this. Beast says, thank the God that I most definitely believe in at this very moment. It's Voyager! Nadia asks, how did the team manage without her? And Jarvis says, no, that's what I've been trying to tell you. You have to listen. Jarvis grabs Beast, asking, don't you see it? You've all been tricked. Your deepest memories have been altered. There is no Voyager. Beast and Nadia stop, and Beast says, he's right. Deep inside Jarvis's mind, there was never a Voyager. Nadia then asks, how is that even possible? The memories are so vivid, and Jarvis tells them that it's all been a lie. Whoever this woman is, she is not, nor has she ever been, an Avenger. Voyager then touches the pyramid and disappears, and Nadia asks, who was it then? Beast tells her whoever it was, she stole the final pyramid, and she may have damned us all. In the Grandmaster's cosmic game room, the Grandmaster and the Challenger watch the video feed of Voyager taking the final pyramid and disappearing. Challenger says that woman, the ones that the Avengers call Voyager, she took the final pyramid and she vanished. Grandmaster tells him, yes, it's an interesting turn of events. Looks like the Hulk has no target to chase after. Challenger listens to Grandmaster's tone and asks, why do you seem so smug about the situation? You knew this was going to happen, didn't you? Grandmaster laughs, please calm yourself, old friend. Out of the elders of the universe, you of all people should know how things change so quickly. Humans are full of surprises, and they make for very entertaining obstacles and useful pawns. Now let us continue to watch the game unfold, one move at a time. Back over at the Manhattan Hospital, Jarvis asks if any of this makes any sense, and Beast tells him of course it does. Chillingly so. Voyager's story was a lie from the start. It was as if we were all waking from a dream now. Nadia then says that her entire story is some sort of memory implant. It might be because of Jarvis's infection that those memories could not be placed into his head. Beast tells her not to worry, we will find her, and we will get the answers that we want with extreme prejudice. Meanwhile, at the Avengers Auxiliary Headquarters, Tony continues her work on getting her suit fully functional while keeping contact with the other teams. As Tony works, Enigma takes the frozen Vision and Squirrel Girl into the medical bay so that they can attempt to run more tests. In there, Quicksilver and Cannonball quickly begin to wake up from their injuries that they suffered in their last fight. However, for Quicksilver, he begins to notice something coming out of the frozen bodies. Small blue orbs floating around. But before he can wonder what they are, there's a loud static sound that fills the entire base. Robert grabs his gun shouting, "What in tarnation?"
Oh boy, no.
And Tony tells him it's some kind of energy disruption. The reading shows that it's just then Voyager appears with the final pyramid, and everyone notices that her skin has changed from white to blue. Everyone asks why she would bring the pyramid here and why is her skin changing colors. Voyager shouts to everyone to stay back as she takes the pyramid, slamming the door to the vault shut, locking herself inside. She thinks to herself that she needs time to rest, time to think, and figure out her next move. She sits down against the vault door, stating that not everything she said was a lie. She did do her research. There really was a Professor Arthur Vector. All she did was tie her story to his so that she would have a valid background if anyone looked. It was all a part of her plan to keep her identity secret. Everything depended on the Avengers not knowing that her real father was the Grand Master. Growing up, her father would always tell her that it's all about the honor of the game, that a Grand Master never cheats. But he has forgotten that as she is watching his moves ever since she was a little girl. Together, they would gamble on supernovas as they raced towards extinction. They won entire planets so that she could end their wars and protect them from Galactus. For him, it was all about the contest, leaving all the winnings to her. It's also true that he gave her the ability to teleport, to move through memories, and also that he would have a secret advantage in this coming game. But now it's time for her to change her position on the board. She won't be his ace in the hole any longer. So who's playing for who now? Up in the Cosmic Game Room, Challenger laughs, stating, "Haha, it looks like Voyager didn't go very far." And Grandmaster says that it seems not a poor play on her part. Challenger tells Hulk to hurry and go after her. I wonder how the remaining Lethal Legion will fare against the Hulk. Back on Earth, Glory and Mentacle leave to try and recover from their recent losses, but before Glory can even mention an idea, something comes crashing down on top of them. As the dust settles, Mentacle tells Glory to be calm. She will reach into the beast's mind but Glory tells her that that beast has broken his spine. Mentacle tries to dig into the Hulk's mind, and as she realizes she can't, all that can be heard are her screams. A short while later at the auxiliary base, there's a loud zoom, and everyone grabs their weapons, asking, "Now what?" Tony says she'll check the cameras, and hopefully it's not too serious. Everyone looks at the screen, and they see the Hulk land in front of the base. Miguel says, "Wait, is that the Hulk? The original Hulk? Isn't he supposed to be dead?" And Tony tells him, "Well, he isn't now, and I'm pretty sure it's not a coincidence that Voyager locked herself away with the pyramids. We're gonna need everyone on this. Enigma will take point, and everyone else, wounded or not, you're going to be needed." Robert then asks, "That includes Red Hulk, right?" And Tony tells him, "Of course not. Your Hulk outs are getting unstable and not to mention shorter." Robert laughs, telling her, "Well, I alone might not be able to, but I'm pretty sure I can come up with something." Over at the auxiliary entrance, Enigma readies herself, having her suit change its density to its maximum, waiting for the Hulk to come through. After just a few bangs on the giant steel door, it falls over and Enigma rushes into attack. The Hulk brushes the punch off, and as Enigma tells him that she will be the one to defend the world against him, the Hulk reaches out, grabbing his hand along her suit, and he rips it apart. Cannonball rockets himself in, calling to the Hulk, but as the Hulk tosses Enigma's body to the side, he effortlessly knocks Cannonball out of the way. Quicksilver notices Cannonball's blast field is down, meaning whatever he hits, it's going to end up snapping his neck. So he tries to run and catch Cannonball, but the force from Hulk's smack causes Cannonball to slam into Quicksilver, breaking a few of his ribs. Miguel starts trying to charge up, stating that he'll be the one to end this. He will give him everything with his one attack. As his lightning strikes down on the Hulk watches as Miguel drains himself, doesn't even bother to attack him. That's when there's one final voice that calls out to him. And Robert says, "Oh yeah, you're in trouble now, you dadgummed son of a gun, because here comes the Iron Hulk. God bless America." Within seconds of stating that, the Hulk walks forward, punching into Robert, knocking him back outside. Robert, Red Hulk, picks himself back up, stating, "Is that all you got?" And then he jumps up and punches him back down into the ground. As the Hulk gets ready for another hit, Robert releases a blast from the glove, throwing the Hulk's body away, with the thrusters in Robert's boots kicking in. Before the Hulk even has a chance to land, Robert hits the Hulk so hard that he begins to break the Iron Patriot glove. Hulk then stands back up, brushing off the hit, and just as Robert uses the other glove to let out another blast, Hulk grabs it. He crushes Robert's fist, and before Robert can even pull back, the Hulk uses his other hand to grab Robert's head. Green energy begins to resonate out of the Hulk, and all Robert can do is say, "No!" Warnings begin to go off that the gamma energy draining is happening, and moments later, all of the gamma energy within Robert's body is sucked out. Back with Sam's team, the radio buzzes with Tony pleading for help, and Simon tells everyone that they're gonna have to go on ahead. Wanda tries to stop him, but before she can reason with him, Simon converts his body into ionic energy and he takes off. Wanda begins to state that maybe she has a better idea on how they can handle the Hulk, but she's gonna need a volunteer. If she can lift the stasis on Vision with Hex magic, they may have a chance. Sam asks if that's really going to work, and Wanda tells him no, but we have to try anyway. Wanda turns her magic towards Voodoo and says that she's sorry, and he tells her, "Don't be, I fully trust." But at that exact moment at the auxiliary base, Vision tells Hulk, "You must release Roberts right now." Before Hulk has a chance to even turn around, Vision phases through Hulk's body. Hulk then lets go of Robert's arm, and seconds later, there's a purple streak as Quicksilver runs by, grabbing Robert. As Quicksilver collapses in the medical bay after setting Robert down, he begins to see those blue orbs that he saw before. He manages to state that they are objects moving faster than the eye can see, but before he can even go further, he passes out from his injuries from before. Outside, Vision tries to reason with the Hulk, telling him, "I can understand your destructive nature, but there is nothing you can do against me." Vision starts to release a thermoscopic eye blast, and just as he does, the Hulk punches him and sends him flying. He gets back up and the Hulk charges after him, so Vision holds out his hand, phasing into the Hulk's head, ready to scramble his brain. But even as he does that, the Hulk reaches out, countering him, grabbing atop of the Vision's head, squeezing and ripping the Vision's head apart. Everyone watches as the Vision falls to the ground, speaking in binary code, and Hulk just walks off scoffing.
Mindless.
As he begins to leave, a portal opens up and Black Swan and Proxima walk in. Swan says the battle is already finished and the Challenger's monstrosity has cleared the path for them. Cannonball rockets off to Proxima while Miguel converts his body into living lightning and he focuses on Swan. As the two charge in, they're knocked away just as fast. And Swan gets ready to attack Miguel again, but as she does, her force field is shot. She looks back to see Tony and Enigma using parts of Enigma's suit to provide cover for Cannonball and Miguel. Miguel says, "You both know that you're angels, right?" And Tony yells at him to concentrate your fire until we've won. While Hulk heads over to the vault, he starts to beat on it. And that's when there's another flash of purple light striking the Hulk in the back of the head. Simon floats in front of the Hulk, telling him, "You know, I know it's been a long time since we've talked, Bruce, but do you have a moment?" Simon tells him, "Come on, just listen to me. I'm not here to fight you," but before he can finish, the Hulk cracks Simon across the face. And Simon tells him, "Okay, but you should know that I'm not letting you into that vault. You can do all that you want to me, but you can't hurt me." Hulk punches into Simon again, and Simon tells him, "Come on, I'm not gonna fight back. Just listen, Bruce, we're friends." And the Hulk stops for a moment and he tells him, "Friends?" Just as Simon lets out a sigh of relief that he stopped, the Hulk slams Simon's head into the vault, telling him, "We're not friends. You're nothing more than a Hollywood snob, drowning in your own ego, always preaching about non-violence when it's so easy because the violence can't reach you. Well, I can reach you, I can hurt you, and I will smash you." Simon asks, "Who's speaking? Is that the Hulk?" And the Hulk says, "What's wrong, Simon? I thought we were supposed to talk." Back with the others, Swan charges up her force field ready to destroy Tony and Enigma. And Tony says that they're going to need a lot more firepower if they even stand a chance at living. Miguel tells her that he's got it covered, and he starts to charge both her and Enigma. As Miguel's energy powers up Enigma's suit, a blast is shot into Swan's force field, and it begins to tear through it. Proxima then hits Cannonball with her spear so that she can help. And just as she charges at everyone, there's a shriek-boom as Mjolnir shoots through the air. The hammer flies back, hitting Proxima in the face, and when she looks back, she sees Rogue, Jane Foster Thor, and Hercules waiting for her to get back up. Inside of the vault, Voyager watches the fight, thinking to herself that this is teamwork. She's been so focused on being one of them that she never realized that not a single one of them wins, but rather they win. The Avengers win! They don't fight for individual victories. This isn't a game to them. What is it that her father fights for? Just to win? Outside of the vault, the Hulk begins to bend Simon's head back. And Simon says, "I know that Bruce is in there. It's pointless to tear my head off. I can't die like a normal person." And the Hulk laughs. "That's the irony. Banner was right, sitting in my head crying that he always knew I would come back. How the Hulk always survives. And that's why the Challenger woke me." Simon says that whoever this Challenger is, "You're being used, Hulk." And the Hulk tells him, "No, I'm the one using him. When the game ends, the Earth will end with it. No more puny humans. Just me, alone, finally." But just then the Hulk hears someone call out, "Ho there!" And Hercules runs in, punching into the Hulk, telling him, "Stand down or the Lion of Olympus will stop you." Simon shouts for them to wait, but right as Hercules attacks, Jane Foster follows up, bashing Mjolnir into the Hulk's chest. Rogue pulls Simon back, telling him, "You did a great job holding the Hulk back." And Simon says, "No, I could still reach him." While Rogue joins the fight next, Voyager watches, telling her father to look at them. Their strength is awe-inspiring, fighting against a creature that does not yield. And the Hulk throws his arms up, knocking the three heroes away, with Rogue slipping her glove off, stating, "It's time to power you down, buddy." Rogue takes her arms, grabbing onto the Hulk's neck, and as she begins to drain his power, she sees something. She sees Bruce, and Bruce tells her, "Don't do this, just run away! He can't be stopped, he can't die!" As more power goes into Rogue, she's thrown back, and that's when her skin begins to turn green, and she tells herself that she needs to remain calm. Jane shouts that they must strike together, and her and Hercules jump onto the Hulk, with Simon telling them to wait. He calls out to the Hulk, telling him to listen. Maybe he can't die, but he thought he could. He was at peace, finally, until they woke him up. The Hulk struggles with Jane and Herc on him, and he tells Simon, "Just shut up." However, Simon continues telling him, "Now you know the truth. You can never have that peace again. They can't leave you alone. They won't leave you alone." The Hulk flexes his power, knocking Jane and Herc off of him, and the Challenger's voice begins to ring out, telling him, "Get to the vault. You're almost there." The Hulk grabs the vault door, ripping it off, and he walks inside, with Voyager telling him that she can't allow him to claim the final pyramid. She's made her choice, and she is fighting for the Avengers. She begins to get ready to teleport the Hulk away, but before she can, the Hulk swings his arm back, cracking Voyager in the head, stopping her. He looks at the pyramid and he begins to reach out, and the Challenger tells him, "Yes, claim your prize." And the Hulk tells him, "My prize, mine to smash." With both hands, he takes the pyramid and he smashes it. Up in the cosmic game room, Challenger falls to his knees, asking, "Why? Why did he do that?" And the Grandmaster tells him that it's tragic, but you somehow overestimated and underestimated your final playing piece. The Hulk hurt you in the only way that he knew how, by committing a foul, which results in a negative point for you, and it seems that it is time for your banishment. Back in the vault, the Hulk screams, telling everyone, "Please, forgive me." And he reverts back to Bruce Banner. Rogue looks at Voyager, telling her that she played with their minds. What was her part in all of this? And she tells him that she can explain. But that's when the Grandmaster tells her to quiet herself and return to him. She shouts out no, she's trying to help them. And now that she sees what an Avenger really is, she doesn't want to fool them anymore. They already knew about the Elders in the cosmic game, but what they didn't know is that she was one of the pieces. The Grandmaster yells for her to be quiet, and Voyager goes on stating that the Grandmaster hid me amongst your ranks. I was to convert you into a piece that would work with the Grandmaster, and while you were all distracted, I would bring the last pyramid to him. Herc asks, "So, the Grandmaster is your master as well?" And Voyager tells him no, he's my father. And up in the cosmic game room, the Challenger shouts, "You charlatan! You deceptive fraud! All of this talk of the sanctity of the rules and you stacked the deck!" Grandmaster tells him, "You are overreacting. Voyager is simply another tool with which I move the pyramids about. True, I may have taken advantage of some gray areas, but if you would like a clean victory, allow me to offer an interesting rematch." And just as Grandmaster says that, the Challenger tells him, "No!" And he releases a destructive blast into the Grandmaster's stomach. With the Hulk destroying the last and final game piece, Voyager's part in the Avengers fight became clear. She was never there in the beginning. In fact, she was never an Avenger to begin with. And now she sits before the remaining Avengers, and everyone stares at Voyager with so many questions. Who is she? What is the cosmic game? Is her father really Grandmaster? How can she be a part of this when so many people in this world are dying? And as everyone starts to bombard her with these questions, she begins to open a portal, telling everyone that she needs to see her father. She can make things right. But before she can disappear, Wanda and Voodoo lock down her mind, and Voodoo says that she must not resist. The fate of the planet may depend on her knowledge. After a brief struggle, she stops, telling everyone that they are right. She won't run, and she does really want to help them. Meanwhile, in the living quarters, Bruce is sitting alone with Jarvis sitting down beside him, stating that it's odd for people to be waiting on him for a change. Tea? Bruce tells him thank you, and Jarvis pours a cup, and he asks, "You aren't going to be joining in the discussion out there?" Bruce takes the cup and he tells him that he can't face them, not after what he did. Vision, Enigma, and that Red Hulk, and Hawkeye. He put him through hell. That arrow through his brain, it was agony. He died in agony, but he died happy, because that way the Hulk would die too. Except they saw how that ended. And now he's going to have to live with this, with every dark thought that he's ever had, waiting to burst through his skin and walk around this world. Maybe he did die that day. Maybe this is just his hell. And the king of hell is just living in his flesh. As Bruce takes a sip of his tea, Jarvis sighs and he quotes, "The mind in its own place." Bruce looks up and Jarvis continues stating, "And in itself can make heaven of hell or hell of heaven. John Milton, Paradise Lost. It was my favorite when growing up. Bruce asks, do you know who that speech was written for? Jarvis tells him, the fallen angel Lucifer, after his expulsion from the divine presence. The reason I brought it up is because there is a great evil within you. We caught a glimpse of that today. I've been serving heroes, including you, for a very long time. But with the name Avengers, what crimes are you actually avenging? Perhaps your own. You all carry failures within you, and you must strive to do better. Your worth is not dictated by how far you've fallen, but how hard you work to rise again. So from one person to another, I beg you, do not give up. And over in the medical bay, Tony finishes examining the vision and says that she gives up. Without a proper lab, she cannot put the vision back together. If she was to just put the junk they have on hand into him, she may end up doing more permanent damage to him. Miguel sulks, stating that this is all his fault. If only he had been stronger, he wasted his shot when he was an Avenger. And Simon says, wait, you think that all of this is about how much you can throw at people? If we're looking for raw power, then we would have fired Hawkeye on the first day. Not sure if you've heard, but Hawkeye just shoots arrows. As Simon continues to try and give Miguel a pep talk, Pietro yells to everyone to just shut up for 5 seconds. He needs silence while he concentrates. There's something moving around faster than any of them can even see. Tony stops him, stating that the sensors would have picked anything up. He's probably just suffering from the effects of the concussion. Synapse walks in, telling him that he's pushing himself way too much. She knows that he wants to help, but right now he needs to rest. Quicksilver looks away, telling her that she shouldn't even be talking to him after everything that he's put her through. And Synapse says that he did what he thought was right and she got hurt. They can't plan for those things. Sort of comes with the job, and I don't blame you for, but that's when Quicksilver sees a small blue orb whiz by and he yells, there! It's a beacon that's keeping everyone in stasis. I can just grab it and maybe. But after trying to grab the orb and missing, Quicksilver tells Tony that she's going to want to recalibrate her equipment. The beacon is almost entirely frictionless and outside of the visual spectrum of light. And on that note, he's going to be right back. Back with Voyager, she tells everyone to listen closely as she tells the story of her father. Her father is one of the elders of the universe. These elders are beings of incredible power with 2 things in common with each other. Each are the last surviving of the otherwise extinct races, and they each have personal obsessions: collecting, fighting, gambling. Her father, Indugast, was the last gamesman of the universe. He hungered for competition. And then one day the Challenger appeared. The game board was Earth, and it was removed to a distant galaxy in a neutral space. The 2 created teams, and unbeknownst to the Challenger, she herself was placed in her father's ranks. However, when she tried to reach out to her father just now, all she's getting is emptiness. Back over in the control room, Beast watches over the world events and sees different cities being hit with intense natural disasters. He yells that they just skipped over DEFCON 1, 2. He's not even sure what comes next. And all of a sudden, things are going to get much worse outside. Just then, the lightning strikes down at the old Avengers mansion and the Challenger steps out, stating, this planet is a pestilence upon the universe. It is time for it to be purged. The world begins to turn dark and the Challenger calls out. His voice yells out loud enough for everyone to hear him. He tells them, my opponent considered you something special, but I am here to inform you that that is not the case. That and this planet will no longer serve a purpose in our grand cosmic game. That is why I will reduce this planet to nothing more than a cloud of carbon atoms. You will sing praises and applaud my triumph for the rest of your natural lives. For the next 5 minutes, you may pray to me, who you may now call Grandmaster Prime. Back at Avengers headquarters, Voyager says, he's here. The Challenger's on Earth. And Roberto asks, is he the one that's gonna make the Earth crumble around us? Voyager tells him, even an elder can't break an entire world. But on my father's satellite, there's a machine. It maintains the energy envelope that keeps the Earth in the correct rotation and temperature. If damaged, the Earth would literally fall apart. Suddenly, there's a loud karoom, and a force hits everyone to the ground. Sam asks what the hell was that, and Janet says that it sounded like someone is smashing a hole in the roof. Jarvis tells him that he's afraid that is exactly the case. Dr. Banner overheard them, and where the Challenger's exact location was. After that, Banner became violently upset and, well, he hulked out. Over at the Challenger, he looks at some of the destruction at the Avengers mansion, and he picks up a broken piece of a statue, stating, you would build a statue for a monster? I'm doing you primitives a favor. But before he could even finish, the Hulk lands on him, punching the Challenger deep into the ground. As the Challenger pulls himself back out, the Hulk yells, you woke me up, and you brought me back to life, and you didn't leave me alone. And with that, the Hulk punches the Challenger again, and the Challenger yells, you hurt me. You actually hurt me. How dare you? He swings his fist back, hitting the Hulk in the face with enough force to launch him into space. As his body is flung into the atmosphere, he begins to say to himself, "Hurt you?" Over at the Grandmaster satellite, as the Hulk goes flying right past it, Voyager teleports everyone on board, and while everyone watches the Hulk flying past them, she says, "I'm not really seeing the funny side of this." Voyager tells everyone that they have to hurry. The world engine itself is almost indestructible, but the machines feeding it data have also been smashed. It's going to spin further out of control until it uses up all of its energy and it dies, and along with it, so will the planet Earth. Roberto then asks, "So how do we keep the lights on?" And Voyager says that's the easy part. They can charge the induction vent with electrical energy. Miguel says that he'll give it his best shot, and Mighty Thor tells him Mjolnir will stand ready to aid you. Tony then says, "Okay, so what's the hard part?" And Voyager tells them, "It's the wheel. It's linked to the planet's rotation. We need to hold it steady. The strength to do that would be like holding up an entire world." Hercules cracks his knuckles, stating that it would be a Herculean thing to do, a task for a god. Voyager says that it would take more than one god, and Thor's required elsewhere. Tony sighs, stating that in other words, we need a Hulk, and we're all out of Hulks to give. That's when Roberto tells them, "Not necessarily. I've been waiting for a chance to assert my unique leadership style and do something ridiculous." He takes off his jacket, and Tony says that she knows that he's super strong, but he's nowhere near that level of strength. And Roberto tells her, "Yeah, I am, because I switched off my regulator headband." Tony yells, "That's insane. Without that headband, your powers could end up killing you." And Roberto says, "Eventually, but until then, I'm the strongest mutant on Earth." He rolls up his sleeves and he tells everyone to get back into place. Earth and himself have an extremely limited window of survival. Back on Earth, Quicksilver runs into the room telling Wanda and Synapse that there is no time to waste. Wanda begins to state that she knows the Challenger has already, but Quicksilver stops her, telling her, "No, not that. There's a beacon that is keeping everyone in stasis, something faster than anyone could see, and I can't catch it, not on my own." Wanda tells him, even if she uses her magic, there's no guarantee that he could stop it. He could end up frozen again, or... And Quicksilver tells her, "There's no time. We're stretched thin and the world is crumbling before our eyes. If this could bring us more allies, we have to try." Wanda hesitates, and then starts to get ready, stating, "I'm not sure what's gonna happen if you move beyond the limit of your powers." Synapse pulls out her mask, telling Quicksilver that his mind will try and keep him from going that fast. And Quicksilver says, "You have to use your powers to help me break through the barrier." Synapse then says, "Even if it hurts?" Quicksilver says, "Even if it kills me." She holds Pedro's head, telling him that she's sorry that they never... And Quicksilver stops her. "Don't apologize. Don't regret." And the two kiss. Wanda finishes her preparations and tells Quicksilver that she loves him. And Quicksilver tells her, "I love you too, sister." He begins to run, faster than he's ever run before, but he's not alone in this, not anymore. Wanda's sorcery destroys probabilities, and Synapse's mental powers unlock speed beyond fear. While everyone pushes through their struggles, Quicksilver knows that he's doing the impossible, and that is why they all have to work as a team to do the impossible. That's what it means to be an Avenger, to fight together, to do the impossible together. Now and forevermore. He reaches out to catch the blue orb, moving at a speed that he has never crossed before, and as he does, he begins to disappear. Wanda feels his presence fade, and she falls to her knees, stating that he's gone. And at that exact moment, Voyager teleports to the Avengers headquarters, where all of the heroes in stasis are kept, and she sees everyone coming back to life. Everyone is alive and moving well. As they all begin to ask what's going on, Voyager tells them that she thinks she's the hero they need right now, so trust her and pray that this works. She's going to reach out with her power to everyone close by, whoever calls themselves an Avenger. It's time to assemble. The freed heroes begin to set out to help where they can across the worlds, and they begin to notice that the world is slowly beginning to stabilize. Up in the Grandmaster's cosmic game room, Miguel finally collapses after exerting all of his energy into the world engine to try and keep it in proper balance, and Tony tells him that he did it. Now, all as long as Roberto and Hercules can keep the engine from unspooling. Roberto struggles to keep the rotation, and he calls back that there is no if. And Hercules tells him, "Aye, for 'tis a day unlike any other, when mortals rise to do the work of a god." Thor looks at him and grabs one of the cranks and says, "Indeed, what god would she be if she did not help?" But while those three keep the engine in check, Tony and Miguel begin to hear someone muttering to themselves, and they look back to see the Grandmaster has survived. He doesn't pay any attention to the heroes, and he continues walking to the back room, and Tony tells Miguel that she's going to need him to follow him. She can't leave because Roberto is doing the work of a Hulk. If he birds out and she's not there to stabilize neutralize him. Miguel leans up and yells for the Grandmaster to wait. He can't just abandon all of these people, and Grandmaster looks back and tells them, "You're all but feeble organisms. Listen well, human. All that mattered was the game, and the game is now lost." Back on Earth, Challenger continues his reign of destruction, stating that it is pitiful to think that the Earth is this fragile. Rogue and Cannonball jet out of the smoke asking, "Yeah? Well, we kinda like it here." They both crash into the Challenger, and the rest of the Avengers begin to charge in, all focusing their attacks on the Challenger. As the teams begin to fight, Nadia sits with Voyager asking, "Can't you, teleport that monster into the sun or something?" And Voyager says that she's never used her powers on an Elder, but she can try. Before she can finish, an explosion goes off behind her, and the Challenger reaches down grabbing her, telling her, Daddy's little spoiler. You can sit there and think about how all of this is your fault. Think about all the time and energy that you cost me in these last few days. Who do you think you are?" Sam Wilson's voice calls out, asking, "Right now, she's one of us." And with that, the teams charge in, beating into the Challenger. Back up in the Cosmic Game Room, Miguel follows the Grandmaster, asking what is he planning on doing? Just leaving everyone to die? And the Grandmaster says, "Indeed, I was going to take a few trophies and then spirit myself away until the Challenger has cooled down. He's quite the sore winner." As Miguel looks up and sees the trophies the Grandmaster is talking about, they are the people who claimed the pyramids in the Cosmic Game. He looks back at the projection of Voyager down on Earth fighting with everyone, and he sighs. And he makes the image vanish and says, "Such a waste." And Miguel asks, "What are you? Do you even care about your daughter?" Grandmaster tells him, "No, I don't. Now if you'll leave me alone." Miguel thinks that the only way that he could free these people would be to beat the Grandmaster at something. So what better to do than hustle out a game of poker? Down on Earth, Challenger continues flexing his power, keeping the Avengers at bay, and then Simon flies down telling the Challenger that if he wants to be a bully, you're gonna have to go through me. Challenger tells him that seems reasonable, and he releases a blast, tearing Simon apart. Voodoo quickly uses his magic to put Simon into stasis to keep his energy from separating, and Janet tells Nadia they're up. Challenger looks at them in their wasp sizes and says, "This planet is full of gnats." The two release electrical pulses into his eyes, and Nadia shouts, "We're not gnats, we're wasps, and we sting." Back up in the trophy room, Miguel and Grandmaster sit around the cards. And Grandmaster says, "A king, 2 queens, a 10 and a 2, very potent hand. Of course, it all depends on the cards that each of us are holding. Remember what's at stake here. The Human Torch's freedom against your own." Miguel looks at his hand and he says that it's not just his freedom, but his life. "If I win, you also give me Red Wolf." Grandmaster looks at his hand and tells him, "That's acceptable, and I will raise Earth, put back where it belongs." Grandmaster's hand is 2 kings, leaving him with a full house, and he laughs, stating, "If I win, I will take the Earth and all 7 billion trophies." Miguel doesn't respond, and he thinks to himself that there is one thing going for him. His ace in the hole card. The one thing that the Grandmaster doesn't know about. Down on Earth, each of the heroes take turns laying into the Challenger, punching and kicking until he finally falls. He yells that is enough! You have succeeded! And then he releases an earth-shattering blast, and he finishes up stating, "You have succeeded in irritating me!" Up in the trophy room, Miguel looks at Grandmaster in the eyes, and he says, "I raise." And the Grandmaster asks, "How? You would bet your life and planet. What else do you have?" Miguel tells him, "My history. Your daughter can alter memories, so I guess you can too. If you win, living lightning would be forgotten." Grandmaster looks back at his cards and he thinks, he too could be the loser and be forgotten. He's done so much. There's so much that the Grandmaster is known for. Miguel presses him, "Well?" And the Grandmaster nervously throws his cards down, telling him, "I fault." Miguel says, "Put the Earth back." So the Grandmaster snaps his fingers and he asks, "Can I at least see what I lost to? Did you have a better hand or were you bluffing?" Miguel grabs the deck and he says, "Actually, I wasn't even playing." Back on Earth, the heroes try to corner the Challenger, and Captain America yells, "Hold the line! He's starting to weaken." Voyager watches and says, "No, we're about to lose, and Elder's strength is nearly limitless. Humans are legendary for their fighting spirit, but it's now failing them." Beast yells that it's time to rally the team. You can control memories, right? Make them remember what it means to be an Avenger. Suddenly, all of the heroes begin to see the images of Avengers, of the lifetime, the lifespan of the Avengers, flashing before their eyes. Images of them proving that they are, in fact, the Earth's mightiest heroes. Everyone that they have rescued, everyone that they have stood up to, they have looked death in the eye and they've told them no. There is no retreat, no surrender. After hearing that, Wanda begins to call forth the power of hope from the darkness, and that power begins to spread throughout all of the heroes like an infection, boosting all of their strength. She then shouts to let the call go forth. Avengers, assemble! And with Wanda's call to power, the Avengers do the impossible. They defeat the Challenger. As the smoke clears, no one says a word. They all take the time to enjoy their hard-fought victory with each other. And meanwhile in space, Captain Marvel and Alpha Flight suddenly see the Earth return. Now, with the dark clouds fading, the heroes now know that their next step in their fight is to rebuild what was lost. A short while after the fight, the heroes all start to gather at the destroyed mansion, including Jarvis. As Janet pushes his wheelchair up to the building, she tells him that she knows he hates being waited on, but it'll only be for a few days. As Jarvis looks in the mansion, Nadia runs out hugging him, shouting, "Yeah, do you want pancakes? We should all go out for pancakes." While Rogue starts to move through the debris, she looks at Roberto and tells him to take it easy. He practically shoved Earth back into orbit by hand. Roberto tells her, yeah, he plans on it long term. He's stepping down from leading anything. Sam then asks, what does he mean by that? He did good back there. And Roberto says, honestly, I know I did, but I wasn't 100% satisfied with how I led my team, the US Avengers. Sam says, yeah, well, that kind of comes with the job. It's when you start getting smug that your team gets smacked around. Rogue tells him to just take the win and relax. And Roberto laughs, telling her, fine, I'll try. But as everyone gathers aside, Voyager tells everyone that there's no proper way for her to say farewell after everything she put them through. Captain America tells her that when the time came, you answered the call. That speaks of the true quality of your character. And Voyager looks back at the Challenger and says that she'll do whatever it takes to make things right. The Challenger used to be a noble traveler and gamesman. Her father's relentless need for dominance drove him to madness. Perhaps she can find a way to someday rekindle the kindness that he once had. Roberto tells her, when push came to shove, you did the right thing. I'm proud to call you one of our own. And she tells him no. Maybe someday she'll earn a place among them, but not yet, not like this. She starts to open up a portal and tells everyone that she thanks them for inspiring her to do more than what she was. Through them, she sees a better future, and it gives her hope. As Voyager returns to the cosmos with Challenger, all the way over at Angargal, the Black Order once again finds themselves united, traveling through the Way Desert. And as they do, Corvus notices something, and Grandmaster appears before them. He tells them that he believes congratulations are in order. He and his team fought valiantly. Were Earth not the battleground, I suspect that you may have emerged triumphant. Which is why I'm here to offer the Cull Obsidian a new opportunity, one quite suited for your destructive needs. Back over at Auxiliary Headquarters, Tony gets to work on Vision, now with the proper tools. And she asks Roberto what is this thing that she's hearing about him breaking up the US Avengers. He begins to leave the mansion and says that, to the whole world engine thing, I'm not sure how many years of my life it took off. So now, I'm gonna take some time and get back to my roots. Citizen X, be seeing you soon. Back over at Central Park, Wanda and Voodoo tell Synapse they wanted to meet with her regarding Quicksilver. She was linked with him in the final moments. What was it that she felt? She says that she knows this is going to sound strange, but the feeling that Quicksilver had was pure joy. Wanda tells him that she felt a similar wave of euphoria from him before he vanished, and she believes that he's still alive. Voodoo then says that Wanda and he are preparing to venture forth into the dimensions beyond space and time to find Quicksilver. And Synapse says that she knows that she's not really Team Magic, but if there's anything she can do, she would love to help and join them. Voodoo laughs, stating, 3 souls against the farthest reaches of the unknown? Why not? Back over at the small diner, Hawkeye hums to himself while drinking his coffee, and then he tells Bruce to have a seat. Bruce sits down, telling him, thanks for meeting me. And Hawkeye stops him, telling him, you never came back after the fight. Bruce tells him it was for the best. I only came here to let you know how sorry I was for what I put you through. You killed me, the trial, the guilt. Even then, it didn't work. I asked you, made you shoot that arrow, and it didn't even work. Hawkeye puts his cup down, telling him, I saw a vision. Saw it, felt it, tasted it. You were there, standing on everyone that I ever loved in the world. Jess, Bobby, Nat, Wanda, Kate, and your footprints were in them. So you know, glad to do it, buddy. Bruce tries to find something to say that he can respond with that. Like, what did you say? But he just ends up stating that he should go. He's very sorry. As Bruce gets up to leave, Hawkeye sighs and tells him, damn it, wait. Too much changed. Tony's armor, bad Steve. It couldn't happen now. So, we stopped it. I stopped it. You have nothing to be sorry for. Deep down, Bruce Banner isn't a bad person. Remember that. Try and remember that. He looks back over his shoulder. He sees Bruce Banner is already gone. Back at the mansion, Nadia runs up to Jarvis, telling him that she has a surprise. She holds up a small device with a projection of Jarvis. He looks at it and says that it is a very good likeness, and Nadia smiles, telling him that it's more than that. She built him an AI helper, an AI Jarvis. The small projection Jarvis then asks how may he be of service. Nadia says, watch this. Jarvis, tell me where to find the chamomile tea. The projection says, certainly, Miss Nadia. Chamomile tea is in Captain America's pantry. And Jarvis stares at the projection, yelling, it is most certainly not. Captain America prefers Earl Grey. Chamomile is for Dr. McCoy. The projection begins stating that McCoy, alias Beast, is not yet in his programming, and Jarvis shouts, I am not leaving. As Nadia begins to take Jarvis aside, he begins to think that this may be the end of an era. It's also the beginning of a new age. Like the founder's statue of the old being recast and rededicated, they need to take the important bits of that legacy to forge the future. The Avengers aren't a group of heroes, it's an idea. A promise to the people of Earth that they will always be protected by the strong of heart. He has seen these proud men and women victorious time and time again. But this time, this is their greatest triumph. Avengers no surrender! Avengers no surrender! Hi, 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 hi! Yes, that was actually what I did always as a warm-up during the Avengers no surrender intros. Dan is cracking up because he didn't think we'd ever actually get to use it. But I want all of you right now, please, thank you for sticking around to the end of this full story. So I need you, I love this story. Story's amazing. All of you stand up. Come on, stand up in your chairs. Awesome, thank you. And all of us together, hands in the air like we just don't care. Avengers no surrender! Avengers no surrender! Don't forget to subscribe! I can't, that doesn't work. Please subscribe. We do more videos and I'm not always this crazy. I just drank a lot of coffee today. Welcome to the Full Story series, where we take some of our older videos in which we took trade paperbacks and single issues and we broke them down into digestible bites, giving you a fun motion comic experience with voices and music. We take a bunch of those older videos, combine them into a giant one, giving you like an hour-long or more epic. Today we're going to be covering our entire collection of the Detective Comics run. This is a run that I am personally a fan of that came out during the original DC Rebirth revival of Detective Comics with James Tynion IV writing the series. It was about Batman trying to build up a different team with Batwoman on it, Tim Drake, Clayface, Orphan, Spoiler, and those are the ones I remember off the top of my head. Oh, Azrael is also on this team. And it's what they did and the trials and tribulations that they had to go through as a team, and how do you deal with Batman of all people. It's a really cool story with a really epic finale, so I hope you guys enjoy this Batman epic. 2 days ago, Azrael was being chased around Gotham City by what appeared to be Batman. He tried to fight against him. He tried his hardest to show that you don't mess with Azrael, but he failed. The window crashed open as Batman himself arrived, and he quickly saw a drone watching him, and then he asked Azrael, who did this? And with a terrified look in his eyes, he told Batman, you did. Today, Batwoman is running across Gotham talking to her father on her communication device. Batwoman is an ex-soldier who took up the life of Batwoman when she decided that she could be more effective as a superhero than a soldier. Her father, though, is still within the military and on active duty within Gotham City. He helped train his daughter to become Batwoman, but he doesn't seem to agree with her mission anymore. He feels as though perhaps...
Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Time to use the potty once again. All right. Beat this turtle's ass in a children's card
Perhaps
game.
she should have stayed within the military. She doesn't exactly agree as they end their conversation. Once she enters her house, she takes off her costume and she finds Batman hiding out in there. He holds up a bat-shaped device and he asks for her help in solving a mystery. John Paul Valley was attacked and watched by this drone. The technology for this drone is at least 10 years beyond the highest grade military technology that we have. To make matters more confusing, Batman was able to hack into it long enough to find out that it was a part of a swarm of drones and they were watching multiple people. Batwoman asks him, "Why are you telling me this?" And Batman explains, "I want to take everyone in and retrain them, and I want your help in training the Bat family to ensure they are able to go at this alone." So she asks him, "Why are you asking me?" And he tells her, "Because we are family." And he removes the cowl. Bruce's mother was Martha Kane, and Batwoman's name is Kate Kane. Kate is his cousin, but Kate just smiles. "Damn it, Bruce, I've been waiting for you to admit that." "How?" he asks, but Kate just tells him, "Don't start underestimating her now." He then explains who the recruits are. Spoiler, aka Stephanie Brown, the daughter of the Clue Master, who put on the costume when Clue Master was trying to take down the city. Red Robin, aka Tim Drake, is a brilliant tactical mind and will make a good lieutenant for the operation. Cassandra Cain is an engineered assassin now going by the name Orphan. And Clayface, someone who needs a redemption, and him not being watched makes him an asset. Batwoman agrees to help out, but she isn't about to play his game. Batman needs to explain to her everything that is going on and not hold anything back. Batman doesn't even know who he's up against. And as the drones watch his little team, the man in charge of it then asks, "Can your unit face off against an army, Batman?" The training begins quickly and fiercely with holographic situations presenting themselves, such as a city overrun by jokers. But it's sloppy and not perfect, and they aren't working together. They're used to fighting by themselves, and Clayface isn't even used to being a hero. Plus, they keep restricting his powers so that he can learn how to actually fight. Red Robin actually made a device that would allow him to retain his form and limit him to that form. So, with everyone arguing and going off to fight on their own, he asks if he can take it and try to live a normal life. Red Robin tells him sure, and then he goes to talk to Batman to figure out what is going on. Why is this team off of the table while he investigates everything? What is he keeping them away from? Batman brings Tim to Azrael's base of operations to show him the badly beaten man, and his doctor, Leslie Tompkins, sees Tim and tells Batman that it's good news that after Azrael was nearly beaten to death, you got teenagers involved. Batman ignores the comment and tells her that he needs to speak with Azrael, but he can only get out a few words. The colony is here. Batman and Tim go to the rooftop where Tim asks him, "What is the colony, Bruce?" And Batman tells him, "I'm not sure. So why did you even bring me into this then? What's with the new costume and the new mission? I was doing fine on my own." "Tim, regardless of you calling yourself Red Robin and keeping yourself at a distance, I've always considered you a Robin. I want you to know that Gotham is safer with you in it and you don't have to keep away." Tim thanks him, and then Bruce asks, "Is there anything else?" "No, Bruce, but there was, and he was supposed to tell him." Tim went back to Stephanie's apartment where Stephanie and Tim are all staying as Stephanie asked him if he told Batman. You see, Tim was accepted to Ivy University on a full grant, the Genius Grant. And he's been debating leaving the superhero life and getting his degree because he feels that he could be more helpful to the world in that fashion. Stephanie agrees. So wants to support him. Because ever since they started to get to know each other, they started dating. Meanwhile, Kate went to see her father as he was putting on a suit and he asked her, "How was Batman's boot camp?" She snapped at him asking if he was listening in on her communications, and he told her you shouldn't have accepted his offer. After an argument about where she puts her loyalties, Kate leaves the house telling him that she isn't even sure why she came. Everything is moving along fine until Batman is driving through the streets discussing with Alfred the possibility of a military connection, when behind him he realizes that he isn't alone. He calls out for the brakes to be hit and then large vehicles speed past him. He then takes off down a side street and an EMP blast goes off, shutting down the supposedly shielded Batmobile, and it drives into a wall. He leaps out of the Batmobile and he turns around to see dozens of men in Bat-esque looking suits. One of them then speaks up. "There are 50 of us here. We have orders to take you in." Batman jumps on them. "You can try." Batman gets beaten down badly while Batwoman and Tim are watching the recordings back at the base. They know that Batman has been captured. So Batwoman turns to Tim. Batman wouldn't want help. He would try to handle this privately. And if he did want help, he would only want the two of us to go do it. "What do you think?" Tim asks her. "I think I gotta make some calls," she says, smiling. The call goes out to the team and they all head off. And Colonel Kane, her father, also gets a call asking for help. And he's happy about that. The team all arrives at the base where Batwoman shows Batman getting beat down on the screen. And she explains that Batman didn't tell everyone something. Who Whoever this is was able to put together a team with the power enough to capture Batman. I'm here to tell you that they're all watching you, and that is why Batman put this together. So I brought in an expert to help with military operations. Then she introduces her father, Colonel Kane. He walks forward asking the important question, why would a military organization model themselves after Batman? Tim tells him, because he built a model worth replicating. That's what I was thinking too, Colonel Kane tells him. You have to assume they have a reason to stay hidden from him. Perhaps he is the inspiration, but they know that he wouldn't agree with their tactics. And they must be after something here in Gotham to remove him from the board. The question then comes up, where is Orphan? Because she's currently being rounded up by the same unit and battling them on the rooftop. But not just any rooftop, the roof of this base. Tim is in shock. They're here? Then Colonel Kane tells him, I have this. And he loads up a flash drive that shuts off the defensive perimeter. Batwoman's eyes go wide. Dad, what are you doing? And he tells her, my duty. And the ceiling is broken and troops jump in. Everyone begins to get close together, and then another troop comes through the window with Orphan riding him down to the ground. Every soldier then shoots her with tranks until she falls. And the Colonel then explains, years ago you came to me for help in becoming something like the Batman. What you didn't know is that I had my own mission here in Gotham, to shape a force that would mimic the Batman. The idea of Batman is a powerful one, but it was pointed in the wrong direction. This is the Batmen of the future, a unit built to fight things on a larger scale than crime in Gotham. He then steps forward and he places his hand on Kate's shoulder. Join us. You called me here today because you needed my help, so join our cause. During this whole talk though, Red Robin was patching into the system to activate something, an escape protocol that is now activated. Clayface wraps the team up in a mud ball, and as it's closing, Batwoman says the words, I trusted you, Dad, and the team drops through the floor. Meanwhile, Batman wakes up bound. He dislodges the tooth and he spits it on the ground, and the room fills with gas. He then stands before one of the men. Where am I? The man stammers. We just called the cave. He turns around to see where he is, and it's a recreation of a bat cave with a complete military training unit, weapons, and vehicles. Meanwhile, Tim leads everyone into his own secret base of operations beneath their other secret base of operations, where he patched into an old train tunnel system and created carts that could get them anywhere in Gotham within minutes. Back with Batman, he walks through the cave until he finds a computer system and he sees a global map. These Batman sleeper cells are all over the globe. A kid walks into the room and Batman throws him down to the ground, demanding to know everything that there is to know about the colony. And the kid wearing a Batman shirt tells him, okay, we're all fans of you here. He explains that he is the computer genius behind the colony's tech, and as he gets a selfie with Batman, he explains that his name is Ulysses. 0 Year changed everything. One man on his own accomplished what an entire military unit could not. Imagine if they dropped a Batman in the middle of a terrorist stronghold, or a dozen Batmen. He then shows Batman footage of the Batmen in action, kicking in doors and shooting up the enemies. He explains that everyone here is huge fans of him, and it's time to take this show to the next level. So Batman breaks his arm. You're coming with me. I don't think so, Batman. And then the Batmen throw him out of the office and into the hallways where more Batmen are waiting on him, and Colonel Kane walks over. Hello, Bruce. Don't worry, their headsets have static so they can't hear us. Uncle Jake, when did you figure out it was me? When did you decide to take my daughter from me? When I noticed you had more drones following her than any of us combined. How about you join us? I don't work for anyone. Figured. That's why I was preparing my daughter. You don't understand, Batman. The League of Shadows is here in Gotham. The League of Shadows is a myth created to frighten Ra's al Ghul's followers. You're a fool, Batman. They are hiding their moves in the actions of others, and you brought my daughter into this to die by your side? Colonel Kane then puts a gun to Batman's head. They'll all come to my side when they see the real war. But that's when Kate is standing near them, surprising everyone as to how she got here. And she asks him, you want me to pick a side? How's this for an answer? And the whole team charges in. The battle rages on with the entire Bat team versus an entire army of Batmen. Kate explains that they had transportation, and right now they are 30 miles outside of Gotham, so it's time to carve a path to the exit. And Clayface grows in size, and he creates 2 blades. I can do some carving. Everyone is dropping their own groups of Batmen and winning their battle, so Tim goes upstairs to meet the genius behind it all, Ulysses. Tim wraps him up and looks at the computer, realizing that there are targets all over Gotham, and the Batman army is going to eradicate any potential League of Shadows member. The military would never sign off on this many targets at once, and Ulysses tells them, hey, what they don't know won't hurt them. More soldiers then arrive, and they begin dropping their belts of grenades, claiming that they just went off. The explosions blow up everywhere, and everyone ducks for cover, and Tim begins to ask, what happened? Only to see Spoiler there telling him, they really shouldn't let those grenades go off remotely. Everyone keeps battling until they realize that they need to get out of this base and save all of the people who are targeted. So Clayface makes a bridge leading to the surface, and they all make a break for it. Once they get to the top floor, they find that Orphan's already dropped everyone there, and she's smiling about it. Colonel Kane hovers up on a hovercraft telling them to stop, and Batman drops a smoke pellet, and the whole crew vanishes.
Ulysses turns to Colonel Kane. You know what they're gonna do, right? Yes, they're going to alert the proper officials to what we're doing, and they're going to get us shut down. I could send all of my drones off to kill our targets, sir, but we weren't able to trim that list down and figure out who's really in the league. I think the term is acceptable loss, sir. Do it. Batman and the crew get back and they think that they've won. They celebrate. Steph and Tim go over when is he going to tell Batman that he's officially leaving this life, because he's come to his decision. He's gonna go to college. Meanwhile, Batman goes to see Kate and tell her that he's sorry, but she knows what they have to do. Yes, her father was there for her, but it's time to end this. So Batman calls out the president himself to inform him of a secret covert operations branch of this military. Tim sits down to have a look at the data from the cave's computers, and he sees something horrifying. The drones are moving on their targets. He calls the whole team back to the base to inform them that this isn't over yet. He tells everyone that it looks like the unit has decided a few hundred innocents aren't a problem if they hit their targets, and Batman tells them they are all innocent. No one dies tonight. They all run through the city telling and warning everyone to get away from the sites. League of Shadows or not, no one dies. Even that individual with blacked out eyes. But they realize that they can't save everyone. It's an impossible task to cover so many targets. So Red Robin comes up with a plan of his own. He'll hack the drones and retarget them to one target, one person, ending their mission when he dies or he beats the drones. Colonel Kane and Ulysses begin to freak out when they see what Red Robin has done. And regardless of what Ulysses tries, he can't change the target. The encryption is incredible, because tonight, all of those drones are going to murder Tim Drake. Spoiler calls up Batman shouting at him, "Tim just programmed all of the drones to attack himself!" And Batman's eyes go wide. Meanwhile, on the roof of the Wayne Tower, Tim walks to the edge of it, and he looks at all of the shiny lights coming for him. As they get closer, he tells them, "Let's dance." Back at the base of Batman, Argus arrives informing Colonel Kane that he's under arrest by the command of the Commander-in-Chief. And Ulysses informs Colonel Kane that Red Robin is actually winning. He's taking out each and every one of those drones. The Batman have moved their floating airship in an attempt to escape, but Kate won't let her father get away as she arrives on it and jumps out of it, holding him, bringing him down to our rooftop. "You shouldn't have done that, Kate." And she sucker punches him before calling up Batman and telling him that she has Colonel Kane in custody. But she warns Batman, this is about to get worse. There's a second wave of drones. Batman tells her that he called up Nightwing to try and get Midnighters' help with the door teleportation technology, but it might be too late. Meanwhile, back with Tim, he lays on the roof out of breath, and Batman calls him up. "Tim, get off of that tower. Just need to catch my breath. Are the people safe?" "They will be." "Good. Hate to think I broke all these ribs for nothing. I think I got shot in my leg. The shock's wearing off." "Tim, what's that?" "I think I hear." Tim looks up and he sees the second wave, and he sees double the amount of drones coming at him again. He knows what this means. Through his heavy breathing, he calls up Batman again. "Bruce, don't say it. Tell them I'm sorry. Tell them how much they all meant to me. Dick, Jason, Damian, Alfred, all of them. Thank you for everything, Bruce. Robin out." "Tim!" He then calls up Stephanie. "Steph, can you hear me?" "I'm almost there, Tim, I'm almost." "Listen, Steph, these last few months have been incredible. You helped me discover what I wanted to do with my life, the kind of man that I could be. I wish I could be there for you." Steph hits top speed on her motorcycle and she begins to race through the streets, hoping beyond hope that she can make it. "Tim, don't hang up, stay with me." "I love you, Steph. Goodbye." He then stands up, bracing himself with his staff, and he looks at the drones. And then, he's riddled with missiles and bullets. They report that the target is eliminated, and the mission is over. And everyone heard it on their comms. The world has lost another Robin. Batman falls to his knees, grasping Tim's staff, with his blood all over it, as there were so many explosions that it appears to be the only thing left. And as Batwoman lands, he demands to know where Colonel Kane is. Later that night, Stephanie returned home to see Batman there waiting for her. With a sad look in her eyes, he asks if she's okay. He wanted to make sure. He wanted her to know that Tim died saving hundreds of lives. He put the world before himself. The greatest heroes always do, and he'll be remembered for that. He chose this life, Stephanie. We all did. We all knew what the cost may be. She walked over to a table, and she grabbed a letter. "You don't understand," and she handed him that letter. As Batman began to read Tim's acceptance letter to college, his hands began to tremble, and he dropped it to the ground, realizing that Tim intended to leave this life. He then held Stephanie as she poured her eyes out. Elsewhere, in a pitch-black room, a crack of lightning goes off and Tim Drake finds himself on his knees, prepared to die. And then he looks up. "Hello? This isn't the colony. Where am I?" A man in a hood, holding a staff, walks in. The same man who orchestrated the Doomsday incident for Superman. Mr. Oz. The man behind everything. "Mr. Drake, what a pleasure it is to have you join us. I don't understand. I remember the missiles hitting me. Am I dead?" To those that loved you, yes, you are. Tell me where I am! You were connecting threads that could not be connected. You're so loved, so deeply intertwined that it became crucial that we take you off the field. That's where you are. Off the field. Mr. Oz then begins to walk out of the room as Tim shouts, "My friends will come!" Batwoman Kate Kane stands with Renee Montoya at the entrance of Wayne Enterprises looking up at the words "No More" painted across the sign. Kate asks what the hell happened here, and Renee tells her that is the question, isn't it? Renee begins to go over the report stating that Lucius Fox entered the lobby at 8:17. As he made his way towards the elevators, the doors opened up and a group of individuals stepped out. One of the men stepped forward and the entire room went silent. What happened next was something that Lucius can only describe, as the officers were all dying from what seemed to be 100 different poisons all at once. But at the end of it all, the man leading the group walked over to the counter and said that he would like to file an official complaint. As Kate begins to examine the scene, Renee also adds that nothing was stolen. The only people that got hurt were those cops, so it seems to be a bit extreme to just deliver a message. Kate stands up and asks, "Why did you call her and not him?" referring to her being Batwoman and not calling Batman. Renee says the symbol is in her color, so it seems like it was more directed towards her. Or maybe she ended their conversation the other night too quick and she's been regretting it. Kate turns away stating that she's going to need to get this information to Batman, but they will get to the bottom of this. Renee stops Kate, telling her that something happened, didn't it? You're not usually this cold, so can you at least tell me what's wrong? Without looking back, Kate tells her that no, she can't. Because what's going on is the Bat family is still dealing with the loss of Tim Drake. A little while later, Kate reports back to Bruce with her findings of the Wayne building. But as they are now inside of the base, Bruce asks where is everyone at. Kate says that Orphan and Clayface are in the mudroom training. She called Spoiler for backup, but Spoiler didn't respond. Bruce says that Stephanie just needs time. But Kate tells him that she's been distracted, and she's not sure she can be a soldier after what she's lost, what they've all lost. Bruce turns back to the computer asking, "Did you really need to remind me of that? Do you really think I'll ever forget?" Meanwhile, over at Tompkins Free Clinic, Spoiler, aka Stephanie, talks with Harper Row about how if it wasn't for them, most of the people here wouldn't even be in this clinic. So, are they really doing anything good? These are the victims of the acts of Batman. Harper tells her that there would probably be a lot more people here if not for the Bat family. But if she's looking for something to justify why she's wearing that costume, Harper Row really isn't the best choice to give her an answer. Her Bluebird costume is locked away in her closet. Plus, with that, she is also less likely to end up in one of these beds. Stephanie begins to cry and Harper hugs her, telling her that she didn't mean it like that. And after a while, Jean-Paul walks over asking Harper if her friend is there to help pass out food. Stephanie says she's sorry but she can't, and Harper says that after she walks her out, she'll help. Stephanie then sees something out the window as lightning strikes. She stops and Harper asks if there's anything wrong, and Stephanie says it's nothing. A short while later, Bruce and Kate pull up to the policeman's ball. But before getting out of the limo, Kate mentions that she's a little worried about the team. They all need help. Everyone on the team has experienced a real traumatic loss, and Stephanie isn't even responding to the calls anymore. Her suggestion is that they need someone to talk to receive psychiatric help. As the two get out of the limo, Kate also mentions that with all of the tech in the Belfry half finished, they'll need to recruit someone capable of operating and maintaining the base. Tim Drake's the one who did that. Bruce says that he agrees, and that's the only reason that they're here tonight. All of the cameras and reporters flock over to a car floating to the ground, all calling out for Luke Fox. As Luke steps out of his car, Kate tells Bruce that he's gotta be joking. Everyone heads back inside, and Bruce tells Luke that they need to talk. Luke asks if they need to talk to him or the shiny suit, and Bruce tells him both. But before they can, Kate pulls Bruce aside and tells him that this guy may be smart, but he was a celebrity before he became a superhero. What has he really faced that would have her trust him? Bruce tries to tell her that Batwing has done some great work, and then an explosion goes off. From the rubble, the group of people who attacked Wayne Enterprises steps out, and the man leading them says he has a message for Batman. He destroyed all of their lives. They are the Victim Syndicate, and they are here to return the favor. Crowds of people begin running, and Batman tells Kate and Luke that they need to suit up. Across the room, Renee runs in with her guns drawn, telling the man in red that he needs to put his hands into the air before somebody gets hurt. The man tells her not to worry. I'm not here for you. Not today, at least. The sound of smoke grenades begin to go off, and the man says, "There he is! Don't be shy! Batman, we've only come to talk!" As Kate, Stephanie, and Cass all get back into position, one of the women in the group mentions that they are all here as he suspected. The man in red then calls out to Batman, asking for him to come and say hello. From the smoke, Batman walks walks out and says, "Hello," and he punches him. However, the punch is stopped by a force field, and the man says that he has spent years making a suit designed to finally keep him safe, but he had better tell everyone else to pull back. Batman gives the order and then asks, "Who are you?" The man says, "You don't recognize us? And here I thought you would run out of ways to hurt us." Behind the group, Kate tells the others to prepare trank batarangs on her mark, but as the man in red overhears this, he tells Mr. Noxus to take the blonde. Mr. Noxus smiles, and Stephanie falls to her knees, vomiting with poison. Bruce runs over, and the man in red says, "Not to worry, the poison inside of her is painful, but it won't kill her, so consider that a warning shot." Bruce tells everyone to stand down, and the man in red makes sure that there are cameras on him. Bruce tells him, "They're not a part of this. If you want to talk, you can talk too." But the words coming from Bruce suddenly go silent, and the man in red says, "You cannot talk over us. The mute here has seen to that. And right now, we want you to listen, because you are the one who did this to us." The man in red then turns to the cameras and he makes an announcement. "To all of the innocent people of Gotham, we know your fears. Every night, the self-appointed saviors fight costume maniacs and literal monsters, and every night we are the ones to pay the price. Many of your homes are destroyed in the crossfire. None of us are unscathed. All of us are scarred. But right now we stand in a room with the officers who have not only allowed the vigilantes to rule the city, but they have assisted them. So if nobody will fight for us, the civilians of Gotham, we will fight for ourselves. So from now on, every day that Batman does not unmask and pledge to never act as Batman again, we will strike the people who support him. We are the Victim Syndicate, and we will take back our city." The man then turns back to Bruce and he asks him, "So what do you say? I will even allow you to talk." Bruce tells him, "I had Batwing cut the feed to that broadcast before it even went out, and he found the exact frequency to your bioelectric shield." And then he charges forward, punching him. Just then, the fighting breaks out as Cass jumps in, kicking Mr. Noxus, and Kate kicks the mute before he can silence Cass. Outside, Clayface and Harper help Stephanie out, and then a deformed woman calls out, "Basil." Clayface tells Harper to go on ahead, and the woman tells Clayface, "I want to see the real you. Show me the real monster that destroyed my life." Clayface begins to change, and he calls out to the woman stating, "Glory." She stops him, stating, "That's not my name anymore. You can call me Mudface now." Back inside, Bruce grabs the man in red and he asks, "Who are you?" And he says, "I was the first innocent whose life was ruined. The first victim of hundreds." But before Bruce could do anything, the other woman in the room jumps on Bruce's back, injecting him with toxin. She tells him that it's a paralytic. And then Luke blasts her away, shouting for her to get away. Through his struggled speech, Bruce mutters, "I can't move." And Luke says, "I got this." Luke then tells everyone that it's over. They're now surrounded, but the man in red walks over to Bruce, telling him, "Everything that happens next is on you." Soon the room begins to fill with green smoke, and the woman says that it is an anti-fear toxin. She holds her gun up as she asks, "What will happen if I fire this gun?" But before anyone can do anything, the gun goes off. Later, in the Belfry, Kate mentions that Cass is with Harper, who took Stephanie over to Tompkins Free Clinic. They'll have guards up to keep watch. As Luke looks around, he says that this is a pretty fancy place, but right now they really need to chat. He then presses a button, having a round table appear before them, and everyone takes a seat. Kate begins going over all of the people that they came across at the ball. First, there's the Mute, also known as Virgil Myers. He used to own a joke store when he had an allergic reaction to one of Joker's laughing gases, which led to an extreme tracheotomy in order for him to survive. Next is Madame Crow, or Abigail O'Shea. She was a student of Dr. Jonathan Crane and used to be his first guinea pig in his experiments. Then there's Mr. Noxus, Guy Mandrake. He was a stockbroker who was briefly under Pamela Isley's control. The experience has changed his physiology to make him toxic to anyone around him. There's also Mudface, a woman named Gloria Griffin, who was a production assistant on Basil Carlo's last film, when he changed into Clayface. She was affected by the chemicals that changed him. Bruce slowly begins to remember these people, and then he tells Luke to go ahead and familiarize himself with Red Robin's systems. Batwoman will be in the streets and he'll go check on Spoiler. Back over at Stephanie's room in the clinic, she sees the man in red again, and he tells her, "It's time we had a little chat." Later in Stephanie's room, Bruce tells Stephanie that he can't stress it enough. He needs for her to tell them what the first victim told her. Bruce sits on her bed stating, "All I want is the truth. I don't want anyone to get hurt, I just want to help." Stephanie snaps, stating, "Like how you helped the Victim Syndicate?" Bruce remains silent, and Stephanie tells him, "The first victim said that he was sorry. He didn't mean to hurt me. They wanted to make sure that I was okay." A short while later, Bruce heads to the rooftops to meet back up with Kate. He tells her that he wants everyone in the Belfry ready to strike at a moment's notice. As he leaves, Kate asks if there's anything else, and Bruce says to have the doctor come in for psych evaluations and bring Stephanie. She knows something. Later, everyone starts to gather at the tower, but as Stephanie arrives, she looks down to where Tim made his final stand. As she goes inside, Luke says that he went ahead and upgraded everyone's suit, all to combat one of the Victim Syndicate's abilities. As Stephanie looks at her new mask, she asks where's Batwoman. She said that they were to have a meeting, and Luke says, oh, with the Shrink. Dr. Tompkins is with Clayface right now. Stephanie stops and asks, what do you mean the Shrink? Stephanie then heads down the hall to see Cass is waiting outside of the evaluation room. Cass asks if she's hurt and Stephanie says that she's okay, but moments later Dr. Tompkins steps out asking if she's ready. Stephanie tells her not particularly. She tells Stephanie that they just need to give it the old college try. And thinking back to Tim, Stephanie says that she's not in college. She's a superhero, remember? Elsewhere in the tower, Kate watches her father on a monitor and Luke says that she should probably take him and speak with the doctor. It might help. Kate sarcastically asks if he has something that he should be doing, and Luke stops her asking what is her problem. She shouts that all he does is treat the superhero thing like some fun hobby. He's never had to face the cost that any of them have had to face. That's her problem. He's only here fighting for himself. Back in the evaluation room, Stephanie sits with Dr. Tompkins, and Stephanie says that she feels somewhat indifferent on this whole boot camp thing. But she also is beginning to question whether or not they are actually making an impact. Dr. Tompkins asks if this is all brought on because she was visited by the first victim. As Stephanie thinks about it and realizes something about the room. This isn't just an evaluation, it's an interrogation. Bruce calls out to Stephanie, she stops him, stating how she's sick of him pretending like he cares. He only cares when it's to cover his own ass for the things that he messed up. And for what? To be absolved for what happened to Tim? Stephanie then shouts, well, she doesn't. She doesn't absolve him. And you know what? The Victim Syndicate is right. He proves it every time he puts on that costume. Moments later, Luke runs in stating that there's been an attack on the Tompkins Center, and Bruce tells him to get everyone ready. He turns back to Stephanie and he tells her that she's going to be grounded for this mission. They'll talk when he gets back. But as everyone leaves, Stephanie walks over to Tim's computer and begins to run a program. As she walks in the next chamber, she says that she needs to talk. Is he here? A computer program of Tim appears and tells her, always. As Bruce reaches the clinic, he sees the words, no more Batman painted across the outside, and he tells everyone to take a floor. This is ending tonight. Batman crashes through the windows, telling Jean-Paul to pull back, they've done their job. And Bruce calls out to have the first victim show himself. From the shadows, the first victim steps out asking, are you ready to stop my destruction? Bruce tells him, I know you're hurting. I know you blame me, but I'm here now. We can make this better. The first victim charges in, knocking Bruce away, telling him, there's only one way this is ever going to end, with blood on our hands. Back in the belfry, Stephanie looks at the image of Tim and tells it that it's not real. The image says, I know. And then Stephanie asks, do you know what you are? The image says that he is a limited response program built from conversations with his creator, Red Robin. He also knows that she is Stephanie Brown, the only other person who had access to this program aside from his creator. Stephanie turns away stating, this was a bad idea. The image tells her that he was built to listen and adapt. If they talk, he may be able to learn. Stephanie stops and begins to state that this is all wrong. The first victim came to see her to see if she was okay after the poison, but then they wanted to know why she fought with Batman. No grand scheme or plot, just why fight? At first, Batman made her want to do more. It felt good, but the violence never stops. They all never get to slow down long enough to ask themselves if what they're doing is actually helping. Stephanie then turns back to the image and asks, do you understand? And it tells her no. She begins to cry, stating how this isn't the world that she wanted, and the image asks, what is it that you want then? While Clayface, Kate, Cass, and Luke all fight their battles, each with a member of the Syndicate, Bruce continues battling it out with the first victim. As the fight goes on, the first victim shouts for Bruce to stop playing with him. Fight back! Bruce then asks, who are you really? But the first victim begins to fade. Before disappearing, Bruce grabs a hold and pushes him down before escaping. Soon, Kate and the rest arrive, stating that this is the end of the line, and Bruce tells her to call the police. And then a voice tells them, it's not over. And ringing blasts through everyone's comms. From the smoke, Stephanie tells Bruce, I'm sorry, but this isn't how the world is supposed to be, and I'm the only one who can fix it. Kate shouts, what are you doing, Stephanie? And Stephanie tells her, call me spoiler. What is it that I'm doing? It's in the name. Luke leaps up, telling everyone to keep the Syndicate surrounded. Stephanie might be under some kind of mind control from Mr. Noxus, but as Stephanie leaps away, she tells him that she promises this is all her. Stephanie then asks, what are you all going to do? Knock me out real quick? I have a suggestion though, and that is not to network your suit with a computer that I helped Red Robin build. Luke's suit then begins to fail and fall out of the sky, and Kate pulls out her batarangs, telling her to stop this. Stephanie then tells her, I've always loved those taser batarangs, but I guess there's more than 6 in your belt. She then hits a button, shocking Kate with all of the remaining batarangs. Clayface
police rushes in, but Stephanie turns, creating a sonic blast, splitting him in half. Cass then runs up, pulling her mask off, asking why. But as Stephanie turns back, she sprays a gas, putting Cass to sleep, stating that she's doing this for them. Bruce stands up, asking, what about me? How are you planning on defeating me? Stephanie just laughs, stating there's no way she can beat the Batman, but she also knows that he won't hurt her. The first victim calls out for her to save them. They will take him down for her. But Stephanie punches him, telling him, shut up. You almost killed me the other night. Then pointing out the window, Stephanie says, I'm on their side, Gotham's side. She then points around, telling Bruce, take a good look. This isn't how things are supposed to be. This destruction happened because people were chasing you. All of the sick and hurt are now huddled in an alley because of you. The first victim shouts, this is what he does. Are you happy, Batman? And Bruce shouts back, of course I'm not. I know that I failed each of you, but I will get you the help. But Stephanie tells him, that's not enough. So here's my deal. Retire as Batman, shut down the Bat Cave, hang up the capes and cowls, and I won't expose the entire database on the computers to the public. People will know who Batman is. People will come hunting for you for the rest of your life. Bruce tells her, I can't. This isn't the world that we live in. We can't just stop doing what we're doing. But Stephanie tells him, it should be. Why don't we just try? Luke reaches out, telling her, I wish I trusted the world like you, but we're all human, and they're messy. Growing up, there was a teenager who looked like me who got shot because he looked suspicious. So I became angry enough to make me want to do something about it, and every time I saw the bat signal in the sky, it gave me hope that I could. Clayface tells Stephanie, you know what I was. Doing this gives me a chance to make up for it and do more. I was a monster, but I don't want to be that anymore. Stephanie shouts, all of this isn't enough! And Bruce tells her, no, it's not. But it's what we can do, so please, don't do this. From behind the group, Kate throws a battering, breaking the phone, and everyone tells her to stop this now. As the police arrive, Stephanie asks if he's going to stop this, and Bruce says that he can't. Before jumping out the window, she tells him that until he turns himself in, she will be there standing in his way the entire time. Before getting on her bike, Stephanie looks back with tears in her eyes, and Bruce watches as she drives off. A few days later, Bruce and Kate sit watching the first victim in his cell. Kate mentions that there are no records whatsoever on this guy. No name, no fingerprints, no DNA that matches anything. The orderlies let him keep the mask because looking underneath it, well, there's a reason it's there. So as the two continue to talk, Bruce mentions that with everything that's happened and those that he's lost, they may have something real special here. Tim saw the big picture better than Batman ever could. He would like to sit down and go over it with her. Kate says that they should bring Luke into that as well. She appreciated what he said earlier, but that's all she's going to say in that subject. As the two leave, Bruce says that there's one more thing. He would like her to speak with her father. It's something that she needs to do. He just lost two people that he cared about, and he doesn't want to lose another. And Kate tells him that she'll try. Elsewhere, in a very far off place, an image of Tim and Stephanie brightens the darkened room as Tim works on putting together a new suit. You see, while the world thinks that Tim is dead, he's actually been kidnapped and placed in a location that we have no idea about. Once his preparations are set, Tim throws a smoke grenade out and he tries to reach everyone over his comms. He calls out, everyone, this is Tim, I'm still alive! But as he stops, he begins to see someone. Tim falls to his knees stating, I don't understand! Meanwhile, Mr. Oz watches Tim, telling him that he'll understand soon enough as they all look on the blue individual in front of Tim. As Batman is out on patrol watching over Gotham City, Batwoman radios in saying that he can feel it too, right? How quiet the city has gotten. Actually, one of her concerns is that they're not doing enough for Cassandra. Now that Stephanie Brown is gone, she hasn't had much human contact and she spends all of her time in the mudroom, each time dialing up the threshold. Batman tells her, it's good to push yourself to the limits. And Kate sighs, saying that the issue is that she doesn't appear to have an upper limit. Batman then tells her, I'm at the mayor's place. Hattie should have evidence to put 6 district judges behind bars. Once this is over though, we'll take Orphan to the ballet. It should do good that she knows that someone is looking out for her. Not just as Orphan, but as Cassandra as well. Kate says that she was going to suggest a baseball game, but that works too. Batman groans. I'm moving out. And he jumps. As he falls, a set of eyes are watching him, and as he lands on Hattie's office, he walks in to find the place torn apart by someone looking for something. He starts to look around and then he walks into the next room, and that's when he sees Mayor Hattie stabbed and crucified, hanging on the wall. He hears Hattie call out and he runs over telling him, don't move, you'll just open up the wounds. Hattie struggles and he tells him, it's too late. It was the Shadows. League of Shadows. Before Hattie can say anymore, he draws his last breath, and then the doors are kicked open as 2 officers shout that they got an emergency call, and holy
hell! Batman tells them, this is not what it looks like. And the officers say, sure, you can tell that to the commissioner when we bring you down to the central precinct. Batman throws down some smoke bombs and he jumps out the window. But one of the officers runs to that window and starts to fire. One of the bullets hits Batman in the shoulder, causing him to fall onto a nearby roof. As he picks himself back up, you can tell that there is someone else there. Later, at the Belfry, the headquarters for the team that Batman has built, Jacob Kane, Batwoman's father, who was the villain in the first story, tells both Batman and Kate through his cell that this is how the League of Shadows plays. They don't attack directly, and they never take credit for their actions. They just instill that kind of chaos that will breed the most destruction. So for them to come directly after Batman, they're planning something catastrophic, which is what the Colony was trying to prevent. The Colony is the unit that Jacob Kane had built inside of Gotham City to battle against Batman, making an army of Batmen. Luckily, Batman, Batwoman, and the group that he put together involving Orphan, Clayface, Stephanie Brown, and Tim Drake managed to stop Jacob Kane, though Tim Drake did supposedly die in that battle. Batman shouts, I'm not gonna listen to you try and justify what you did. And Jacob stops him. Fine, don't, it's okay. But just look at my men. Look at the terror in their eyes. That is what is about to happen to Gotham. The League of Shadows will surround you as if you were ordinary, frightened people. And that's when they are the most dangerous. As Batman and Batwoman walk off, Jacob tells Kate, make sure that he understands. This isn't about pride. I don't want you to die out there. Stay safe. She turns and walks off telling her father that she will. Once Batman and Kate leave, Lucas radios down that he needs them at the central computer now. Lucas is Batwing. He joined the team recently due to the loss of Tim Drake being their computer expert. As everyone gathers, they watch a recording of the news where both reporters were going over, and then suddenly they started laughing until they died. Clayface watches, telling everyone, oh hell. Kate looks over at the computer and says that they are getting riot reports from people in Adams Square. There are people laughing and attacking each other. Batman tells everyone, we need to get out there. But before they go, she tries to talk to Bruce. He tells her that the League of Shadows is an easy idea for it to be true. Perhaps someone is just inspired by the myth of it. And she says, or you could be wrong. Batman looks at her and he heads out telling her, or I could be wrong. A few moments later in Adams Square, Batman and the team get to work subduing the rioters, and as they fight, Cassandra begins to notice something is wrong. Batman tells everyone that these are innocent people, you can't just let them, and Cassandra stops and shouts, no, pretending! Suddenly the rioters stop and they all turn towards the team, all with black eyes. As Cassandra starts hitting everyone's weak points, she turns back at a shadow and says, watching! But with everyone not focusing on the team, one of the men stabs into Lucas, pinning him into the wall. Azrael quickly runs over to knock the man away, but then he too is stabbed in the back. Kate tells Batman that Batwing and Azrael are down. They're losing this fight. He jumps up, throwing a set of batarangs, and he tells Clayface, we need backup. And Clayface sighs, telling him, this is going to give me a headache for about a week. He begins to shout as he splits himself into an army of smaller Clayfaces. And then up along a rooftop, a woman watches. And Cassandra says, watching us. Shiva looks back saying, no one sneaks up on me, but I am here for her. This is all happening because of her. So come and fight. Cassandra charges in swinging, and with each attack, Shiva easily dodges and then hits her, telling her to fight! Stop playing games with her! Cassandra picks herself back up and she runs back in, so Shiva grabs her by the throat, telling her that she knows that she can see where to hit, but instead of killing blows, she goes for the lesser strike. Why? Cassandra struggles for air, managing to say, won't kill! And Shiva tells her, pathetic. She then chops Cassandra in the neck, saying that her entire nervous system is shutting down. It would have been better to never know what David Kane did to her daughter. Seconds later, Batman and Kate jump on the roof, and Batman tells Shiva to get away from Cassandra. Shiva says that he talks as if he knows her, and Batman tells her that they've fought before, and I've won. Shiva prepares herself, stating that she played parts. Some parts meant to be the loser, but she is now done playing. Before Batman even has a chance to defend himself, she lunges forward, grabbing at Batman's arm and twisting it, pushing him to the ground. She tells him that she could kill him with the slightest movement, but she chooses not to so that it will hurt more. She then says that she only came here to see if her daughter was worth her attention, and she was not. She gets back up, telling Batman, you just lost Gotham City. The shadows will engulf everything, and the city will die. Batman throws the tracker onto her, but Shiva spins around, grabbing it out of the air, crushing it. She tells him, sad, and the smoke rises as she and the assassins disappear. Kate runs over to check on Cassandra, and Clayface calls out to hurry and get back down here. Kate tells him that they know they're gone, and Clayface says, not Not just them, but Batwing and Azrael too. Later at the Belfry, Jacob tells Kate that she needs to hurry and get her things and run. She says that she doesn't have time for this, and Jacob tells her that this little fight that they've had, that was their chance and now it's gone. The League of Shadows doesn't want anything, but Shiva is going to kill every person in Gotham. Kate asks if he's seen her because if they're going to have this talk, he needs to be completely honest. Jacob lifts his shirt, showing a scar, and he says that he got this one a little over a year ago when Shiva found their colony. It was only her who came, and when she stabbed him, it was such a precise hit that it didn't hit a single organ. She then went and killed 43 of his people in the most horrific ways and made him watch, and she enjoyed it. She is made of evil. Everything about her is cold and dark, so run, Kate. As Kate and Jacob talk, Cassandra listens in from the control room, and she grabs Batman, asking, "Why? Why her?" Later, as Batman and Kate go out to meet with Commissioner Gordon, Cassandra stays back, going over all of the footage that they have on Shiva. As she watches, she begins to think that growing up, she was never allowed to even see her mother. And while watching, Clayface walks up saying that he wanted to make sure that she was okay. And she asks him, "Really?" And he tells her, "Okay, maybe it was my babysitting duty." Clayface then holds out a Shakespeare book saying that, "When I was young, I used to get mad and bubble things up inside, but with reading, it was a way for me to start getting that anger out, so maybe it's something you can do also." Cassandra looks at the book and Clayface goes on to tell her, "If you want to go out, I'm not going to stop you, but like I could anyway. But if you do, just be safe." She hugs him, telling him, "Thank you," and then she heads out from the Belfry. Clayface radios over to Batman, stating that Cassandra snuck past him. And Batman tells him that he understands. Him and Batwoman will head back while he heads off to find Cassandra. Clayface says, "Yeah, sure." And then a group of assassins appear behind Clayface, and he says, "Oh hell." Later out in the city, Batman finds Cassandra on a rooftop, and he calls out Cassandra to her. She corrects him, telling him, "Orphan." And Batman tells her, "No, Cassandra. I know you're not in the right state of
Alright,
mind."
well, I think that's gonna do it for me today, kids. Quite a bit done in a short amount of time. But, I've got stuff to do today. But, Bravo, thanks for stopping by and hanging out, like you always do. Glad to see you, out there and gaming still. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Like a good stretch. But, you know, whether you watch now or later, thanks for hanging out. And, I'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat place. But, whenever you are, wherever you are, be good out there and be safe. Just try.